Hello and welcome, ladies and chatfish, to another stream. We're doing more fireside news today. I'm still unfortunately sick, but we're always streaming, so that's what we do. Even when we're sick, we work round the clock for the bucketfish, them slave-driving little chatfishes. So how is Chatfish doing today? I hope Chatfish is doing better than Kim. Ooh. Oh, fuck, I hear my fucking sick self. Oh, no, there's some worky things open. Close that, close that, close that. There we go. We're good. We're safe. We're not going to accidentally stream the document spoiling Embers of Fear to the chatfishes. Alright, so. Welcome back, little fishes. So, I have to control myself and not get as angry as I normally do when I see an article that upsets me pretty greatly. So I'm gonna have to breathe, and we're gonna have to take it kind of slow, but we'll get through this, because this one's a bit annoying, to be honest with you, Chad. It's not good, to say the least. So, here we go. Arrowhead CEO responds to the call for the Helldivers movie director to play the game at least once. The CEO of Helldivers 2, developer Arrowhead, has responded to fan concern about the choice of Justin Lin as the director of the Helldivers movie. After it emerged, he leaned into not being a gamer for his pitch. So, like, this is critically wrong, alright? Like, this is unforgivable. It is the worst possible fucking thing you can say. And honestly, if you're gonna do it, you're better off fucking lying and saying you love video games and shit like that. Because this shit pissed off everybody. Everybody's mad about this shit. You should be mad. I'm mad. This is fucking horseshit. So yeah, he leaned into not being a gamer for his pitch. Alright, you're disqualified. Get the fuck out. You literally don't have the skill, the passion, or the care to even play the game. Leave. Do not fucking play this game. Do not fucking watch this game. Like, you don't know anything. And this article is also incredibly out of touch. Like, Wesley Yin Poole, you're a fucking retard. Actually, like, you're an actual retard. A living, breathing, mouth breather, fucking drooling fucking hack. Because he goes on to say, Helldivers 2 is an explosive co-op focused action shooter. That's not like a video game version of cult sci-fi classic Starship Troopers. You play as a disposable soldier in an ongoing galactic war defending Sorry, I choked on that shit because it's so fucking wrong. Defending a fascist Super Earth regime. Again, is Super Earth totalitarian? To a degree, yes. Are they fascist? No. Yet again, you don't know what the political ideology of fascism is. Oh my god. Super Earth is more akin to like a fucking weird fucking socialist nightmare. Which again, fascism is also a different branch of leftism, but still, it's one of those things. It just shows that even the person who wrote the article couldn't be asked to read. Because we all know that in the actual lore, the bugs are fascists. The automatons are socialist pigs. And the squids, I forget what they are. They're like theocratic or something like that. I can't remember.
Something like that.
Or no, they're like aristocratic. Like, that's how they view them. Like, or something. Something like their monarchy, kind of, is what the vibe they got going. Or some shit. But yeah, the bugs are fascists. The automatons are socialists. And the thing is Super Earth is a managed democracy. Where it's basically where an AI votes for you. It's still a dystopian future, in my opinion, but it's still not fascist. It's basically the EU's wet dream. Adobe says, yeah, it's basically just the EU. Yes, it's just the European Union. That's what Super Earth is. Its headquarters is literally based in Stockholm. Like, it's literally where the headquarters of the Super Earth faction is. When they won World War III, the leading faction that won was basically the EU, and the EU basically created Super Earth. Now, they didn't say that it was the EU, but it basically sort of is, because, like, alright, the capital usually is going to be the location where, you know, the power that won was. So Sweden was a part of it. More than likely, it was either NATO, some form of NATO, or just it was the EU. My buddy's on the EU. Won World War III. And that's, like, the canon. But again, like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, even the people who write these articles are fucking out of touch and they don't understand. Would I want to live under Super Earth? No. Is Super Earth fascist? No. If you think it's fascist, you're a fucking moron. it's still a dystopian, like a nation to be a part of, fighting a goddamn horrific war of survival against races that are out for its total destruction of humanity, the total genocide of the human race. You know, you got the bugs that'll devour everything. They're not going to spare anyone. You've got the automatons that grind people up into fucking biofuel. Literal civilians, women and children, blended into blenders and turned into biofuel to feed the machine war machine. Like, it's fucking horrible. Then you got the fucking squids that use our bodies and mutate us into horrific monstrosities. Like, no matter how you slice it, the Super Earth government, which we've talked about this lore before on this channel and a stream before, but Super Earth is not evil. Super Earth is a flawed nation, but it is a nation that is fighting a defensive war, a war for survival. No matter how you slice it, they're in the right. Because the thing is, when you fight a defensive war, whoever's attacking you is the aggressor. They chose not diplomacy, they chose the eradication of an entire species. Again, a lacking fundamental understanding of the setting and a lacking fundamental understanding of what war is, what kind of situation's happening. Even this fucking article person doesn't know shit. What a fucking hack. Oh my god, you see the shit I have to deal with? Oh, whatever. Fucking kill myself. Alright, so. Instantly, Sony is also working on a new Starship Troopers movie. Oh, isn't that cute? Which should make for a somewhat bizarre 1-2 punch sci-fi satire, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's the problem. Starship Troopers, the movie, is just not as good as the book. Because they just keep making it a satire, because again, they don't understand the fucking movie. Or the book. The book had nothing to do with anything. Alright? Like, you know what the book was about? I read the Starship Troopers book. It wasn't about political ideologies. If you got that out of the book, then you either didn't read the book, or you read, like, the beginning part and was like, this is the entire book. Because 90% of the book is about talking about nuclear power, training, and a father-son story. About a father and a son learning to come together in time of hardship. Because, like, later on, Rico sees his dad in the fucking Starship Troopers. Like, because I think their mom died from the book, if I remember right. And basically, he's, like, underneath him now. But he had basically, they'd come to terms with the disagreement they had. And are basically, like, you know, cool with each other now. Like, that was the point. It was about nuclear power. It was about power armor and the benefits of atomic energy and why it was so useful. There's a small section of the book, a small fucking section of the book that political YouTubers will fucking rave about, but they're fucking brainless. They don't actually read the goddamn book. They just read that one fucking part. And it's literally because Robert Heinlein was mad at a science committee that was basically attacking nuclear power. He wrote that book pretty much overnight. And basically the whole section where it talks about scientists being bad, dumb, and stupid was him taking massive jabs at the fucking committee of the anti-nuclear fucking summit or whatever the fuck it was called. It was literally a jab. Like, nobody understands the context of why he wrote what he wrote. They're like, oh, he's a fascist. He's not a fucking fascist. Oh my god! People throw that shit around like it's fucking meaningless now. Like, we're all fascists now, Chad. Thanks. Like, now we're all fascists. You know why? Because everybody gets called it. And because everybody gets called it, now everybody's a fascist. Way to go. The Nazis are back. They're everywhere. It's over, Chad Bros. It's... just gotta relax a little bit. Alright. It just drives me up the wall because the same shit just keeps happening. He was right about the social scientists? Yes. Robert Heinlein was right about the social scientists. He was actually spot on with that. But yeah, I've read the book. The book is pretty good. It's better than the movie. People will often degrade the book for some reason because it's not as action-packed. But I don't think the point of the book was about action at all. It's really about nuclear power, the benefits of nuclear power, a father-son story slapped in there as well. Excuse me. And yes, there are very mean jabs at the scientists that he was bad beef with at the time. Robert Heinlein often wrote books in response to things to vent his frustrations with things in a creative way as a creative outlet, which is actually really cool. Because we got books like Starship Troopers. He's considered the father of power armor in science fiction because of that. So it's one of those things where it's like, I feel like these people never read the book, or worse, they read the book and they read that one line without actually researching when he wrote the book, why he wrote the book. Even as listed, the Terran Federation also isn't fascist. Oh my god. They don't understand. I think, if I remember right, the Terran Federation from the movie is like a military, it's either a military junta or a military plutocracy or something like that. Is what it'd be as close to being. But it's still not fascist. I still would want to live in a society like that. Because again, if you're living in a society like that, that means that you're probably fighting a war for extinction. Which, you know, they are. They're arachnids. But yeah, in the book, it's a little bit different. It's a little bit more tame. The movie kind of plays it up way overboard because it's trying to make fun of the book, while also having the mobile infantry not be mobile because they use fucking dropships to move around like fucking aircraft from Vietnam, but they don't actually have any power armor or any mechanized vehicles to actually move around. The only thing you ever see in Starship Troopers is them fucking slow walking to the fucking whiskey outpost. And don't get me wrong, the action scenes from the movie are really fun. It's a really fun romp. But the big thing is that, honestly, I think the movie's very overrated compared to the book. I think the book deserves way more credit, and I really think that we need a movie adaptation that's actually based on the book. The father-son story that we really need. The showing off the power armor, the benefits of atomic energy, in a positive light. Fighting a war of extinction against, you know, arachnids that have weapons and spaceships. Because in the book, the arachnids weren't mindless, stupid bugs controlled by brain bugs. They were massive fucking buggos controlled, like, they had massive ships, they had fucking guns, they had fucking armies, like, they're way more threatening. The movie Empire are literally just air cav in the earliest form. Yes, they are. It's just Vietnam. It's like Vietnam. The bugs are fucking the Viet Cong. What did the director mean by this? Oh my god, I forgot his name for a second.
Bug people.
They're
Isn't it Van Homan or something?
Or Verhoeven, yeah. Don't get me wrong, I love Paul Verhoeven's movies. Well, hold on. I like his movies when he gives us the one, not his fetish movies. His fetish movies are weird, but he's a Danish guy, so he's kind of cuckoo upstairs. He's not all there. But yeah. Yeah, see, that's the problem. Like, Verhoeven was, like, he didn't have the patience to read the book because he got bored. All right, like, I'm sorry, but even I like Verhoeven's movies, but that should have disqualified him from making Starship Troopers. In the same vein that Justin Lin should be disqualified from producing Helldivers 2, or the Helldivers movie.
Now,
because he refuses to play the source material and research it. You need to understand these things.
yeah. Now, I want to point out two things. One for Starship Troopers, the movie, which still just amuses me to no end. To show, because don't forget, to show that the Terran version or whatever was fascist. He just had them dress up in Nazi-styled uniforms.
Yeah, because again, they just thought it was the outfits that make you fascist, which is not true.
Yes. And for this article about the Starship Troopers and what he says, what the writer who says that it's Safe Earth is fascist, I'll point out that when asked about their own setting, the devs themselves said a bunch of stuff that isn't actually represented in game, because the way they view Super Earth is they view it from the first game's lens.
Yep. So
Super Earth is literally the aggressor.
In the first galactic war in the Helldivers universe, Super Earth did start the conflict. But in the same instance that Super Earth started the conflict, the government of Super Earth changed over the 100 years' time. Now, peace, that basically after they won the first galactic war, right? Because after Super Earth won, it's been a century. Anybody who was in charge, anybody who committed any war crimes, died of old age. And now it's a new generation of people that inherited an empire that was, yes, created in blood. This is true. However, the war of vengeance against Super Earth by these three factions, well, let's be real, like only two of them probably want revenge. The other one's just fucking Terminids or dumber than a box of rocks. But the reality is that this particular continuation war is against people who didn't do anything. They're innocent. They're just living their lives. And so basically what you have is a situation where the continuation war is just the Terminids, the automatons, and the squids are just Nazi Germany. That's what they are. They lost the war, but instead of being like, okay, let's try to have peace, no, they had to start the war again. And so now there's massive amounts of bloodshed on all sides because the factions that be don't want to pursue diplomacy. Now, with a literal galactic empire that literally has been just sitting there chilling, just existing, vibing around, like, hey, I'm a galactic empire. What are you doing? How you doing? But no, they literally start fighting, and they don't just invade, by the way, mind you. They literally start slaughtering and targeting civilian populations. Like, no matter how you slice it, the aggressors here are the worst, and they're in the wrong. Super Earth is literally a nation state that is under attack by all sides, has its citizens being culled. And, like, it's one of the automatons, like I said, are throwing civilians, women, children into fucking meat blenders to turn them into biofuel, harvesting their brains for operating systems. Then you got the fucking Terminators that just eat everyone. And then you got the squids who genocide everyone as well, turning them into horrific, voteless zombies. So you have a situation in which the only good guy, and you are the good guys, no matter how you slice it, it doesn't matter. Super Earth is the good guy. I'm sorry. If you disagree with that, you're fucking retarded. Like, you're an actual fucking moron, and I refuse to have dialogue with you. Because if you don't believe that, then just throw yourself into the blender right now and just turn it on and pulse for fucking 3 minutes. You can become biofuel for the automatons, you fucking idiot. Like, oh my god. What is the purpose of fucking anything? If you're gonna be so dumb to be like, yeah, the guys that want to wipe us off the face of the earth, and exterminate us to extinction, they're the good guys. Are you fucking kidding me? They're not the good guys. Copyright protected? I know. It does that shit. Oh, I hate this capture card with a burning passion. Ugh. Alright, so.
So, we also, because there's no donation that can be read, I'll just mention out that Harlot gifted a membership before the stream started. I just gifted 5 in my attempt to hit Mythic, or one of the 2 bounties. I failed on all 3.
Damn. Very generous.
And then Sturmat donates 10 euros. He says, why can't you understand he is too good to play the game? Video games are for nerds. Besides, look at The Witcher. You can still make money while despising the source material and fans. Hashtag Raper's Choice.
Well, The Witcher TV show, if you're talking about that, was only good because that Henry Cavill dude, apparently. And I don't know much about him. But he left, and apparently it turned into an absolute shit show. Because he at least, much like the fucking other guy that played Dredd, whose name evades me because I'm sick right now. Well, I probably wouldn't remember his name if I was, because I never remember anyone's name. But regardless, both those people respected the character too much and wanted to make the characters and actually play them. They're what I call true actors. True actors are people who understand that they're not playing themselves. They're playing a character. And they will go above and beyond to play the characters they need to play to do them justice. Carl Urban, thank you. Carl Urban's performance in Lord of the Rings was also very good. Like, generally in almost everything he's in. I don't want to watch The Boys because I don't really care for superhero movie stuff, but like I also really hate media that's what we call anti the media it is, because The Boys is literally just anti superheroes. It's like, okay, you're making a movie that's anti superhero, but it's also for superheroes. Like, are you fucking stupid?
It's also injected with modern politics, and they just
big pass
use it as a place to bash the current government and mostly Trump.
Yep, that's cringe. Like, I don't watch TV or fucking play video games to deal with politics, all right? Like, I know that's crazy. But when I play a video game, or it's a strategy game, or even it's a geopolitical game, I'm not playing the game because I want that to happen, right? It's like playing Hearts of Iron and making Germany go communist and turning other countries communist. You don't do it because you're actually communist. You do it because you find it fun. It's a fun video game. You're being evil and doing bad stuff. It's like when you put in the red Soviet disc for Red Alert 2 to play the Soviet campaign. You do it because the Soviet campaign's fun, not because you actually support communism. That's not how the video games work. That's also what these people don't understand. Hence why they're gonna make a movie that doesn't understand what Helldivers is, just like Arrowhead doesn't understand what Helldivers is anymore. Like, they just don't. You stopped understanding it ages ago. As a writer, because I'm a writer, right? When you write stuff, once you put it to the page, the characters take on their own life, if that makes sense. Like, it just happens. Like, we're working on, like, what, Embers of Fear right now, and, like, as I wrote more about Celeste and, like, her personality and stuff, now she's out of my hands. Now that I put her to paper and actually written it down in a canon piece of paper, meaning this is canon now, that's it. She's now literally moved past me. She is now someone. That happens anytime you make a character, a faction, a creature, or an entity, or anything. Once you put it to paper, once you put it to canon, it becomes real. And not only is it real, but now it's something that's actually canon. This character has established personality things. You now have to write within the confines of those rule sets you've created. Just like in the same vein that Helldivers 2, Super Earth isn't evil anymore. Because the rules they made Super Earth good. Super Earth started out questionable. Yes, definitely. In the first Helldivers game, it was. But over time, the issue is that they stopped becoming questionable, and it's actually just kind of made sense that they were actually right. So let's address some lore stuff real quick for the first Helldivers, right? Helldivers 1, right? The Illuminate. The Illuminate is the only faction that the Super Earth maybe started the war with. And they started it, and it was a joke parody on the Iraq War, you could tell, because it was like, oh, Super Earth went to war with the Illuminate because they had weapons of mass destruction. They theorized it, right? And you fight them, and it's like, okay, well, they were beaten in the first war. It didn't seem like they had weapons of mass destruction. Then you play Helldivers 2, and they have a black hole that destroys entire planets and systems, wiping out trillions, untold trillions of innocent citizens and life forms and species and everything else that they use, and they're just having it tear up the galaxy. That black hole weapon. They did have weapons of mass destruction. Super Earth was right to react the way they did. Not only were they right, but apparently the Illuminates didn't want to just subvert us. Like, oh, they wanted to be peaceful. No, their intention with quote-unquote peace was to turn us into them. They literally conducted experiments on captured people and citizens, turning them into horrific monstrosities. The entire thing revealed in Helldivers 2 showed that the Super Earth government of Helldivers 1 was justified in the preemptive strike. The Illuminate had no intentions of actually being peaceful with Super Earth or coexisting. Their entire plan was to subvert them. They were going to subvert them and destroy Super Earth. They were never interested in peace. And so Helldivers 2 later proved that, well, yes, Super Earth did attack the Illuminate. They were justified in doing so, because Super Earth High Command had figured out that you can't trust those fucking squids as far as you can throw them. The entire time they intended to wipe us out. So it's like, okay, like, all right, like, do you want me to feel sympathy for the squids now? Like, no, I don't feel sympathy for the squids. All I see is calamari, motherfucker. Get the flamethrowers.
So yeah, that sums up the Illuminate well. How much do you know or remember about the
Automatons?
cyborgs?
Terrorist
Yeah.
attack. Potentially a false flag operation, if I remember right.
Yeah, so basically they started off as they were a splinter group of humanity that broke off from Super Earth and basically went their own way. Super Earth then wanted to bring them back in, and then there was potentially false flag, suddenly a terrorist attack, and they declared war on the cyborgs to force them back into Super Earth and to force them to, well, vote. By putting up mandatory voting booths in their locations and basically trying to disarm them. And what happens when they show back up in Helldivers 2? Well, they literally start engaging terror tactics by going to they invade planets, round up everyone that's there, and turn them to paste.
Yeah, I've bought many automaton planets and battled many machines, and I can tell you every time I go to any of the cities or villages or outskirts and rural areas that have fallen, I see piles of dead people everywhere, and not just piles of soldiers, piles of civilians stacked up.
They've literally
Good.
they've literally gone from being people like humans that were just cybernetically enhanced in some way, which also I would point out even in Helldivers 1 they were shown as basically different castes of the cyborgs were just slaves, to now almost purely automaton, and they just have maybe like a human brain, and they've just purely a machine that focused on killing humans.
Yep.
So turns out
Again,
Super Earth was justified again in the first game.
like I said, if you just played the first game and you didn't play the second game, yeah, you could say like, okay, maybe Super Earth did act a bit warmongery. But if you play the second game, the issue is, when you look at it, no, they didn't. In fact, they were remarkably reasonable and tried to negotiate. Like, Super Earth tried to peacefully bring back the automatons, but the automatons refused, and they committed terrorism against the Super Earth citizens, and then preemptively basically started attacking people, which caused Super Earth to declare war out of defense, to defend themselves. The whole idea of that being a false flag operation or like a whole fake thing is entirely automaton propaganda to try to make Super Earth look bad. Because the issue is, the environmental storytelling and the game of Helldivers 2 tells us a different story. Again, one of those things is, as a writer, I know, and you don't even need to be a writer to know this. You can tell when you set up certain elements for your story, you've created certain things. If they change that or retroactively change that, it would be horrific. It would be basically just retcon, and that would just be like, okay, you fucked up, you wrote yourself into a corner, you wanted Super Earth to be evil as a writer, you failed. I'm sorry, but you failed. Like, you ended up making a very interesting good guy faction that has like some morally gray shit going on with them. That's actually pretty interesting. Good job. Like, I love that shit. Super Earth is not just like a pure good faction, but compared to everybody else, yeah, you could probably say that. But it's still a bit dystopian. But I like it because it's like, you know, at the end of the day, it's better to fight for, you know, Super Earth than to fight for fucking the automatons or the terminids or fucking the squids. It's much, much more interesting when it's a little bit gray. Because then it's like, okay. Then you could be like, after the conflict, there might be some internal struggling and stuff like that. That could be interesting. But the big thing here is that, again, the director probably doesn't understand this. The director probably doesn't even know that. The issue is I'm not really mad at the director. I'm really more mad at this fucking thing. Actually, I am mad at the director. What am I talking about? I'm sick. I don't know what I'm saying. But the big thing is that the director, like, listen, Justin, or whatever the fuck your name is, because I can't remember, Justin Lin, you need to play Helldivers 2. You need to understand Helldivers 2. And you need to read up on the lore to understand the setting. I want you to make the best movie you could possibly make, and I want your movie to do very well. But if you do this like as like a satire thing to just own the fucking like the rightoids or the libs or whatever the fuck you're doing like for political reasons, like you're not going to make a good movie. You're just going to make fucking garbage that's going to be hated by everybody. Because Helldivers 2 isn't about left-leaning or right-leaning politics. It's about playing games and getting together and putting aside your differences to have a good time together, regardless of your beliefs. It's about coming together to fight for the glory of Super Earth. And that's what this movie should be about. It should be about Super Earth, and it should be about camaraderie and brotherhood and sisterhood and whatever else you want to put in there. Good shit. That's pro-humanity. It should be a movie that celebrates our humanity and excess. And yeah, it could be a little satirical. You could throw in some funny stuff here and there, you know? It's not like funny stuff doesn't happen in the game. Sure as fuck does every time we play it. But also epic things happen too. Oh, I fucking hate this capture card with a burning passion. Media, don't fucking get them. They're fucking trash. What?
I think one of the main issues here, and this is the only thing that makes sense to me, is the people who wrote the original game ended up becoming like the CEO and like the co-director, like basically the people who have been the spokespeople for Helldivers and who've been talking to these people. I don't think they had any hand in actually writing stuff for Helldivers 2.
They might have had an idea, but the thing is, here's the other thing, right? The story is no longer theirs to control, even from a writer's standpoint. You want to know why? because it became a pen and paper game. Because of the Helldivers metagame system, we literally determined Super Earth's politics by what the players choose. When the players went to go save the children's hospital over getting the mines instead, that showed, and we did that too. We streamed that. We went to go save the children instead. Fuck the mines. Because we're fucking Helldivers. We're fucking Super Earth. We're not going to leave the children's hospital to the enemy's hands. We're going to protect them. Even if they're terminal, we don't care. We don't leave our people behind. We're the good guys. People chose to make Super Earth good. When you created this GM designed for this metagame, you've created, what you've essentially created, is you've created a story-driven Super Earth, or a player-driven Super Earth. And the player-driven Super Earth has determined that Super Earth is good and not evil. That Super Earth will go above and beyond to rescue children's hospitals. They'll send people, tons of military assets to go rescue some people, some kids. Because they're not going to leave them behind. You might even argue that that's, too nice to the point of like, yeah, they're sacrificing thousands of Helldivers, elite special forces, to go get some children out of that hospital. Who probably are terminal. You know what I mean? Like, talk about fucking holy shit, dude. There's nothing more fucking epic or amazing or heroic than the Helldivers. The Helldivers have literally eclipsed Spartans from Halo. They've literally eclipsed, the fucking Space Marines from 40K. When I think of good guys in sci-fi that are doing over-the-top ridiculous things, I think of Helldivers. They're not augmented troopers. They're not cybernetically or biologically augmented. They're just humans with special training, doing above and beyond actions. They're just humans. And that, in a way, is actually incredibly badass. Incredibly badass.
Indeed.
But yeah, so that's what... Damn. Oh, painful.
So,
what?
My predictions for this movie, unless the backlash actually forces them to change direction a bit, like maybe actually play the game, get a different director, hopefully just get a different director. But my prediction, if they do not change course, is we will end up getting a Helldivers movie that its entire purpose is to make some kind of political message, and it's going to be portrayed as such a way of, the characters end up kind of rebelling against Super Earth because Super Earth's evil.
Oh, that'd be really bad.
And we end up finding out, like, the automatons are just trying to free humanity, or the Illuminates trying to help. I wouldn't be surprised if they twist the bugs somehow to also be the good guys, but they're literally just bugs. They're just animals.
The big problem is that they can't do that because the story literally does. It's like, so the issue is that we see an echo here, right? The Halo TV show directors and actors refuse to watch or play the video games. They refuse to. And they refuse to read the books as well. You know what happened with the Halo TV show? There was no Pillar of Autumn. Captain Keyes was black for some reason. I don't know why. Not only was he black, but he dies on Reach. They never go to Halo. There is no Pillar of Autumn. Literally, oh my god. Oh, the Halo setting is so fucked up because the books are so fucking terrible. Giving fucking 0117 a fucking team of Spartans was a disaster. And it was never been proven more than it was in there. Like having Kelly and all these other fucking gay fucking Barbie doll characters next to Chief only made Chief look stupid. And not only did it make him look stupid, it made him look fucking like it just made him look like a dime a dozen. In the manual for Halo, it says explicitly that 0117 John, fucking Master Chief, is the last surviving Spartan too. There are no other ones. They're all dead.
The only ones that could get away with
is Spirit of Fire.
Red Team. Yeah, Red Team.
Spirit of Fire makes sense. And the reason why I don't consider the books canon anymore is because when I looked up what happened with Halo's lore, Microsoft basically tried to hijack Bungie's lore from the very get-go. And because they tried to hijack the lore from the very get-go, they showed no respect for the setting whatsoever in any of their attempts to do anything. So that means we must dismiss all non-Bungie lore in order to recognize the true lore. The true lore is either Bungie. The reason why Ensemble Studios' Halo Wars can be acknowledged as true lore is purely because Ensemble Studios established direct connection with Bungie, and they worked together on the story to make sure it was as accurate to the setting as possible, and respectful. And you know what happened to Ensemble Studios for that? They got shit canned for it. They got fucking murdered. Microsoft is one of the worst fucking corporations out there. Like, fuck me. Like, Jesus, I don't know. It's like, every time you're like, God, Sony's the worst. It's like, no, wait, hold on. Microsoft has done really, really bad things as well. Like, all these megacorps suck ass so bad. They don't care about the games. They don't care about the setting. And from the very get-go, they were undermining the lore when I dug and I did research. The Forerunners were established by the original team to be human. We know that for a fact now. We have proof of that. We know that the alien thing was completely revisionist. We know this, and I know this, because when I researched when the book for the prequel books were made, they were written in collaboration with 343. Yes, while Bungie was still in control, but like all the books, Microsoft shut Bungie out of the creative process. Only 343 was allowed to actually create any story stuff. And 343 immediately, from its inception, even while Bungie was in control, set about destroying the entire setting from the very beginning. From the very beginning. They've set out to destroy it from the very beginning. When I did that research, I fucking revealed a fucking scary truth that Halo never had any books or comics or anything. It just had games. Microsoft kept making all this fucking other shit, and it was never done in cahoots with the fucking Bungie team. And they kept fucking pissing off the Bungie team all the time. Microsoft's treatment of Bungie was so bad. Like, generally, Bungie's a victim here. Like, it's 100%, and it is that way, because look what happened to poor Ensemble. They got fucking nuked. They literally killed them. Because Ensemble Studios was doing the right thing. They literally did the right thing. They listened to the Bungie creators and followed the Bungie lore. But nobody else did. Just like with the Halo prequel books. The Forerunner prequel books was written by a guy who's like, my daughter played Halo, but I never played Halo. I read that shit. I dug. I researched. I know what I'm fucking talking about. Oh my god. The revelation is so startling, Chatfish. Like, there's so much wrong. And this whole, like, thing where you get people that fucking retcon or revision things, or you, just like this director, Justin Lin, like, I don't want to play the games. I don't want to play the games. It's like, play the fucking games or get the fuck out. Like, you literally can't do both. You can't make a movie. Alright? Like, you can't. You literally don't get to. Fuck off. You don't get to. You either play it, you understand it. Like the Greg Bear author for the I think it's his name, because you say it, radical. Like, he should have talked to Bungie, not 343. But he was banned from talking to Bungie about the prequel books. So the prequel books would not follow the line established by Bungie. They would follow some made-up arbitrary bullshit. This is the same thing. And see, the reason why I'm citing all these instances, chat, is because every single instance this happens. Look at the fucking Monster Hunter movie. Look at the fucking Resident Evil movies. Alright, look at the fucking Dante's Inferno anime. Fucking ass. All this shit's ass. Castlevania, fucking Netflix show, ass. Fucking Ark, ass. Ass. The Doom movie is charming because it's stupid. I will let that one movie get a slide, but it's not a good movie. It's a very funny movie. Oh my god. Yes, the first one. It was honestly carried by Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson's goofy ass. Oh my god. But yeah.
He's an ugly.
At least ugly. But yeah, so like, either way, when it comes to all this shit, like, you have to understand, you have to care about it, right? Like, look at fucking Napoleon, the movie, the Bonaparte movie that fucking Ridley Scott made. That was fucking ass. Because instead of writing a movie about actual Napoleon, it was a statement about fucking men. And, like, men being fucking bigots and shit because men want power and stuff. It wasn't about Napoleon. It wasn't about jack shit. It was about a statement about how pussy is more powerful than penis. It's like, what the fuck? What? That's not even what the Napoleon conflict was about, you fucking mongoloid. Oh.
So, I have another thing for prediction for what the movie will be unless they course correct. And then I'm going to read what Mythic says, because I agree with Mythic on what it should be,
Yeah,
but I don't think it will be. So I fully suspect the Helldivers will be out of helmet, well, wearing the helmets a lot because the actors will need to show their face, so you know who they are. So they won't even have that be accurate. And we'll follow them, follow like a set cast the whole time, I can almost assure you. to go along with like they basically discover Super Earth's evil. But Mythic says there need to be no main cast. The Helldivers we follow die every X minutes, and new ones join. Have a scene where the divers we are following get massacred, and allies arrive too late, and then we follow them. That is exactly how it should be. Like the Helldivers themselves, for the most part, like maybe one lives for a while longer, but like they should be dying and new ones coming in. Because the Helldiver missions are, quite frankly, almost always basically suicide missions. They do not have a long life expectancy.
I don't have patience for Yinglis's fake news today. Like, don't fucking be baity right now. You get to sit in a 10-minute timeout. Don't fucking... I'm too sick to deal with your stupid shit right now. But yes, continue, Chuppus.
But yeah, so Mythic is absolutely right. What we should get for the Helldivers movie, it shouldn't... anything from Super Earth should be treated as if it's the truth, not just a lie to cover up something. It should just be literally focusing on the heroics of the Helldivers and them, well, dying and another Helldiver coming to take their place to continue the fight. That's all the movie should be. Showing the indomitable human spirit against impossible odds. That's literally the Helldivers.
Yep.
That's the movie that's the kind of movie that setting deserves, but...
Well, yeah, that's what we need.
Is.
And we need to show off the atrocities of the aliens and the monsters. It should This movie should motivate you to play the game and also just to fight harder for Super Earth. It should be...
Honestly...
Unironically, it should be propaganda, is what it should be.
I was gonna say, I would be so much more interested in Helldivers movie if it was much like Stargate. It is literally military propaganda to get people to join.
Stargate was amazing as a TV show.
Because unironically, we got amazing stuff when the military was like, we're gonna make good shit so people have an interest in joining.
Yep. I mean, fuck, the Air Force funded video games like fucking Area 51. They funded the goddamn TV show for Stargate. Like, the military literally funded these things. And you know what? They were the best and they made some of the best media pieces because of it. Genuinely, military propaganda from the United States is, for whatever reason, good. I've seen Chinese stuff, and let me just tell you, it's ass.
I absolutely love the Chinese stuff.
I don't. It's so bad.
Well, how they depict
terrible.
The American troops just being like complete badasses.
Yeah, because they're trying to make us scary. And the only thing that ever happens in the Chinese propaganda movies is all the Chinese dudes die, but they die in a way that the Americans respect. It's like, we respect them. It's like, motherfucker, that's the stupidest shit I've ever seen. That's so fucking dumb. Oh my god.
Also, a slight announcement for you, chat. So the hentai piece of the Templar Aerith, correct, Gibbs?
Yep.
Can be funded today if we raise currently now. Well, let me just add in Polly's donation here. If we raise $310.20 more, that'll fund the art piece. So Polly donates $50. What if a director was just to sit in on a playthrough of a game? Apparently, Guillermo del Toro had an RE fan play through the first game before he put a screenplay in front of the IP owners, which got rejected for Paul W.S. Anderson's treatment.
Which is fucking funny. That's better. Like, go ahead and fucking get Justin Lin. Like, fuck Justin Lin. Or no, I don't want to fuck him. But, like, I would literally walk him through the lore for Helldivers 1 and show him Helldivers 1 gameplay and Helldivers 2 gameplay. And I'll show him every aspect of it to the point where he's bored. But I'll make it as interesting as possible. Because the problem is when people are interested in video games, it's going to be very hard to keep them engaged. You're going to have to constantly, like, engage with them on a one-on-one session. So that's what I would do. Fuck, I'd be willing to play with them. Like, unironically, I'll play with you. Like, I'll play Helldivers with you, and we could, like, do a bunch of missions. I'll help you get gear and stuff, and show you what to like about the game, and we'll focus on the parts you like. Because I think if Justin actually gives the game a chance, I think he'd actually really enjoy it. Or at the very least, respect it. At the very least, respect it. I'm not asking you to just, fall to your knees and be like, I love this thing. But I'm asking you to show some,
yeah.
iota of respect for it. Because even if it's not something you're super into, you can still respect the craft, right? Like, let me tell you, when I worked at that Burger King in high school, fuck, I hated working at fast food as a job. But I put pride in my work and I put work into it. Yeah, I didn't want to do it, but it paid, money, and it was nice to have money from high school because I could do trips and do adventures with my friends. And so, I put in as much care as I could. You show a modicum level of professionalism at the very least. Even if it's something that's not super in your interest. Because somebody else is going to be interested. Somebody wants that cheeseburger. And right now, I want this cheeseburger right now. This cheeseburger with pickles, ketchup and mustard and cheese. Please. Won't you please put some cheese on my double cheese? Just like, wow, he did the song dig. At least get familiar with the material. Watching it is a good start. Yeah. You don't have to, necessarily play the games if you really, really don't want to. But the fact that the other guy watched somebody play Resident Evil to learn the source material was really good. That was genuinely great. That means he had a good understanding. Because when you make these movies should be for the fans, not for tourists who aren't interested. The movie should be for the fans. And the movie should get people interested in the game. The Fallout TV show is one of the greatest travesties to happen. But mostly because it's successful. The actual TV show fundamentally spits on the face of Fallout in a way that is incredibly insulting to fans. Incredibly insulting. I found that TV show to be one of the most disrespectful fucking video game adaptations I've ever seen. And I saw the Monsters movie, man. And that was fucking terrible. The Fallout TV show is going to continue to sabotage and destroy everything that the original creators had made purely for political reasons. For example, the Fallout TV show. The original reason why the video game there was a war was because Chinese figured out the United States had the FEV virus. Realizing we had the FEV virus and power armor and that they were losing the war, they preemptively nuked us in a desperate bid to try to end the war favorably for them. What they didn't realize is how much the counter-nuking would go on. They got fucking turned into basically the glowing fucking sea or something like that is what it's called now. So that, they really fucking paid. But that was the reason. Bethesda tried to retcon this because they hate Fallout. That it wasn't the Chinese that started the nuclear holocaust. It was aliens. And then the TV show's like, no, it wasn't the aliens. It was capitalism. Capitalism did it. And the reason why it was capitalism is because Vault-Tec actually wants to make everybody a manager for their corporation. And so they can have the corporation could make more money and profits when there's a nuclear holocaust because it'll be an insular economy. Wow, that's the dumbest fucking shit I've ever heard, by the way. Dumbest fucking shit. I'm not even fucking kidding. That is actually what they say in that fucking stupid ass show. It's so dumb. And that's the problem. They don't understand the lore. They don't care about it. They got Brotherhood of Steel in it, but they make the Brotherhood of Steel look stupid. They make them out to be like bigots and mean. And they make the Brotherhood of Steel guy to be a coward. Then they also show the T-45B, or whatever the fuck power armor, getting fucking absolutely blasted in one scene by somebody who knows that it's got weaknesses by a ghoul. Then they turn the Kings in for the season 2 into all ghouls. Like, what the fuck? This shit is so fucking bad, man. It's so fucking ass. They don't care. It's just a stab. It's just genuinely destroying everything that made Fallout Fallout. New people who consume this media will have no clue what the games are about. Nor, if they play the games, there'll be a massive disconnect. Because the games have nothing to do with it. They have nothing to do with anything for these TV shows. Just like if you watch Rings of Power, then you read the books, you're like, what the fuck? These are related? No, they're not. It's like watching the Halo TV show and then playing Halo and go like, what? Captain Keyes isn't black and he's also a captain of a spaceship? And he dies heroically? What? I thought he just was black and then died for no reason. Fuck. Yeah, random race swaps, random fucking changes for diversity's sake and DEI bullshit. Not like we didn't have black characters before, like Sergeant Johnson, but you'd be remiss to know that they couldn't be fucking asked They couldn't be fucking asked to have Sergeant Johnson in the TV show. They couldn't give you Sergeant Johnson. They could turn Keys black, but God forbid they couldn't give us goddamn Johnson, who's literally black and is literally one of the best girls in the fucking goddamn fucking show. Or that show, sorry, the game. He's
So
fucking
you know
amazing.
why they couldn't have him in?
Because he's too based. He's too...
Well, probably part of that, but also the entire point was never to have... It was to subvert. That was all it was.
Well, the entire show is actually not about Halo. Like, if you've ever seen a Halo TV show, it has nothing to do with Halo. Whatsoever.
That is true.
Like, the entire show is basically the plot of, like, a canceled Mass Effect show wearing Halo paint. That's what it actually strikes you as. Because it plays just like that. It's like, is this supposed to be Mass Effect? And that's because I think it was. I think it's just the plot of some show that got scrapped and then rolled into fucking Halo, and then it just got the paint job of it. And the character names, but none of the characters behave accurately. Overgo says Johnson is too liked. Can't have black character who's actually liked. That's impossible. I know, right? It's like fucking Christ. Also, they did that to turn Miranda Keys black. Because that was, I think, the real reason. Which is just one of those things where it's like, what the fuck? First, the Halo remaster from 343, they make Miranda Keys an ugly old hag. Then, they fucking like, fuck it. Let's just make her black. What did 343 mean by this? What was the goal here? This is the problem. Just make characters who they are. You don't have to race swap them. Race swapping is just kind of pointless. Now, there is certain exceptions where I would actually accept race swapping. If, and only if, the actor's skills are so goddamn good and the change of the race is not a big deal. To the point where it's like, you know, it's more about the character's performance. As long as it's not like a historical show, right? Then I'd be like, yeah, no, I don't care. Because acting the skill and merit of an actor could be one thing. Hell, I wouldn't mind if they just put whiteface on him. Literally. Just like, that stuff doesn't bother me, and I'm white. I don't get fucking bothered by it. It's literally about the skill. They did it in the 50s with old movies where they had people dress up as Asian or dress up as black, but they weren't. Or vice versa. It doesn't matter to me. It matters is the skill and performance, right? It's like the voice actors for fucking animated TV shows. Samurai Jack was voice acted by a black dude. But he did a damn good job, didn't he? He wasn't Asian. But he did a good job, so who cares? He was perfect for the job. I now associate his voice with Samurai Jack forever. He did a masterful performance. And so that's the big thing here. It's all about merit and skill. That's what really matters.
Yep. Also, it was missed. So just go into it because Einrauser gifted a membership and he hit Mythic.
Thank you for the gifted membership. Very
There's
generous.
still 2 bounties, one on Hugo Fugi for above max tier, and one on Juan VFT at max tier. And we are $305.20 away from unlocking that hentai piece.
Wow, degenerate. Jim's like, wow, Deku Kim. And then they just pat you on the back with little fins. The best movie adaptation is still the Ultra Bird movie. That movie wasn't very good. People told me that, oh, it's really good. Then I watched it, I was like, this is paid. This is paid, and it's like a bad movie. It's like, fuck, it's just, ugh. Like, the voice acting was alright, but fuck, what happened? That movie felt like it should have been canceled. Holy crap. It's like a bad horror movie. Polly gives 5 memberships. I do like it when people try to be historically revisionist to like bad movies, but it's actually good. It's like, it does just get better with age, not like wide. It's like, it's not true, Kim.
Oh boy, I'm going to need both fins for this, says Rasmus.
I'm right.
Polly misses his 5 memberships. A valiant effort by the pollinator.
Ooh. Chatfishies, we need to turn
Also, chat,
into
because
soup.
this is Fireside News, make sure to post any articles you want just gone over in the Bickering Bunch discussions. And then Gus, former Gus, gifts 5 memberships. Also misses.
Jesus Christ. That fucking slippery douche. I'm actually annoyed that none of you guys have landed on him. Like, I'm actually pissed off about this.
Someone take away his buckets of grease.
Somebody just fucking light him on fire. There we go. Is Universe at more fun to ask Polly?
I believe so, yeah. I think it's in queue. Let me double. Yes, it's funded. I will get that in queue as soon as a thumbnail finishes.
But yeah, so like the big thing here is that it's just one of those things. Lynn is not a gamer, so let's see. Some fans, Lynn, if you guys have any sway with Sony over the movie, can you make sure the director plays the game at least once or at least sees some gameplay? Giorgiani, the CEO, says, I trust Justin. He did a great job on the Star Trek movie. Not an acceptable answer, Giorgiani. I'm sorry. No. It's not about trust. It's about literally... You don't have trust. You literally lied to us fucking earlier, you fucking prick. You don't get that fucking luxury. Trust is earned. You now need to fucking do some earning, you fuck. Oh my god, I'm so mad. Oh, calm down. The big thing is, see, the problem is that now technically, I don't know if Giorgiani knew about what the fucking people with the weapon balance team were doing with fucking around with the things and keeping things hidden. But I have a feeling he signed off on it because he's in charge. Captain of the ship takes blame. Regardless of if he was in the know or not. You need to discipline people. Because the developers of Arrowhead literally lied to us earlier this year. And then got mad when they got caught about it. Now they're being allegedly honest, but again, don't fucking act all fucking high and mighty, you fuck. You gotta earn trust. Trust is not something that you could just fucking throw around when you just lost it, you fuckwad. Oh my god. But I don't trust Justin. I'm sorry, Justin. I don't know you. Just like I don't know you, Giorgiani. Like, you proved, so far under your stewardship, the Arrowhead told the first big lie. It's not a good fucking sign as far as I'm concerned. I love Helldivers 2. It's one of my favorite games of all time. But seriously, I'm not going to be fucking ass kisser or fucking be blind to any of the bullshit you guys do. So seriously, fuck. I don't care if you trust him. Yes, Justin will play the goddamn game. He needs to at least watch it. If he doesn't, then he doesn't understand what he's making. You need to consume the media. You need to understand it. If you're writing lore for something and adding lore to a setting, by God, you need to know what you're doing. If you don't read the lore, read the books, or play the game, or look at any of the media, how the hell are you going to know what Super Earth is about? You're going to think it's some sort of fascist super state, when it isn't. Because anytime I see that written by anybody, now I know that person never played the fucking game. And even if they did play the game, they sure as fuck consumed it on a fucking surface level while listening to some farty-ass podcast on the side. Fuck. Oh, it's so fucking aggravating. Yes, I will activate your chatfish. There you go.
Also, Polly's.
Oh yeah, Polly.
One of Ghosts and Polly's. And yes, Cabal. Modern Star Trek is also terrible.
Modern Star Trek is terrible. Yeah, like, that's not a good fucking bar. I love Star Trek. Let me rephrase it. I used to love Star Trek. The only thing I like is, like, the original show, the fucking movies from the originals, and then Next Generation, and Deep Space Nine, and Voyager. And that's it. I don't like anything else. After that's it. That's nothing. I like some of the video games. Some of the video games are surprising gems. But some of them are really ass. Like Star Trek New Worlds. Oh, that RTS was so bad. Holy fuck. Oh my god. I don't remember it being good. It was like, it's 3D. Yeah, that does make it good. Oh, it hurts.
Please wait a moment, chat. Kibbs is currently dying. So, we are now $255.20 away from that hefty piece, and we did make the daily. Very good, Chatfish.
Ooh, just exhale. Just gotta keep breathing. We're almost done being sick. I need to get more water. 1 second.
So he goes and waddles to the kitchen, chat. So, Chivalry 2 is now funded, and because of our new policy of trying to make sure that we get these new game funds out quickly, it will be pushed forward in the queue. I'll make sure, Polly, because you have been asking Universal Wars right behind that. Once I get to assign them. And YouTube just crashed my tab and the popped out chat, so give me a moment, chat. I can't see if anyone is typing. Multi-billion-dollar company. Chat, isn't it beautiful? I love our YouTube overlords. Alright, have it back up. So yes, actually I'll get Universal War on right away, Polly. So Chivalry 2 will basically sit there for a little bit in case people want to hop on it. I'll probably have it there for about a week and then it's getting assigned. So make sure if you want on Chivalry 2's thumbnail to let me know right away. In regards to that game as well, my intention for me when we go to stream it, we'll probably try to wait till it's on sale and then I'll probably gift out a few copies to people. Always hate corporations? Yep. That was the intention when we started the Funstorm. It would work really well for it. And it can have bots, so it's just a matter of getting the server up. Star Trek mod for Sins, the best mod in Star Trek, says Czar. I wouldn't know, but I can believe it. Although I have to wonder which version of Stellaris you're referring to.
Oh god.
Because modern Stellaris is kind of dog shit.
I did not throw up. That was very close. Alright. Ooh. I just have to take it a little easy for a sec.
Yeah,
Okay.
let me... How about, Kibbs? Here's what we'll do. Bring up
Okay,
the article I found, which I think will be quite amusing for chat to go over, and I will just read it.
Yeah, I'll just take a... Wait. Before... On that note, yes. The Sins of a Solar Empire mod for Star Trek. It's called Star Trek Armada 3. Is very good. The beta branch for Sins of a Solar Empire 2 is currently available on the mod page. It's actually really good. I recommend trying it. Okay.
Nice.
Let's just open it.
Oh, Sins of Solar... Oh, I don't know why I thought Stellaris. Or did you say Stellaris? And there's... Sins, yeah. You said Sins, and I just went to Stellaris, so... I'm just retarded, Czar.
Okay, here you go,
Also,
boys.
an article from Yinlis, which is short. Yeah, we'll just go over this real quick. So the article in question states, Xbox owners upset that Red Dead upgrade isn't free. Specifically, it's talking about a newly launched Red Dead Redemption upgrade is free for existing players on PlayStation and Switch, but not Xbox. So there was an upgrade for Red Dead Redemption that apparently PlayStation and Switch players are getting for free, but not the Xbox because they probably want to milk money, would be my guess right away. Last gen hardware, so PlayStation 4 owners can get the game free on PlayStation 5, and Nintendo Switch owners get it for free on Switch 2. The developer works again, telling people that the free Xbox upgrade isn't free at all. Okay, so it might just be an internal error, or they are expecting Xbox players to pay for it.
Pay for what? Oh yeah, Red
Nope,
Dead
it straight up
Redemption.
says, okay, please note the next gen upgrade is not free for owners of the Xbox 360 version.
Okay.
So nice. Just middle finger to Xbox players, I guess.
So they lied to them?
No. The upgrade from the next gen upgrade, so like you get the game on the next gen version of the console, is a free upgrade if you have it on PlayStation or the Switch.
But not for Xbox.
But not for the 360 version.
Well, that's not fair. What about... Yeah, so the other guys get it, but they don't?
Yep.
That seems a bit fucking...
Directly from their Rockstar support, apparently. They just... You don't get it if you're trying to upgrade from the 360 version.
That seems
You have to
genuinely greedy. Genuinely greedy. Like, way to show fucking lack of fucking loyalty to your hardcore fans. Like, if they've been playing the game and enjoying it... Because I got Red Dead Redemption for my 360. Granted, I don't use consoles anymore, so I bought Red Dead Redemption again on the PC to replay the remaster or whatever. Or the remaster? It's like a re-release, whatever. It is fun, but like, yeah, that's pretty fucking scummy. Like, why don't you honor that? What about those people that were loyal? Like, the big thing with Rockstar Games, I don't really trust them as a corporation. They have a tendency to abandon things that they don't think are profitable, and then throw everybody the wind, just like they did with Red Dead Redemption 2. They abandoned the entire community for that game, which is a shame because I thought it was actually kind of cool. But that was because it wasn't as profitable as Grand Theft Auto 5. Okay, we just gotta take it easy. No more getting angry. Just be relaxed. Ugh. Sorry, Chad, I missed reading all the chatfishes because I was in the bathroom. Let's see. Even Bethesda gave the Skyrim Special Edition for free if you own Skyrim. Yeah, like Bethesda... How do I put it? Bethesda... They're a bit scuzzy and they're a bit lazy when it comes to their game development stuff. But the one thing I will say and give Bethesda credit for is that they are genuinely... They have at least a little bit of modicum of an understanding of what's happening. Like, for example, the modders for Skywind, they didn't attack them. Or was it Skywind? I can't remember. Or whatever the fuck it's called. It's like the fucking... It's like the mod that turns Oblivion into Skyrim. Or Oblivion.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
Sky Oblivion?
Sky Oblivion. They gave them each copies of the Oblivion remaster and patted them on the back and didn't actually try to stop them from doing what they were doing. Because they understand that modders are a key part of their community. That allowing creatives to be a part of it is actually good. And it's okay to let them be existing. That was actually cool of them to do. They did the right thing there. And I'm very proud of Bethesda. Well, not proud. But I'm very happy that Bethesda didn't do what I usually see. Where the publishers or whatever go out and attack modders and start taking down their works. When in reality, modders are actually only going to incentivize people to buy their games more. Modders are a good thing, not a bad thing. Treat them with respect and dignity.
But Bethesda also goes the other direction for it, which is almost as bad, if not just as, where they actively expect the modders to fix their game and try to monetize it.
That's true. Don't do it. I don't want to use the bucket, dudes. I have the bucket over here, but I don't want to use it.
Chatfish are in the bucket. Feed me.
Oh, it hurts. My everything hurts. My head, my ribs. Okay, so back to
the only reason Elder Scrolls games succeeded and became popular. That is true.
Okay. Mr. President, I just want to say the kids in Skyrim have death audio because no. I might have cut that as a feature. I mean, the big thing is that RPGs is killing. What do you call it? Kids dying in a video game is. Well, it's a video game. It's not fucking real, so who cares? No one's actually being hurt when you stab somebody in a video game. Like it's. I have to bring this up every goddamn time we talk about this, but I was one of the cases when my parents were fighting over me custody. Where they were like video games because it was the 2000s, early 2000s, so part of the video game, satanic video game craze was still going then, right? Early late 90s because 99 and 2000, 2001 and 2002. And I think all the way to 2005, I can't remember. But it went on for a fucking while, right? And one of the things that happened was that my psychiatrist was like, no, upon further examination, introducing video games for him isn't actually causing him more problems. He's not lashing out more. He's actually finding a place to vent his frustrations in a digital medium without actually doing any physical harm to the machinery or anyone or anything like that. Because as a little kid, I was going through a lot of trauma back then because my parents divorcing was like freaking me out because I was like 2 years old or 3 years old when it started happening. And I used to have nightmares about my parents, all the time. I got over it, and I'm over it now. But it's one of those things where, like, when I was little, I didn't have anything to vent on. And because my parents, like, kept moving all the time and I lived in rural areas, I didn't have any friends, like, locally. I had friends at school, but then I constantly had to transfer to different school system. And what that meant is that anytime I had, like, a friend group, I'd just lose it. I'd lose everything again and again, and I'd have to reset again and again. which led to me getting in a lot of trouble, a lot of fights, and a lot of things happening. Because constantly entering new school systems, there's a new hierarchy each time. You get bullied or you bully, right? I have been a bully, and I have been bullied many times, you know? And, like, that was one of the things that happened. Like, you get bullied or you bully first, and that was usually, like, how it worked out. And once that finally situated, you know, the video game stuff, video games really did mellow me out. Like, video games, unironically, I'm going to use this word. You can probably think it's, like, you know, fucking over the top. But I think it genuinely cured my, like, anger problems. Like, genuinely. Like, video games, like, playing Mech Warrior, because that was the game that my psychiatrist showed me, and playing with Green Army Men in the Sand, and using my imagination, that gave me a point of escapism so that I could decompress in a way that wouldn't actually do any damage or hurt anybody in any way. Video games, I think, are a very good tool for this. That's why I'm a big advocate for video games for, you know, little kids as well. Yeah, they, you know, parental supervision, don't just let them play whatever. I remember my dad would let me play, like, super duper, like, violent games. But he's like, remember, it's a video game, you know, you don't ever do this you don't ever hurt anybody in real life. And it's like, yep, Dad, I know. I'm not gonna, you know, commit mass genocide anytime soon. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Let's not do that. Ooh. I don't know why, but today is like, it's not like the fever's gone, but like we got this like pukey thing going on. We just need to not do that. We just need to get through this together, chat. I think this is like the last big bad day, and then tomorrow's gonna be smooth sailing. It's gotta be better after this. Ooh. Okay. Where was I? But yeah, so video games are a point of decompressing. Decompressing is important. I have absolutely no idea why I'm on this tangent. Where were we? What were we actually on? Let's get back to the subject. Holy fuck. Segue because I'm sick.
Well, we've kind of already touched on this topic about Xbox players just don't get it, and they just don't get it.
Yeah, that's scummy. They should, because it feels like they're being left out. I honestly feel bad for the Xbox players, because that's just ain't right. They paid for the game too, and everybody else seems to get the benefit of it. The fact that they don't is kind of one of those things that's just kind of bullshit. And I think we can all agree that that is not fair.
Yeah. But let's move on to the article I have, because I also have limited time. It was it's above that.
Am I said at US Entertainment?
No, it's above that.
Store?
Above that. No,
Vulture?
Yeah. I found this and thought this would be fun to go over and maybe laugh at what they think some of the best games this year are.
Oh yeah, there's Hugo
maybe then
Poogie. He's still being slippery.
Yes. Maybe then go over what chat thinks some of the best games would be. So I'll just read it because it's a lot of text.
Yep, go ahead.
So to launch into it, the article basically goes over about like, oh, it's been a turbulent year, 2025 for games with layoffs, AI, and the usual, like, it's been a horrible year, but there's still some amazing games that came out. Is the gist of it. Oh, Rasmus gives a membership and hits Terran Federation.
Nice. You had a new Chatfish.
But no Hugo. He's too slippery. Kill him. Kill him with kindness. Chat.
Somebody gives a membership. Thank you for the gift of membership.
And he hits Matthew, whatever. Right, so basically, then it goes on to like, oh, along with the Switch 2, we saw games that had been in production for a long time, like Hollow Knight Silksong and whatnot. Hollow gives a membership, and every time you guys have to gift a membership, I have to stop reading.
No, just get the gift of memberships after. Just keep reading. Then we'll grab after. Because they're gotta keep doing it.
You're gonna keep trying to snipe, yes.
Yeah, they're sniping.
So basically, they're to start off their list, they're in 10th is Donkey Kong Bonanza, which is the new Donkey Kong game on Switch 2. So, as I described, the long-awaited return of the ape-starring franchise's one almighty trick up its sleeve, destructible environments. Seems a lovable musclehead now accompanied by a teenage singing sensation called Pauline, smashing through 3D levels that make up Ingot Isle, dirt, rock, precious minerals. DK carves through it all in the state of coin clinking abandon while attempting to recover stolen banana diamonds from a group of villainous monkeys.
Okay, sorry, that's just your serious delivery with the fucking text was funny.
Well, how else would I say it? You
No,
gotta be serious about these things, kids.
Donkey Kong bananas. You gotta get the bananas.
No.
Go ahead, keep going.
So, personally, I can't say if like it's a good game or not because I've not played it.
I don't have a
I don't
Switch
think-
2, so I don't know either.
Yeah, I
only
don't
got
think
Switch
Kibbs
1.
has really looked into it at all either. But okay, Donkey Kong's probably a safe bet. Like I can understand people like that. So then the next game they list for number 9 is called Consume Me, which I did link in the stream chat if you want to bring up on its own Steam. Just think of dieting like a video game. Goes one line early and Consume Me. That this genius of quasi-autobiographical life simulator from Jenny Zhao Hisa and her development partner, AP Thompson, mealtimes play like Tetris. Don't eat too little or too much. And entire days must be efficiently organized around calorie counts, grueling workouts, and anxiety-filled weigh-ins.
What?
So this is apparently the 9th best game of the year.
I've never even heard of this, and it definitely doesn't look like it has the sales to back that up. Is this his... Okay, hold on. Oops, excuse me. Too much root beer. I needed a bubbly soda to make myself feel better. But the big thing is... Pardon me. I'm so annoyed I did that now. Okay, so... Is this list... Does he state anywhere... Does he state anywhere that this is his opinion? This is what he thinks should be the best games?
No, it's just the best video games. It's not stating that this is a personal opinion. This is what they're declaring to be the best games of the year.
Okay, that's... Like, okay. Like, the issue with this person who wrote this article is that is not how that works. Because the reality is when it comes to the best video games of the year, it isn't the Game Awards that actually decides that. If you want to be frank, it's actually you, the individual, who decides that. Like, it's Babu, it's fucking Chumpus, it's fucking Ragnarok or Plank. Because the reality is, much like cuisine or food, you have different tastes. Some of you chatfishes would rather have tacos than cheeseburgers. And some of you would rather have chicken strips. And these are different genres and different flavors and different things. Some of you want ice cream. It's like a dessert. It's like a whole different category, you know? You can't really fucking say that these are the best games of the year because that's not quite how that works. The only thing you can say is popular choice, or it's either popular choice, people's choice, which is the only award that matters, for a category, right? So people's choice for real-time strategy, subgenre. Because if you do people's choice for overall game of the year without categorization, you're going to get shit like this where it's like, well, I don't really like games like this. This doesn't really appeal to me. It's fine if you like it, but this looks kind of boring to me. My cup of tea is a completely different genre set of video games than you. So your list of games is definitely not going to be my list. Like, Donkey Kong Bonanza might be fun, but to be frank with you, I'm not a big platformer kind of guy. I like playing platformers because of my childhood, but to be frank, like, I mostly prefer shooters, RPGs, immersive sims, and RTSs or strategy games. That's my, like, area of interest. And on occasion, sometimes survival horror. Sometimes. Go ahead. Continue. Let's keep reading this
Okay,
thing.
so this is 9th. This is the 9th best game of the year.
Okay, like, that's
So
bullshit,
number
but
8.
keep going.
Number 8 is Final Fantasy Tactics: The Ivalice Chronicles, which is Final Fantasy Tactics is a PlayStation 1 classic for good reason. Shakespearean dialogue, turn-based battles that play like chess, a tale steeped in class conflict.
What?
The Ivalice Chronicles, which is neither a remake nor remaster but something in between, refreshes the game where it matters, notably the addition of delightfully hammy voice acting.
Okay, wait. Final Fantasy Tactics is a PlayStation 1 classic for good reason. Final Fantasy Tactics. But this is...
Tactics is the genre, is the game
But
series.
this game...
This is a new one in the series.
Okay. I was gonna...
And they're saying
Alright.
what Tactics is known for Shakespearean dialogue. I don't think that's true.
I've never heard that,
Turn-based,
but all right.
turn-based battles that play like chess. They're turn-based. I don't know about chess. A tale steeped in class conflict. I mean, that probably happens sometimes.
I mean, to a novice in tactics games, comparing things to chess kind of makes sense. Like, we designed our turn-based tactics games based on chess as like a, how do I put it, as a system. Because chess is a series of, like, you act, then they enemy act. Then you act, and you do act and react. And then we made a timeline for synchronous timeline, or synchronous timeline, or a timeline system to basically sort of interweave that with the abstraction of the passage of time. I never
And
heard
I know
about
there's
that
quite a few
game. Man
tactics
who plays
games,
Hearthstone.
chat.
No, I didn't
because
say
I've
that.
played
Fucking play.
4. I remember playing one that was like Final Fantasy Tactics 4 or something like that.
But yeah,
But apparently this isn't a remake or a remaster, but something in between, which means it's a new game in the series. So I don't know why they have to word it that way.
that's weird.
It's a new story. But apparently what it brings to the table, to their Final Fantasy Tactics recipe, is that it has hammy voice acting. And that's what makes it the 8th best game of the year.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I like hammy voice acting too. It can be fun. But it's not enough for me to go like, oh yeah, that alone is going to be the thing that carries you over the fucking finish line. A video game is more than just 2 or 3 things, right? Think about it, chat. Close your eyes for but a moment with me. A video, okay, unless you're driving, keep your eyes open. Oh, it's funny, but it hurts. All right. So a video game is more than one sum of its whole, right? It is its gameplay and a core gameplay loop and mechanical design, right? That's the game side, right? The mechanics, the systems. Then there's art that plays into that, sound that plays into that. Then there's the music design. Then there's the story writing. There's the user interface. There's the artistic design of the characters and units and whatever, or the world itself. And it's basically a myriad of things that come together. Video game is the ultimate pinnacle form of art. It always has been. Because unlike a movie, a video game does the one thing movies cannot. It is interactive media. It is a form of art that you can interact with, bend, twist, break, and snap all at the same time. That's what makes video games so fascinating as a form. Because unlike other pieces, whether it's just a painting or whether it's just a movie, rather than just watching it or being thought-provoking with an art piece, video game is a piece of media you can play with, you can interact with. And that makes it far more fascinating. At least to me. This had to have been written by a gamer. Yeah, one of those gamers. So it just seems like, it's just weird that it's only fucking one problem. Also, I will say that the class struggle focus is one of those things that's a red flag to me. The focus on class struggle is kind of the verbiage that raises a red flag. It's like somebody admitting that they are like a pedo to me. Like, what? You said you're what? To focus on class struggle? Oh, like, oh, you touched kids?
To continue what
You
as they wrote,
touched
in regards to the hammy voice acting, indeed, you can practically feel the spittle on your face as one of the game's monarchist villains delivers yet another incandescent tirade against the common folk.
That sounds lame. Like,
That's apparently the 8th best game of the year.
That's like an awful fixation on, like, I don't know. Strikes me as one of them commies. All right, so next up we have
So coming in 7th,
Lumines.
we got Lumines Arise, which I've posted in the stream room. It's on Steam. So let me say this from my whole chest: Lumines is a better puzzle game than Tetris.
Oh my god, none of these games are interesting. Fuck.
Tetris, I wouldn't even say is really a puzzle game, but sure. There's no denying this lesser-known block builder took a great deal of inspiration from Alexei Pizantinov's arcade classic. Cubes fall into grid, and it's up to you to align them in such a way that the screen clears. But while Tetris only ever speeds up, Lumines ebbs and flows, down at the tension before letting you enjoy a few minutes of relative serenity. So this is by the same people who made Tetris Effect, and it's basically Puyo Puyo this time, instead of Tetris.
There's too much visual vomit going on the screen for me.
That was the same problem with Tetris Effect.
It's
It's
just
Tetris, but with a bunch of particle effects that just clear out, and it plays to a soundtrack. And each level is supposed to be distinct and artistic.
Yeah. This is for somebody, but it ain't me. It's not. It ain't me. I ain't no sinner, son. Alright. That looks something that definitely doesn't appeal to Kip. Definitely.
So that's the 7th best game. So the 6th best game needs no real introduction or explanation. Is Assassin's Creed Shadows.
What?
Is the 6th best game of the year.
Oh my god, I'm sorry if I have neighbors. I'm so fucking loud because I'm sick. But by fucking god, that took me by surprise. Alright, this person's fucking opinions have been completely invalidated. Assassin's Creed Shadows is not only a terrible game, it's also literally not even like good as a sequel. Like they're literally going back to Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Oh my fucking god.
I wanna actually read how they describe it.
Ugh.
So Assassin's Creed Shadows sees Ubisoft at the height of its world-building powers. This is a frankly majestic imagining of 16th century feudal Japan filled with paddy fields, winding valleys, windswept plains, and teeming towns all knitted together in a virtual tapestry of striking geographic verisimilitude? I misreading that probably. Not all of Shadows live up to its transcendent setting. For a start, the story, focused on spunky shinobi Neri and stoic samurai Yasuke, is too long, totaling more than 50 hours. So 50 hours is too long of a game for them.
So, how do I put this? When it comes to a video game, there is what we call the sweet spot in the game development sphere for single player games. The sweet spot usually refers to a 40 to 30 hour ballpark. Why does it refer to a 30 to 40 hour runtime ballpark? That's usually due to the fact that 30 to 40 hours, basically by like just statistics, and this is just statistics, mind you, damned statistics at that, is that it boils down to people usually fall off at that point. That's when player fall off occurs if a game is too long. But for me, a good game isn't just determined by its hour runtime. It's determined by the quality of each hour you play. Some of those artsy-fartsy games I played, which I did enjoy, were only like 3 to 4 hours long. But those 3 to 4 hours were really good. And so I really enjoyed it. But if it's not, it's bad, it's like it's, like, well, now I played 60 hours of just trash, right? But if you could make a 50-hour game, and you can make those 50 hours great, you won't even notice they are great. The reason why developers aim for the 30 to 40 hour sweet spot is because it's very hard for a developer to produce 30 to 40 hours of consecutive gameplay, or basically engagement, that will keep you on the edge of your chair. It is hard. I know this because I'm working on episode 2 for Embers of Fear of the audio drama. And let me tell you, sometimes I have to sit and I need to think a bit, because I'm like, okay, how am I going to keep the audience entertained and on the edge of their little chairs, excited for the next bit of story? Now, on the bright side, I drafted it all out in advance, all 16 episodes, so it'll be super simple for me to do. But you still have to double check and make sure that everything's sounding out. Like, is this intriguing? Are we revealing too much? Did I not? Because it's one of the tricks when you're working on something, right? And the same goes for game making, too. When you're doing story arcs or video games or introducing new mechanics or systems, the core gameplay loop as a whole, can the core gameplay loop last 50 hours? And by their own admission and their own review, it was unable to last that long. So it should not be one of the best games. Even if you like, let's ignore my opinions on Assassin's Creed Shadows, because I have my own biases. Let's say you play it and you like it, and for whatever reason you like it. Good for you, right? But you have to acknowledge a game's faults, even the ones you love, right? I love video games like Sacrifice from Interplay and Shiny Entertainment, right? Super old and crusty. You guys are going to look at it, you're going to look at me and be like, bro, that's fucking crusty. Yeah, I know, it's flawed. It's not perfect, it's got problems, but I like it, And, or like, a great example would be like Battle Engine Aquila, which some of you might know, which is a mecha game where you can transform into a fighter or crawl around on the ground and blast enemies on the ground. I love Battle Engine Aquila, but it's also not the best mecha game ever made. I think it's great. I think you should try it. It's on GOG. It's super cheap. But I also understand that it's not for everybody either. Don't do it. No. Oh, my tummy's so sore. Damn it. But you know what I'm saying. Oh, the attack on Tyson crossover. Yeah, we already looked at that. That was pretty bad. But yeah, when it comes down to it, it's one of those things where it's obviously not the best game. So again, this is coming from what I think you guys, chat, you nailed it on the head. This is from a gamer, quote unquote, you know? They're a tourist, right? For example, you want to hear something that's a good side of a tourist? So, if you like this game, there's nothing wrong with it before anybody gets mad at me. But I'm going to point at Expedition 33 here for a second. Expedition 33 is a JRPG style game made by a French studio, right? Some people claim it's the best game that was ever made. That is fucking hogwash. And you hear that a lot. And the reason why you hear that is because it's the only RPG they played. Yeah, it's fine if you like it, it's up your alley or whatever. But there are so many other RPGs out there. To dismiss them all for this one is just like ludicrous, right? Like, I've got a soft spot for Mass Effect because I love sci-fi space operas. But Mass Effect is deeply flawed, my boys. It's deeply flawed. Mass Effect 3 is definitely filled with problems and holes. But just because it has those things doesn't mean that we can either completely dismiss it altogether, you know? It's just one of those things. Polly donates $10, says, the world was so majestic and realistic. Gamer. Journo talking about a game that takes place in Japan, infested with Chinese symbols and aesthetics. Sanic Unleashed. Sandwich. Cookibs. That's because most people don't know the difference between Japanese and Chinese architecture. And it shows.
To finish off the statement about Assassin's Creed Shadows, they say, amid a glut of historical games in 2025, Shadows did it best. This blockbuster romp through feudal Japan felt like an actual time travel.
What?
So they said Shadows is the best historical game. So coming in on number 5, the 5th best game of the year, which I posted in the stream room.
Oh my god.
Good Night Universe. So, just let this off to say, certain esteemed figures have long made the argument that the single biggest barrier to entry into gaming is the modern multi-button gamepad.
What?
Its complexity is an instant turn-off for newbies. So the gamepad is too complex for the average person.
What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god. What?
So how refreshing it is to play a title that simply asks you to look at a webcam, blink, close your eyes, and turn your head to interact with it. Even better, you do so playing as a 6-month-old baby with psychic abilities.
I'm sorry. Fuck off. Like, if that's the reason why, like, that's a terrible reason. I feel like that's unfair to this game developer, by the way. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, like, I'm sorry, this is another artsy-fartsy game that isn't really a video game to me. It's a bunch of pre-scripted scenes.
So, 5th best game of the year, you play as baby who can shove things with their mind. Guy says, wait, did they just say from the publishers of The Walking Dead?
Skybound Games is the name of the publisher. I don't recognize them off the top of my head. Oh my god.
So, coming in at number 4 is Death Stranding 2 On the Beach.
Xbox owners.
For PlayStation 5 only. So, for this it says touch grass. It feels like only Hideo Kojima, one of gaming's few household name directors, can create a soul-stirring 40-hour meditation whose core message can essentially be boiled down to this meme. Touch grass.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I don't think Kojima's a very good game maker. I think Metal Gear is funny, and I understand why people like Metal Gear now. But I think he's a fucking idiot. I think I don't respect him enough to call him Kojima. I'm gonna call him Kojimbo. His name is Kojimbo now. Kojimbo. Yeah, no, I just don't care. That's stupid. Honestly, I think we can kind of just see where this is going. Like, the only thing in here that's slightly interesting is baby steps.
Yes, which is, but I just want, like,
it's not like a best game ever. It's definitely an interesting game.
So number 3 is Despolete, which is a soccer game.
I don't give a shit. Silent Hill F, which is not very scary. I just don't care. A brilliant depiction of what happens when bottled up female rage can no longer be contained. The patriarchy had it coming. Oh, so cringe. What the fuck? Don't say that. That's so fucking terrible. Oh my god, what is your name? I need to personally attack you individually.
Lewis Gordon.
Lewis Gordon, you're a fucking moron. Holy shit. Get out of the games industry. You don't belong here, you touristic fuck. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. You probably rape people. You're probably a rapist. Like, that's always what it is with these people. You're probably either a pedo or some sick fuck. That's always what it is with these types, too. Where they're like, oh, fuck the patriarchy. These men-hating fucks. I just hate it. Oh my god, dudes. Oh.
The best game of the year is Baby Steps, which you apparently know about.
Baby Steps is a game I've seen a playthrough of, and it looked funny. But it is not a game that I would ever buy. Nor do I ever want to play it. Oh my god. So I'll show you Baby Steps. It's not actually a terrible game. But it is obviously YouTuber bait, like, to be frank. It's got some comedy and humor to it. It's probably one of the better titles on here, but it's not Game of the Year in the slightest. It's published by Digital Devolver, and is made by Goob Kizlo and Maxi Bach. The people who made that fucking game where there's a fucking pot with a little thing. So
Getting over it.
Yep, getting over it. So the idea of Baby Steps is you're some Redditor fucking, like, games journo stuck in your parents' basement writing articles for fucking PC Gamer or some shit, right? And you have no fucking ability to take care of yourself. You're basically a Redditor man baby. Basically the person who wrote this article. That's probably why it's at the top, because it resonates with them. Like, it all fucking makes sense to me. But basically, this person can't take care of themselves, doesn't know how to feed themselves, and the whole idea of Baby Steps is the game about you taking your first steps and overcoming challenges and learning how to take care of yourself and perform basic duties and stuff like that. And it's a parody, it's a comedy. You're offered times to basically take the easy route, but the goal of the game is to take the hard route and learn how to just become a man. That's it. I don't think this game is bad. I think this game is interesting. It's better than most of these types of, like, YouTuber bait games because it actually has some sort of idea and, like, bigger picture to what it wants to be. It's not for me, though. Let's see if it shows the humor.
See how you could think I was in trouble.
So yeah, walking is a nightmare in this game.
With the screaming, but I'm not.
You're not?
No, just it was just a playful scream. Like a scream of just normal life.
Oh, yeah. While I'm here, do you want to get hooked up with some...
Oh, no, I'm doing good.
Got some equipment?
Yeah, like
Shoes?
Oh.
All right.
Now,
Change, Nate.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
the trailer doesn't really give the entirety of what's happening here in the most accurate way. So basically, the entire reason why he's refusing help from this guy who always offers him help isn't because, how do I put it? It's not because he doesn't want help. It's that because he doesn't know how to socially interact, he just tries to end the social conversation as quickly as possible. And because he always does that, he never says or asks for what he truly wants. And what happens in the game is people start taking advantage of him, as you, the player character at least, basically pushing you around, making you do what they want, and the whole goal is to climb a mountain and make a wish. But somebody basically is like, make a wish for me about getting me a pack of cigarettes. And it's basically, they're super disrespectful to you. And the idea of the game is that as time goes on, you start to take charge of yourself a bit more. You start overcoming things. And yeah, you do refuse the guy for help, but you climb the mountain on your own. And so that's the idea of this game. It's actually a cute game. I give it a not a recommendation because I wouldn't want to buy this, but because like I've seen it, it's definitely hard to control for sure. But it is one of those games where I think it's got a purpose to it. It's definitely got humor. There's funny characters and stuff, and honestly, it's the only game on his recommendation list that's one of those indies that's, well, it's not really an indie, it's a AA now. But yeah, I would not buy this game in 1,000 years, though. Could watch his favorite e-girl play this? Bro, I don't have an e-girl. The only time I'm ever going to get a girl is going to be when she's Mrs. Kib. Alright, chat. How many of you Mrs. Kibs are out there? Like, nope, not here. Damn.
Mr. Kib.
Oh, shit. Does it's looking like he's trying to poop his onesie. But yeah. I think this game is cute. But
It's basically 3D getting over it with a story.
with a story is the only difference. So it's actually more of a game than getting over it, which is just intentional YouTube bait. This is still YouTuber bait, in my opinion. But it's one of those where it's like, it actually has like a purpose to it. And so I will give props to the developer of this game because they took the money that they basically got from a publisher, and when they found success with their first game, they actually managed to make something good. So good job. Not sure it's Game of the Year material though, because
Now, I will point out
but yeah.
that everything you described about the story and like how it ends and whatnot, the person who wrote the article never played the game, because they're like, oh, the end is filled with a complete joy because you finally climbed the mountain.
I sincerely doubt they fucking did that.
I don't think they
Because
played the game at all.
This game is hell. Like, the mountain itself, to climb that mountain, because I've seen clips of it, is fucking huge. And if you fall all the way goddamn down. Like, I mean, and all the way down. Like, it is a true test of goddamn patience, Chatfish. Definitely streamer bait. Because holy shit, Chatfish would get so many kicks out of shit like that. But no, I'm too wise to allow that to be funded. Oh my god.
You're saying they can't fund it, Kibbs?
They could if they wanted to, but like, Jesus Christ. It's not going to be a pleasant experience. No, either way, that kind of moves on from the baby step thingy.
But yes, I just wanted to bring up that article because I started reading it and I was like, this person's an idiot.
This person isn't a gamer. No. They don't know anything about video games, and they're honestly a tourist. It's okay to be like, oh, I don't really consume games a lot, but you need to come clear and be like, bro, I'm not really a gamer, dude, but like, these are some of the games I enjoy. And you know what? I would have taken that article a lot more with salt, like not salt, but a lot more seriously. But the best video games of 2025, like, there's nothing more fitting than the word vulture. Because that pretty much describes this fucking article.
I also, the picture they used for the game lineup at the top, just look at that.
Like, what the fuck? Like, these
I'm serious, don't move. If you get up, I'll be mad.
Oh my fucking god, I don't care. His choice of games is just incredibly not the opinion of the majority of people. Like, it's so out of touch.
But with that, chat, I must sadly go to work.
Good luck at work, Chumpus.
Just gonna make my little bookmark donation.
The little chubby chatfishes.
I wish you all a good one. Remember, if you have any articles you want Kibbs to go over, post them in Bickering Bounce discussions. And we are $192.01 away from the hentai piece.
We're getting close, Chatfish. What do you think of that, Chatfish? Like, we think of what, Kib? We think of what? We think that we Chatfish. Damn it. Oh, I'm tired of being sick again. I want to be better. I want to be healthy. And I want to eat pizza so bad. But I'm not good at it because A, I can't go to the store because I'm sick. Okay, chat. Does Chatfish have any articles they want me to go through for the fireside chat? Put them in the Bickering. Put them in the Bickering bunch discussion. Ouchies. It's called Shock the Rapey Decompresso. We're trying to cure Kim by graping him. What? Why did your family make you sick, Kips? Because I went to go visit my family, but I think my brother unfortunately contracted the illness. Which means... which means that my grandparents might have been exposed to it as well. Which is not good.
The disease.
There's my little Babu. Look at you, Babu. Do you agree
You
with
sound
this
like
list?
absolute shit.
That's fine. I won't sound like that forever.
Not as much shit as this list, but close.
Yeah, at least there's that. Gotta look at the bright side. Silver linings. Do you like this? How do you feel about this Game of the Year choices here?
I haven't paid attention to Game Awards and Game of the Year anything in close to a decade.
This
if
is
not longer.
This is this individual. Like, he chose, like, fucking Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Yeah, well, that should tell you all you need to know. Look, I, for one, support Ubisoft in the correct telling of history. They said Assassin's Creed Shadows is the best-selling game of all time in the series.
They probably did. But it's funny that they pulled the contest support board.
Yeah, it sold so well, they cut all support for it, and they're not continuing it.
Yep.
Weird, though.
Yep, it's weird.
Sturm says, activate Sturmfish.
Yep, doing it. Oh, just trying not
Look,
to...
he has to do it in
Yankees.
between dying.
This Assassin's Creed Shadows was one of the games of all time. Shut up, Chatfish.
Silent Hill F just looked mediocre.
Silent Hill F was. It was kind of scary in the beginning, and I kind of liked it. And then it just became like a timing combat system that was bad. It was bad. Like, genuinely bad.
And, well, I don't look at or play Nintendo games, so
I don't think Silent
my
Hill was
assumption is they're
Nintendo.
still just as bad as they've always been.
Jesus. Nintendo games have usually a quality of skill. In fact, it's usually Nintendo games they're at least guaranteed to be good or okay. Usually.
Well, they're marketed at the lowest common denominator consumer that plays for a minimum of 2 hours and never touches again.
Yep, they're usually just they're fun little games. The best Nintendo games are usually the ones that are the most obscure. They never make more of. Like Big Man. God damn it, Nintendo.
This term says, yes, you may be dying, but that doesn't stop you. Death doesn't stop your responsibilities. True.
Most historically accurate game ever made. Historically accurate Yasuke
Yeah.
Simulator.
Obviously it was.
Yeah, no, the reason why they put that Shadows at the top is because it was accurate. But the issue is that what we know about Yasuke was that he was a glorified like person and a coward. He didn't.
Yeah,
when it
I
came
got
to
into an argument with someone over the accuracy of him, and the guy kept going on about how accurate it was. I was like, the guy's lying, right?
like Yasuke was a coward and fled at the first sign of danger. And not only did he flee, but he also showed no actual like positive characteristics whatsoever. He was a completely forgettable, laughable person, which is sad for the person in particular because Yasuke was a slave. You know, he was taken.
Yeah, I was gonna say, didn't he get sold to them by the Dutch or something?
Yeah, they didn't want him.
Yeah.
And they took him because like, oh, you're funny looking.
Yeah.
And that's like literally the reason why,
I don't
which
think
is kind
he
of
was
sad.
ever real. I don't know if Yasuke was like his name they actually called him. But like there was a black slave that was sold to the was sold back to the Portuguese. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
But
they,
yeah,
they
he was
sold him
sold
back
to the
because they didn't want him
Japanese.
anymore. They're like, fuck, we
Yeah.
don't want him.
Some trader or slaver sold him to shogunate.
Yep. Basically, he had no actual historical contributions. They got him because he was tall and he was black and they thought he'd be
He was
intimidating.
different, basically.
Like beyond that, he served no real purpose. And the reason why he had any status or position was because I think the Shogun or whatever the person at the time gave him a title because he had to in order to have him as his like little piece. But he was not a samurai. He was not anyone of any note. He didn't do anything important in history, and he literally was a coward. The first sign of danger, he fled, and that was like the thing he was known for. And so disappointed were they by him that they literally sold him back into slavery.
And the funny thing is, like, if Ubisoft, it's kind of like the Battlefield 5 situation. If instead of doubling down on it and trying to claim the historical accuracy, they could have just been like, look, it's a fantasy store.
Yeah, they could have just been honest. Like, this is a fantasy.
Yeah.
Like, we're not gonna...
But no, they had to double and triple down.
Yep. And what's sad is, like, everybody wanted, like, a Japanese Assassin's Creed for the longest time. I remember that. Back when playing Brotherhood, I remember the multiplayer lobby, people talking about, like, they should do Japan next. And, like, I was like, yeah, that'd be neat. And then they do Japan, and, like, nobody fucking cares. Just because they've lost all goodwill. They took so long. The problem with the Assassin's Creed is this game for series has lost its identity, and it lost its identity ages ago. Like, what the fuck happened to Assassin's Creed? What the fuck happened? You became an RPG, and that's when you lost yourself completely. Yeah, Assassin's Creed.
Azar says Nobunaga liked him because he looked different. Yeah. That's it.
Yeah, like, that's not a particularly good sales margin for reviews for a AAA budget title. Which basically led them to basically the remastering Black Flag now.
Oh, are they really?
Is it... What the fuck is Black Flag Rising? That's not related, is it? It's just they're
Black Flag Rising.
They're literally just taking the name. Yep.
Yeah. I don't know. I was never particularly big into Assassin's Creed. I played the first one. I was like, all right, this is okay, I guess.
I never played the first or second. I played Brotherhood, and I was like, wow, this is really good. Then I played Revelations, and I'm like, yeah, it's okay. And then I played 3, and I'm like, this is ass. And then I played Black Flag, and I'm like, this isn't Assassin's Creed, but this is actually good. And then for whatever reason, they didn't follow up Black Flag with anything. They just moved on past it like it never happened. Because Black Flag is probably the best Assassin's Creed game, but it's also, like, not an Assassin's Creed game in the slightest. It's just a pirate game.
I do remember, wasn't there an American Revolution one?
Yeah, that's 3. And it's terrible. Oh my god.
I remember the marketing for it being pretty cool.
The marketing was cool,
like
but
trailers.
Like, it was such a fucking false marketing. It's like, yeah, you're gonna be like helping these big battles of the American Revolution, and like, you don't. You never do. Like, you just run alongside them when they're happening.
I didn't want to be controversial. I see.
The only controversial thing they did is they made the founding fathers look like fucking retards.
Sounds about right. Look, Ubisoft's French. They're a little upset.
They're a little, yeah. But yeah, Black Flag, if I was to recommend any Assassin's Creed game on sale, Black Flag is actually pretty fun. Also, Brotherhood is good. But I can't remember the other ones that well. And I never played 1 and 2, so I can't really recommend them because I don't have an opinion on them.
They made the founding father be evil? That sounds about right.
They didn't make them evil. That was a DLC where they were like, what if Washington became a king? And you have to, like, take him down.
Yeah, the man who was so dead set against even being president that they had to beg him.
The one thing I will say is the alt history deal, and it was alt history DLC is what it was marketed as, where he became king and actually took it up, and then you had to, like, depose him. His drip was pretty goddamn good, I will say.
I mean, to be fair, a lot of their uniforms and architecture from back then is pretty iconic.
I know, but King Washington looks, like, genuinely cool. Like, we should have
like,
gotten
man,
King Washington in real
I
life.
want him as a king.
Yeah, pretty much.
Let's see. Commissar says the French are notoriously salty bitches. They do know how to hold a grudge.
But yeah, all they gotta do is make Assassin's Creed Black Flag, but make it so you can buy and get different ships, and like make it a bit more like immersive simmy, and we'd probably have the best pirate game ever made. It'd basically be like Star Citizen, but like fucking pirates.
Ooh, I don't know if I'd make that comparison.
Well, I mean, okay, so hold on. It's not like they have unlimited ships to draw from, because they only had so many ship designs, alright?
Look, when you inevitably play Star Citizen, you'll understand.
You'll understand. I'm just saying, like, the concept of, like, a big open world, like, pirate game where it's got the detail of, like, you can board, you can go to the cities, you can fight. You can also do ship battles, and you can board enemy ships. You can look for underwater treasure. It was fun.
It's you standing there bitching at $900 million and your damn elevator still doesn't work.
Damn.
That's what I do.
I mean, in this game, there's a bug where sometimes your ship will sink in below the planet. And so, like,
Hell
when
yeah.
you go to the port, you'll see your ship slowly rise like a ghost ship out of the water. Which is
That's
really
cool.
funny. It's not supposed to do that, but it's a bug, and it's always been there. It's like,
King
whoa.
Washington, says Polly.
Yeah, so basically, yeah, like, what they could do, Chad, is literally make Sid Meier's Black Flag, because that's what Assassin's Creed Black Flag kind of was. It's kind of like Sid Meier's Pirates. Sid Meier's Pirates was a pretty cool game where you got to play as a pirate, but it was kind of shallow. And this game has a lot more depth to the combat. You add the complex systems of Sid Meier's Pirates to this, and you'd have probably one of the best fucking pirate games of all time. Black Flag, I think, is still considered like the best of the franchise.
Gregors asks, has Kibbs heard of Mana War?
Man of War sounds familiar, and I don't know if it's a good thing. Tired of being sick. I don't see Man of War listed. That or I'm misspelling it. The king we want, the king we need, King Washington and the king for you and me. What would America be like if we had chosen Washington as our king?
Well, you can
Washington
argue
dynasty?
that, like, we technically got that, just not as a Washington dynasty, just
We got-
multiple political family dynasties.
We got patrician families from Rome. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yay. The worst part about Rome. Yay. The worst part.
Mana War is a band? Oh, okay. It's not a game,
Man of
it's a
War
band.
Corsair is what he's probably talking about. It's
no,
not.
they're saying it's a band and it's not a game.
Oh.
Yeah.
Man of War Corsair, I think, was delisted. I own it, but it's not very good. It's kind of ass.
If America had kings, corpos would be called guilds. That's all the difference. Nah, there'd be a bit more.
The Microsoft Guild.
The Microsoft Guild.
You got fucking Bill Gates wearing those fruity little fucking colorful like dresses or whatever.
Well, we'd probably still be stuck in like 19th or 20th century tech. Let's be honest.
Be like, what? We don't
Man
even
of War
know how
was a
ships work.
Warhammer game where you own a
Yep,
ship.
I
and
was
can
right.
sail.
It's Man of War Corsair. That's what you're talking about.
Oh,
It's been
okay.
delisted ages ago, and I own it. It's not good. It was a cool idea, but there it is. Yeah, it's been delisted ages ago.
You can trade, board, and so on.
It's not good. It's
That looked extremely janky, dear lord.
This game is ass, by the way. So, like, I'll show you the trailer.
Oh no.
It's
That-
Warhammer Black Flag, but ass.
Oh no.
It is not a good game in the slightest.
The old world.
It's like that's frame rate drop right there is real.
Is full of death.
Oof. That's usually how it goes with Warhammer games. They're usually pretty bad.
I've seen my fill of monsters from the deep.
Netsu donates $2 and says,
In the
stop
sea
weakening your
calls.
immune system.
I'm not doing that stuff, Yatsu. That's gross. Don't even joke about that. I gotta delete that. You're banned from joking about it, chat, because I don't do that shit. That shit actually gets me in real trouble in real life, by the way.
Can be a very profitable
Yeah.
place.
I don't want to be associated with trans people in the slightest.
Gold and blood.
Purely for my own fucking mental health, and also because I just think it's toxic. I don't want anything to do with that culture whatsoever. But yeah, this game is complete fucking garbage. It's a huge fucking wasted goddamn time. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it, and I wouldn't even. Well, it is abandonware now technically. Like their Evil Twin artworks, they don't really make good games.
Yeah, but like it
They're
doesn't
dead.
even look like it's worth, getting,
No.
honestly.
Because the idea is, yeah, you could be Skaven, you could be Chaos, you could play as any, and you'd be like a Corsair, you do missions and stuff. But man, does this game suck ass. You can do that,
It
but
looks
it's
bad.
bad. It's very bad. The combat feels bad, the melee feels bad, the ship combat's bad. Yeah, Evil Twin bit off way more than they could chew, and did not have the capabilities to actually deliver the Warhammer Naval combat, which the Warhammer Naval combat is actually rather interesting. It's very quirky and very comical, Like genuinely, like satirical. Like you could have you could have Looney Tunes music playing in the background while battles are happening. Oddly enough, that Disney Treasure Planet game was fun for naval stuff. Yes, I had that. I think I got that in a cereal box. Treasure Planet. It should be still available. Battle of Procyon. Yeah, this game is still available today. It's got space maritime combat, but it's like old school like style. And it was the movie game for Treasure Planet. Surprisingly competent, which was weird because it kind of baffled people. Because usually the movie tie games had a chance to be kind of like either great or just really bad.
They were mostly shovelware.
Every once in a while, you get a good game.
Look, a Halo.
Oh, look at. Yeah, no. If this is on GOG, I'd recommend getting it on GOG Rasmus instead. See, I like how much I know about video games, chat. Like, Chatfish you don't even look for your favorite games. I just go check it; they're just available today. But yeah, this game's still available for purchase. I think you might need patches to get it to run. But check the GOG version if there's a GOG version, because if there is, it probably is. It's always better to get an old game on GOG than it is to get it on Steam. Always. Usually. Double check and research just to be certain. But yeah, this is a space game. It's got like boaty boats. It's super duper fucking old.
This is a space game.
I have to say it because like it is technically a space game, but like it's also not really. Because it's
But what if space was an electromagnetic ether?
because it's kind of just like sailing, you know. The ship designs are
You
actually
know, that's
really
what
cool.
until like the turn of the latter part of the 20th century, it was assumed that space was an electromagnetic sea.
Yep, that we'd have to sail on or something. Because yeah,
Yeah.
in a lot of early sci-fi's, like John Marston or John, what is it? Not John Marston. John something. John of Mars or something like that was the name of it. Like the
Carpenter.
idea, John Carpenter's, yeah. Like that movie, that entire comic or whatever novel, the idea was the Martians used solar sails and stuff to sail their ships around. And that ship's travel was conducted via sails because they sailed on solar winds. Which, by the way, is theoretically possible. But you'll be moving super slow.
Yeah.
So slow. Not going to be a good way to travel. You'll be dead before you reach Earth.
Oh, John Carter, says Blake.
John Carter, that's right.
Yeah, that's what it was. There you go.
Yeah, John Carter of Mars is the series. It was written in 1890 or is it 1910?
It's something around there.
It's pretty old sci-fi. Very old.
Yeah.
It's not.
I mean, you could
steampunk
technically
science.
do that. Yeah, it's not steampunk in the slightest. You could technically do a solar sail catching the photons from the sun, but like,
You're gonna move.
good
slow.
luck.
You're gonna move very
Yeah.
slow, and you're gonna
You're
like.
better off just making a giant nuclear system.
Yes, and it's based on the big thing about John Carter of Mars was that they didn't know. He didn't know at the time, but he was operating on the knowledge they did have, which was the idea of sailing ships in space. And the
Yeah.
ship sailed across the stars with big solar sails.
The movie was okay. It was aggressively average, I would say.
The movie was all right. It was a weird adaptation of the original story.
Yeah, it wasn't a good adaptation, but the movie by itself was okay.
Yes, because the Martian women wore more clothes than they needed to. They were for breeding. They were for breeding.
Damn.
Like breeding. Champ's just looking at me with her little goober eyes, like, Champion's not sure what Kim talking about. But yeah.
It wasn't great nor good, but it has the things you asked for.
What? Oh my god, I thought it was the Toy Story game from the PlayStation 1. You got me excited, Disney. You fuck. Yeah, Disney's got a bunch of their games up here available.
Oh, yeah. They would be stupid not to.
Ah, damn, but they don't have the ones I care about. They got Tron 2.0.
I was never
It's
too
weird.
big into like the tie-in video games for stuff.
There are some that were good. The old Toy Story PlayStation 1 game for Toy Story 1 and 2 were, I think it was PlayStation 1 and 2. For PlayStation 1 were really good platformers. And they were fun as fuck. At least as a childhood me, because I thought they were really good. Some
I don't particularly
tie-ins weren't very
care
good.
for platforming.
Yeah, but this is like 6-year-old me, okay? That was like everything back then. Everything was a platformer back then.
True.
like Glover and stuff like that. It's like Glover. Have they
run out of money yet? No, Disney will never run out of money.
It will take more massive financial failings. I mean, the problem is
No,
that
they literally won't run out of money. The money that they make from their parks subsidizes their movie failures.
yes. So the big thing is, yeah, you're right. The Star Wars movies are bombing Chatfish, but they're literally getting subsidized by other branches of their corporation. This is why it feels like, you know, like, oh, Disney surely, like, if we're looking just at the movies and like toy sales for like the movie stuff, they surely must be going out of business. But they're not, because they're making money through other means. And until those other means dry up, they're going to be fine shitting out bad stuff. What surprises me is that they're so nepotistic they haven't fired the people that have been making these disasters. If Disney,
that's because it's infesting it all the way to the top.
If Walt Disney was alive right now, he would probably purge the entire thing.
Oh, he'd burn it to the ground himself.
Walt Disney gets a lot of crap, like, retroactively, but when you actually look at what the man did and achieved, and the fact that he defended and stuck up for his artists.
Don't worry about where he was in 1937.
Oh my god. The one thing I respect about him is he stood up for his artists, his art teams.
He did.
The unions tried to attack him, and it wasn't Disney trying to oppress them. It was Disney coming in because his art teams requested his help to fight back against the unions. Because the unions were trying to force them into things. Remember, unions are bad, Chatfish. They're Nazis. They're part of the fascists. Check fishy. And just throw the word around. Oh, it hurts, but it feels so good. I'm kidding.
But yeah, the Disney will never run out. Look, if Disney's running out of money, there's bigger problems.
If Disney's running out of money, that means that economically we're all suffering.
Yeah, that's like when people go on about the video game industry collapse. If the video game industry collapses, everything else is falling.
Like, bros, we're going to be you're going to be working about, is there even a soup and bread line?
Yeah, well, there won't even be one.
Or we eating Chatfish for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Like, damn. Delicious.
So if one Chatfish eats another and he explodes, but the other Chatfish has respawned and then eats that Chatfish after he explodes, is it just a continual cycle of explosions? Can we harness this for power?
We could. But two respawning Chatfish, where one detonates and the other respawns, then detonates, then vice versa.
Yeah, perpetual energy machine.
Oh my god, the limitless power. Holy shit. Mankind can claim the stars with the power of Chatfish. Yatsu donates $5 and says, I remember the movie Eight-Legged Freaks came with a free game in the DVD when I rented the movie. Yeah, sometimes that happened.
Yeah.
Did the Riddick game come, or Riddick game demo come with one of the Riddick movies? I can't remember.
Yeah, they do little promotional events like that.
I cannot remember. Let's check. Go to GOG. Just breathe. We're doing okay, chat. We have it thrown up still, so this is good. Good. How do I Google stuff in this?
Postal movie came with Postal 2? Nice.
Oh, the Postal movie's so bad. But yeah, it did come
It's
with it.
very bad.
It's genuinely terrible.
But honestly, it's probably like the best video game adaptation movie.
How do you spell Riddick? Fuck, I'm retarded. Is it 2 Ds or 1?
I think 2. Is it 1?
I know for a fact they've got Riddick on here. Do I own it already? I might own it already.
Do the explosions boil water? They potentially could. Look, we're never going to figure out new ways to actually generate power. All we're going to figure out is new ways to boil water.
The Riddick games. Yeah, because they had their own movie tie games, which were apparently well received, because I think Vin Diesel even helped with them. This is an example of a movie game that's actually made, but it's also made in progress with the studio. There's also another one. A couple of them, actually. So let's Google. Chatfish. Like Papa Choppa Chatfish. And then Jurassic Park as well. Because that was made in tandem with the actual movie team as well.
Yes, but usually when you spin the turbine by itself, you still have to step it down to some other form of power to then step it down to electricity.
Okay. Sorry. I always feel like I'm just being noisy when I do that. Alright, so these are movie tie games that were conducted while the game or the movies were being produced and stuff. The Battle for Middle-earth duology was basically done. A lot of Lord of the Rings movie games were done by EA, and EA reached out and actually got a lot of the VA or the actors to reprise their roles. Battle for Middle-earth has Gandalf doing the narration, and the second one has Hugo Weaving for the second one. Also, the Evil campaign has Christopher Lee in it, doing the narration. Same goes for Lord of the Rings Conquest as well. Christopher Lee reprises his role as narrator for the bad guys. And so you get like a bunch of those like really cool things happening there. Then there's also the Jurassic Park Trespasser game, which literally is the father of modern first-person shooter games. Because most games, when they, well, at least specifically, when you look at, what's the game called? Half-Life? Any game derivative of Half-Life is derivative of Trespasser. Because Trespasser, while it was not a success, basically was the key motivating factor for the Source engine and Half-Life. Kind of cool trivia
Damn it,
there.
Blake. Blake ruining your interesting trivia with, the Jurassic Park game with the boobs.
Yes, when you look down, you have big tits.
Oh, okay, it's that one. Okay, yeah, I know that. Okay.
Yep, GameSpot declared it the worst game of 1998. Yeah, it
Yeah.
wasn't received well. And that was because they had this interactive selection where you moved your hand around to grab items.
Oh, yeah.
It was very experimental, but it was so experimental, it took risks, and it ultimately failed. But its risks it took changed gaming forever, because it was one of the first physics-based games. One of the early ones, at least. And that inspired Half-Life to do a lot of things when it went forward. Trespasser basically really did change things quite a bit. I thought GoldenEye was the first FPS. Well, I think we could go back earlier to Doom for the first one. Or Doom is one of the early ones. Is Doom the earliest first-person shooter? I don't know if there's something before Doom. GoldenEye was also a good game for its time and on its system.
Shadow says Half-Life is not derivative of Trespasser. They were literally 2 months apart in release date.
Yeah, but they were looking at it the whole time.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Keep in mind,
So
a lot of these game
don't-
devs were in the same part of the country.
Yep, because that's the usual common misconception that I usually see from somebody, because they'll just look at the release dates and just call it there. So
No, these nerds were showing each other their prototypes.
yes, behind closed doors. So I gotta explain
Yeah.
stuff to Chatfish, because obviously Shadav is out of touch, so I need to get everybody on the same page. So, oh my god, my brain, quit being sick. All right, so like, oh, what was it? Yes, a great example, Warcraft 3, right? Warcraft 3 was competing with Battle Realms. When the Warcraft 3 devs saw Battle Realms, that scared the piss out of them. So much so that they literally changed game development stuff in the middle of development because of it. Remember, this is a different era and a different time. Video game development of this era is so radically different from what we have now, it's not even funny. How game development usually worked is it was people looking at other games, seeing what they were doing, then trying to make changes at the last second to their games, and making course corrections here and there. Trespasser played a pretty big role, because I do remember reading an article where Half-Life 1 developers were actually talking about the influences of Trespasser on their game. Now, it wasn't just Trespasser as the only thing, mind you. They were looking at every game. There wasn't just one game. But usually, and all developers do this, and I know this because I know a lot of game devs, but usually when you're making a game, let's say my tactics game I'm making, right? What do? Do I look at other tactics games, see what they're doing? Yeah, damn right I do. Because if it works, right? You always keep your eye out for various different IPs or subjects that are doing things well or doing things poorly. And you basically play it by ear. Now, you can't radically change what you're doing from your vision. But if you see certain things where it's like, oh my gosh, the adaptation of that is fucking incredible, right? It's like our game's timeline system was very much inspired by JRPG systems that Robin thought were interesting. I never would have fucking implemented that because I didn't do any research on JRPGs. Because the research I conducted for our game was solely on CRPGs. And I can say that because my JRPG research I did was like Final Fantasy Tactics and like 2 other games that I can't even remember the name of. One was like called something, which was like a Game Boy game or something. from,
Golden
like, PSP.
Sun?
Yeah, that's the one. Golden Sun, I did research on that one and like something else. I think it was called, Dragoon. Legends of Dragoon. And those were the 3 like JRPGs I did research on. to see if there was anything there that we might be able to learn from that they had done to apply to our own processes. But yeah, that's that. That's it. Yeah, that's the whole point, Shadov. Now you actually get it. You're on the same page. Good job. But yeah, so the whole point is developers actually talk to each other all the time. And they do share stuff. And by that logic, yes. I have no doubt in my mind that Trespasser was also looking at Half-Life as well as it was being developed. It makes total sense. That's also why you see plot points similar in story conventions as well. You're now getting it. So that's why you notice trends are set a certain way. You're going to see this appear with other games too, especially popular games. Anytime there's something that does really well and makes a huge mark or has drawn a lot of interest, you're going to notice a lot of developers will start looking at each other's thing quite a bit. And you're also going to notice this other thing as well. There's going to be similarities in certain storytelling conventions. Take a great look at Dead Space and Mass Effect, right? The Dead Space and Mass Effect team, we don't know if they work together, but their plots for the games are very similar as well. This probably comes from the fact that during lunches and stuff, some of the writers might have talked to each other, right? The plot of Mass Effect is that there's a doomsday cosmic horror entity about to wipe out all of humanity. The plot of Dead Space is there's a doomsday cosmic horror about to wipe out all of humanity. You see this stuff regurgitated again and again, but in different takes.
Well, I don't know if they necessarily communicated. It's more likely they both used a similar research source material, like they probably used well, Rip Kibbs.
Good, just keep going. Ignore me.
They what the hell was it? Jesus Christ, my brain. Guy with the funny name for his cat that his uncle gave him.
Not Peter Dinklage. Fuck. I don't know
No,
why.
the author.
Shadows.
Yeah,
Cthulhu
yeah.
guy.
Yeah, Cthulhu man.
Oh my
My
god.
brain just blanked on the name.
I can never remember people's names to begin with, man. Hugo
But
Weaving.
he did a lot of
no.
like cosmic horror type.
Yeah. That was like his big
Lovecraft,
focus.
thank you,
Lovecraft. Yep. Thank you.
I'm burning off about 2.5 hours of sleep.
Yep. Love chart. Wow, Chatfish.
Love chart. That's the
HP
visual
Lovecraft.
novel version.
Continue.
But yeah, they probably had him as source material at some point because a lot of his stuff dealing with like cosmic horror type stuff is very unstoppable forces essentially dooming all of mankind. Which plays into like the Dead Space, Brother and Moon are very Lovecraftian. And they're unassailable. We just don't understand why they're doing it, but they're doing it. Mentality to us, they're the end of everything. To them, they're just eating.
They're just hungry. Yep.
Same thing with so in Mass Effect, they're a little more targeted in that they're doing it not just to create more Reapers, but they're also doing it out of malice and hatred towards biologics. Of course, they also scrapped the whole dark energy, storyline from 2, so that kind of makes that story make a little more sense of like organics are advancing technology and using too much resources and energy, causing stuff to become unbalanced. That was the original plot line, right?
Well, the original
Of
plot
why
line is
the
the heat
synthetics
death
were
of the
killing
universe.
everything. Yes, but the synthetics are trying to stop it because they think biologicals are causing it to rapidly advance.
In the original plot, it's not that biologics cause it; it's that they're doing it to protect the biologics because they don't. There's no way to protect them from themselves, and they are
Right.
incapable of fighting the void energy. And so the only way to do it is to call the galaxy to create new Reapers to continue the war, to preserve
Lovecraft
the light of the suns or whatever.
and Robert Howard. Yeah. But yeah, that's probably why they have such similar stories and plot points, is because they both probably used a lot of those types of writers as like research. But it wouldn't surprise me if they talked to each other. I mean, like you said, and everyone else has said, a lot of these devs, usually when they're actually passionate about their project, they're just little nerds that like to spurg at each other about what they're doing. They just want to show people it.
Yeah, they share stuff. I mean, I shared stuff with a certain friend of mine who's blonde, and then he literally stole one of my things. Literally
Well, he
ripped
does
off
that.
our fucking architecture. Where I'm like, okay, not showing you anything anymore, thief. Fucking A. My art
It's
director
in his
found out
blood.
about that, and he's super bad about that, by the way.
It's in his blood.
Well, that's what happens
That's all
when you
he can do.
steal ideas. On a side note, have you tried the Maxigun yet? Yes, I have. It's very good. Also, Shadav, you
Yeah.
little chatfish. I noticed you have an Unreal Tournament 2004 profile picture. Very choice worthy. At least it looks like one. Don't forget, Shadav, you need to go to the Discord and DM Rapier Kamigawa to get yourself your chatfish this year. We have a charity chatfish system lined up, and we've got charity chatfish waiting to be getting homes. And one could get a home with you. Doesn't cost you nothing. So get in there and go apply for a charity fish.
Damn. Bino saying you shouldn't trust Europeans. Damn.
Damn true. So be sure to go in there and go get it. But yeah.
No, don't worry about it, Rasmus.
Oh, I'm not sour about anyone. I'm just saying there's certain things that annoyed me in my like history and things. Remember, I'm still working on a collaboration channel with that person, alright? Chatfish Forget. We're literally slated to launch, I think, in January? Or the second month of the year. But yeah, no, we're still best friends. No. I'm just saying one thing he did that annoyed me. But it's a testament to how cool our designs are.
It is, in fact, possible to be friends with someone and really not like something they do.
Yeah. I just want to strangle him a little bit.
Yeah.
Little thief.
Just slap him on his big, blonde, fat head.
He owes me. And I'm just going to collect on that in a different way. He's going to shield my fucking video game. That's what he's going to do as punishment. And then bygones be bygones. Easy fix. Easy fix. You bet your ass I'm calling on that favor. But I'm waiting till my video game is in a state in which it's ready to be promoted. Because I want the prototype and the demo. Well, I don't want to call upon him until the demo is done.
I was going to say, I don't know if I'd show him a prototype.
No. I mean, I show my buddy my prototype all the time, but like, you know what I mean? We prototype by the seats. It's like, what the fuck?
Damn.
It's kind of like how I want to swap my brother for being retarded, but I still love him even if he's retarded, says Beto. Yeah, you get in fight with your friends. I mean, you don't truly have a good friend unless you get mad and want to strangle them a couple times.
Yeah.
Just, yeah, it's true. And they're strangling another chatfish.
They start strangling randoms in the bucket.
Start screaming.
Start squeezing all the lemons.
But yeah. Ooh, just gotta keep breathing.
But yeah, I don't know. A lot of the movie tie-in games and stuff, like we were talking about with
They're usually
the Lord of the
bad.
Rings games,
But there are
they are
exceptions.
usually very bad.
Yes.
There are some exceptional ones, but by and large, they're shovelware.
Yep. The big thing is that if you want to find out if a movie game is going to be good or not, you got to look at the developers. Much like, remember when we talk about all corporations are bad? In a way, I kind of think that is true. The corporation is a entity that isn't a person. But people behind the corporation determine whether that machine will be producing good things or bad things. So never love a corporation. I like Bungie, but I like Bungie when it was under control of its original creators and stuff like that. I do not like Bungie, what Bungie has become. Just like I don't like 343. I never liked them.
That's okay. Bungie doesn't like itself either.
Yeah, pretty much. The people who comprise a studio determine the nature of that studio. Whether it's good, whether it's not, is entirely dependent on them. Look at Indie Stone with Project Zomboid, right? Project Zomboid is actually coming along pretty good.
Yeah, but part of Zomboid taking so long is the devs were being autistic and refusing to hire more people on for the longest time.
Yep, they didn't want to expand, which I can understand the fear of that, by the way. But they have way more money than God compared to me, so like they should expand. If I had their money, yes. Now, there is a degree where you don't want to expand too much, because you will. There can be problems from that. The Hightail devs, I did do research into Hightail, which had development history and troubles, by the way. The Hightail game is a Minecraft game. Fuck it, I'll just go get it so you guys can see what I'm talking about. I did some digging into it because we talked about it and I was curious, but the research I found made me a little more skeptical about this game. So take this game a pinch of salt because it's experiencing development troubles. Now, it isn't dead, by the way. They're still working on trying to set things right, but they basically, their scope for this game overexpanded massively. And as it overexpanded, it bloated. And when it bloated, it became basically untenable. That's a problem that happens with game devs sometimes, where they start getting a lot of money, and they get that security net of a big publisher, because Riot Games became their publisher. And Riot Games is, of publishers, from what I know, is a pretty chill publisher, in the sense that they usually don't get too interferency with like products or projects, but that can also be a bad side too. And because of it, what that led to is it led to Hytale basically having serious development troubles. Now apparently Hytale is in the process of recovery, and there was a pitch basically released by the original founder, who left originally, has now made a proposition to come back and invest $25 million and put skin in the game to basically do stuff. Yeah. Because apparently a lot of developer news that came out of this game from other devs, and I've been reading what the devs have been saying, this game's actually pretty put together. It's not like a hypothetical nothing burger. Like, a lot of the devs are pretty confident. It's not just one person like Randy Pitchford saying it's 95% done. Because that's what he lied about Duke Nukem Forever for the original cut. We now know that's a fucking load of shit. But in this case, there's a lot of developers, and I mean a lot, basically all consistently saying the same thing, that the game was actually pretty close to being in a releasable state. The issue is that they have too many planned features, and the engine they want to put it on is just not a good engine for what they're trying to do, and trying to put it on every console and system is just too ambitious. The original co-creator basically came back and was like, hey, I can do this, but let's just make it for PC. It's just going to be a PC game first, because it's going to be easier rather than spreading our resources super thin, making a bunch of different adaptations so it all runs on the same system and is compatible, because that's a fucking nightmare. So yeah, that's basically what's going on then.
Yeah.
Randy Pitchfork lies about everything all the time. Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Shadab, did you DM Rapier? Get your chatfish. Come on, don't forget about it. And
Or
don't
Rapier's sitting at work, like, why do I keep getting pinged?
Yes, you need to make my artists work, Shadab. I need excuses to pay them, and I'm using you as that excuse. So go DM Rapier so I can give them money, so they can get their money and get fed. I want to make sure everybody's got food this Christmas. You're not getting charged for anything, by the way. It's charity fish. I just keep making sure that we have the artists constantly in production. Keep it working. Welcome to Stream Fuzzy. How you doing?
Home from work. I'm finishing my Jersey Mike's also.
You and your takeout, you greedy fuck.
Well, this is from yesterday. As to Hytale, yes, it suffers something similar to Duke Nukem Forever, where they would have their tech ready, they would have everything set in stone, reinvent it all over again. Because reasons. It is one of the biggest repeat offenses in the gaming industry, and this is the latest case. And a shame it took so long, as this looks promising.
I don't think I've ever actually heard of Hytale.
Yeah.
Just ping Rapier in the Chatfish orders or something, or actually DM him? DM him.
DM him. Shoot him a DM. Thank you, Shadab. I appreciate it, buddy. It helps us out a lot. It'll also get you on the end of the year banner. It'll be released free sometime in January. You can download it as a wallpaper. It'll have your Chatfish on there too. And if anybody else is missing a Chatfish and needs a charity fish, just let me know. And DM Rapier as well. We caught Yoriyuza the other day, that little lurker. He was itching for a fishy too.
Nice.
Getting everybody hooked
But,
up.
yeah, so the thing is, with any project, it can be salvaged. The question comes into who owns the IP for it. Is it, is Hytale its own solvent thing, or is there a publisher that owns the IP? And whether or not this co-founder or founder guy, whatever he is, that's coming back, whether or not he's willing to put up the 25 million you mentioned.
Yep.
To
basically,
because that's a lot of money to throw down with not much to show for it right now.
Yes, absolutely. Welcome to Dream Pie. So they basically canceled the game to work on what was essentially a sequel, then went back. I don't know about that. That wasn't something I had read yet. But if you know that, then let me know. Because that's not something I've heard. But I did hear, so what I know of this project, because I've done some cursory reading into it, and listing what other people had to say. Basically what happened here was that there was a lot of new people brought in because they got the money from Riot, which gave them the security net, right? They had a big bulwark of money to work with. And so that as a developer, and imagining myself, it would be hard not to expand the scope. Like it would take active willpower for me not to. Like all that resources, imagine what we could do. We could have sync kill animations. We could have, so much, but it's like, it's risky. Everything you add adds more development time and more resources.
We've seen this with, I'll sound like a broken record.
Go for it.
We see this with Star Citizen, right?
Mm.
What happens when you massively expand the scope of what you're doing and you bring on an insane workforce for it? They didn't actually start developing that game till 2015 because they had raked in so much money. All they were doing is just hiring people and getting buildings. And well, we saw what that happened. It's bloated to where there are over 1,000 employees, I think now.
Mm.
And it's taken them. We'll be in the 2030s before that damn thing comes out. But
Yep.
that's a prime example of what happens when you have an insane amount of money come in. You have that safety net. Now they have the benefit of they're actually independent from any publisher. But it doesn't matter. It's still a financial safety net guaranteeing your workers their hours or their salary, whatever they may be. You're gonna bloat, and if you bloat too quickly or you don't hire competent people or passionate people with your project, it's just gonna turn into a black hole. It's just gonna suck in on itself.
Yep.
That passion can be an Achilles heel for one reason. If you don't have a leader to keep people focused, and that's one thing that's common throughout all of this Hytale style example gaming development troubles, leadership is almost always to blame. Either there's not somebody to keep people focused
so
on, hey,
in this particular case, we did get there was the new CEO, and a lot of the old leadership had left. And because of that led to a chafing between new hires, and there was a schism that formed between the old veterans who had the old vision of the game versus the new hires which had the expanded vision, which created a schism in the development team. Schisms are bad, right? Like I could kind of talk to you guys about this. Team morale and like everything affects things, right? Like let's say one of my artists for my team is sick. That affects the entire morale of our team because we're smaller. But when you have like, let's say if Robin and I got into a fight and we had a schism, well, Robin is like literally like the programmer and the fucking animator. And so there'd literally be just like a split down the middle in terms of what direction to take the game, right? Technically, the director does have final say, but you want to have the team on board with the vision. You always want to make sure everybody's on board with the vision because we should all be working towards the common goal of making the best game we want to make, right? Because that's the end goal. The end goal should always be, is it going to be the best game we could possibly make? If yes, great, we're all on board. If no, then there's issues. The issue here is that they wanted to keep, the feature creep got so bad that it bloated so much that it basically gobbled up money, but they're developing dozen different systems without focusing on the systems that they just need to publish the game. The thing is, with this game, if they just focus on the core systems that were promised initially for Hytale, all they got to do is focus on those systems, finish the game up, publish it to get returns back, and then that'll start generating revenue because now it'll start selling, and then you can finally add those other features and systems you want later. It's just literally road mapping it. The one benefit we have in the modern age is our game development can be a lot more ambitious because, I'm just going to exhale a little bit, because they can basically, so in the early days of game making, you guys know this, right? I remember because when I got this disc for a game called Earth 2160, it's fucking terrible. But it had a bug in it, it didn't run. And so the only way to do it was to go downstairs, use the downstairs computer to download a patch, put it onto I think a disc or whatever, and then go upstairs, put it in my computer, and then download the patch onto my PC or install it. Because I didn't have access to internet because I was a little kid, you know? And that was like in the early 2000s. So when it came to that kind of stuff, it's like, okay, you could, like a lot of systems didn't have online connections, right? Nowadays, it's still possible for people to just, if a game is borked out of the box, you're fucked. Because you might not have good internet, you might have internet to patch it. But in the modern age, developers have gotten a little bit lazy because they can use that as a bit of a crutch. Because what you can do is you can release a game and be like, okay, we'll patch anything of the minor issues, ideally.
Yep. You see this with the day one patch stuff of the early 2010s. You'd like boot up a game and have like a 3 gig patch, which was insane at the time.
And if you didn't have internet connection, you wouldn't get nothing.
Yup.
You'd just be like, well, my game got these bugs in it, and I got these bugs for fucking ever. Hi says, have you read the article? Or sorry, it added words there. Hightail is saved post on their website. Let's take a look. They have that on their website. Because Chatfish wanted me to look at this game recently, so I've been having to catch up with what's happening with this game. Where's Hightail?
News came out about it a while ago, but it's only come into news recently because of the.
There it is. All right, let's read this article and let's go through it. Ooh, okay. A new and exciting chapter for Hightail begins today. We are thrilled to announce that we have acquired Hightail from Riot Games. While it didn't make sense for them to continue developing it in its existing form, they ultimately wanted what's best for the players, and that's for us to eventually play a revised version of the game. We're grateful to Riot Games for making this possible. Over the past few weeks, we have rehired more than 30 developers who know this game inside and out. So basically people that got like axed earlier on in development. So they're at least going to have experience with the game. With additional returns expected in the coming days. Together we are going back to the original vision of Hightail. So I guess that guy did get, because he wanted to pull it back to what it was. We are fully independent and personally committed to funding Hightail for the next 10 years. That's a bold fucking claim, by the way. We'll see how that plays out. Transactions like this are rare in the games industry. Yes, they are. Thank you to everyone for keeping it alive. Hightail is saved. Simon Collins Laflable. I can't pronounce his name. Founder, Hypixel. Yeah, Hypixel are the people who made Minecraft mods because the Hypixel team was like their own thing. Oh yeah, if you ever want to drop links pie for us to review on stream, you can drop them in the Bickering Bunch discussions. That's usually where the reservoir for that stuff is allowed to be posted. And then we'll pull it up on the stream. All right. The TLDR. Early access date to be announced in the coming days. So they are going to plan to launch an early access to get the ball moving. That's good. Platform windows at launch, Linux, Mac will be attempted on other platforms much later. Note, it says will be attempted. They're primarily focusing on a PC launch, and the other things are secondary concerns. Pricing details to be announced in the coming days. Early access state, expect bugs, rough edges, unbalanced content, and frequent updates that break things, which is more than fair for an early access title. Early access duration is expected to last a few years. No rush to 1.0. Launch content exploration mode, creative mode, and modding systems. Not at launch. Minigames and adventure mode both come later. Dedicated teams for minigames. Ownership. We own 100% of Hightail. We repurchased from Riot Games. So they purchased it back. So he bought it back. He spent a fuck ton of money getting that back, by the way. That's insane. Game builds. Using the previous engine from the trailer, enabling faster development and immediate playability. Modding. Available at launch. Run your own servers and create custom-based content. How we got here. On June 23, 2025, we announced that the development of Hightail was ending and Hypixel Studios would wind down. When we saw the community's reaction, we knew we had to act. Although we hadn't been involved with Hightail since 2020, bear in mind Hypixel Studios left, and Riot Games was basically taking over at that point with their own management of stuff. Hightail and its community have always been something we cherished. We made an offer to Riot Games without seeing the full state of the project, knowing the massive risks involved. We dove in head first, no risk, no Hightail. We negotiated the deal, rehired 30 developers, secured funding, and made the call to return to the legacy engine and original vision. So basically winding back all the stuff that they had done before and just getting back in touch with the original idea of what the game was supposed to be. This shows a good idea here, and it's also showing them cutting back the bloated designs, which means that they're actually going to be taking an axe to those things and making it down reasonable. The fact that they're going to get an early access out in a reasonable time frame is also a positive sign because it shows that they have a game plan going forward. Why we did this? We're focused on building the game we always wanted to play, and one that we'd be proud of for our kids to play too. Philip and I are personally committing funding for the next 10 years. That's a big fucking investment.
We'll get to that later.
This is our passion project, and we're here to make it last. Start small, grow with community. We expect our roadmap to evolve as we learn more about the game's needs and how players respond. It's already changing. What we have today is different than from what we had a few weeks ago, as we have been exploring the game. Yep, because they have to rediscover what's actually done. We'll keep it agile and flexible and try our best to avoid promises we can't keep. Again, a good mentality to have, but we're going to have to see actions. That's going to have to be the big thing there. We're choosing to focus on making a great game first, rather than a perfect engine. We know the risk of releasing an unfinished product. First impressions matter, and it's hard to change minds, but this is a risk we must take. We need your help in creating content, reporting bugs, and giving feedback, and building this with us. No risk, no hightail. Our initial priority, is polishing the living world, modding core mechanics, and sandbox experience. Once the world feels alive and the systems are stable, we'll shift hard into adventure mode and minigames. Development to create the true Hightail experience. Which, those who aren't aware, Hypixel is a group and organization that made Minecraft mods, and their big thing they were known for were all the minigames and things they did. They basically tried to push the engine to the brink, but the big problem with Hypixel was that they ultimately realized that the Minecraft engine, because it's made in Java, it had very bad limitations. So we're going to have to see what they're going to do there. The current state of the game. Let's discuss openly what we've inherited and what we're working with. The biggest problem thing to note is there are two engines in development. The legacy engine on C, Sharp, and Java, I think that's how you pronounce that, PC only, that was quite advanced from 3 to 4 years ago. This is what was used in the trailer and most blog posts, and a cross-platform engine, C++, that's been in development for approximately 3 years. The cross-platform engine is significantly behind in terms of gameplay. It would require extensive refactoring to be production-ready with minimal gameplay features. We estimate it would take approximately 2 years before we could consider early access with it. We made the decision to abandon the cross-platform engine and return to the legacy engine. Ooh, that sucks to have to go back to Java. Be strong, little chatfishes, be strong. It's playable now. It lets us build a game rather than an engine. It's the version that feels like what Hightail was supposed to be. As for the legacy engine, we have plans to make it cross-platform later. We are in no rush. In the game itself, we have over 100 NPCs, thousands of items and blocks, but many aren't properly configured yet. Expect unbalanced loot, rough edges, and bugs. This is genuine early access. Please report issues and give feedback. Official minigames will not be available on early access launch. We know these were a big part of the original Hightail vision, but the infrastructure of the minigames are far from ready. We have a dedicated team that will focus on bringing minigames once the core game is stable. We have extensive experience in this. In the meantime, the community can start making their own minigames, custom servers, and experiences when we launch our own. We'll share our assets and support the community. Ideally, the community becomes better at making minigames than we are. We are a small, dedicated team by design. Scaling too fast creates new problems, as they learned from the previous instance. The cost of staying small is that we can't balance and finish everything in a few weeks. The benefit is that we can move quickly, make decisions efficiently, and avoid bureaucracy that kills momentums. Yes, that is a huge deal. That's one of the benefits that we have at Battle Damage Studios too. Having a small team means there's less bureaucratic nightmares and less hoops you have to hurdle through and less meetings it takes to get the ball moving. In order to get the Red Sun Dream moving, we had a meeting and then it was already entering production. If you have like a team of 100 people, yeah, you're going to have a lot more resources in the long run, but getting those balls moving and logistics is just a fucking nightmare. In the past few days, we've made solid progress towards launching early access. As we move into full production mode, as we complete the transfer of Hightail, you'll see accelerated development in the coming weeks. We'll release detailed patch notes in the coming days so you can see the full scoop of improvements. So real quickly there, the big thing to take out of this is that this is a lot of promises, and it's entirely up to the developers to see what they do. They might adhere to it. They might not. We'll have to see. Actions are going to speak louder than words. I would say I'm going to give this game a chance to see what the development's going to do because, again, it is a fresh team and they're tackling it again. These people are the people who left because they had a disagreement with that Riot Games was taking over to begin with. So a lot of these people were the people that lost touch with the product because they didn't like the way it was going. It was far out of the vision of what they wanted. And it seems like because it's going back in the direction, a lot of the old team members are coming back on board because this is what they signed up for. This is the game they want to make. So, Leadership is critical to our success. Here's who's leading Hightail. Simon Collins Laflamna, I'm butchering his name, directly involved daily shaping vision and ensuring the long-term health of the game and community, co-funding in the project. And Philip Touchette, co-funding, overseeing financial responsibilities, and helping structure the finances for the acquisition. Kevin Karstens, a technical lead, leading all technical developments since day one with deep knowledge of every layer of the game. And Patrick DeBrick, management lead, handling studio operations, team coordination, and ensuring efficient execution. So they've actually put their names on the line there because now their reputations are at stake. And they've also put their money in the game too because they put some massive investments down. We've rehired over 30 devs. We already read that. But yeah, so that's basically that. The one thing is, I will say the art direction of this is much better than the art direction of the fucking actual game. Because, oh my god.
Yes.
The actual game, like, the characters look a little bit gooby.
Now, as to two things that stood out to me there. One, the personal
It's not on Steam
investment. No, it's not.
Not yet. I was just checking to see if it was. Go ahead.
No. If you go to scroll to the top of the bullet points. One is the personal investment, where, as Kim's generously pointed out, and needed to point out, and I will say it again, big promise. Now, just from the limited knowledge of Noah Riot games, I'm sure they got big, hefty paychecks, and yeah, they could have made some investments and made some money during investments to secure funding during those 8 years? Still. How much do they really have? I have some questions about that. Now,
What, Riot
full
Games?
disclaimer. No, the original owners have to purchase this back. As
Well, we already know, because in other articles that came out, they offered $25 million down.
okay, over the next 10 years is the other key thing. 10-year promised funding, without private fund. Now it's not beyond the realm of possibility, but without private investors or some kind of plan, that's a big promise. A 10-year plan.
I mean, these guys got big financials. They might actually be able to pull that weight. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah.
Because the big thing is these guys are Hypixel. Hypixel is one of the biggest like Minecraft modding communities, or like community things, and the amount of financial leverage these guys have is actually not to be sneezed at.
Okay, that explains that. That was my main.
They also have a
question of where does the
massive
money
amount
come
of
from.
experience with this, because the whole purpose of making Hightail was because Hightail is basically what they wanted Minecraft to be, but under Microsoft stewardship, it never went anywhere. The entire idea of this game is basically to make Minecraft into, well, make Hightail into what Minecraft should have been. A game with an actual like world and an environment and story and progression. Because I think you guys have played Minecraft, the original, right? There's not a lot of meat to
a
it.
little bit.
Yay.
Without the mods. And yeah, this was to be a proper building on top of the formula, actually pushing the genre forward. So at least that explains the funding part. That was my main question. And the other part is, you get insight of them going back to the Java engine. If
It's a
reading that
sketchy
right.
engine, but based on their reasoning, like as a developer, it's sound. Based on their assessment, they looked at the other engine, which is the C++, which would be the engine I would want to migrate to. Just because I'm not so confident about Java being an engine. It just has problems. It's very big of a pain to work with. But
Yeah.
the reality is that the Java engine is in a state that they can actually make it shippable in a reasonable amount of time. And so the reality
Yes,
is that they need to put the game out there because they do need to start turning profits.
Yeah, as I see leadership learning some hard lessons that needed to. One, put the product out first and get a stable game out. Don't do this constantly reinventing the engine that cough do Gungan forever constantly did. So they're learning that of, okay, we're doing what we know, we're getting this out, we can do this later once we get our bearings and a good development pipeline going. So they're learning some hard lessons. They're going back to the original vision of, hey, this new version, it was not going to be what the fan base wanted. This was supposed to be, as we established, innovation off Minecraft. That's the other key thing, that leadership is learning the lessons, which gives us a lot more credit that this will release and it will be a stable long-term pipeline. Now, obviously, wait for results. They are clearly, it's the learning of the hard lessons that gives me more hope for this.
Yes, I know, Chatfish. I misspoke. Listen, cut me some slack, guys. Come on.
He
You're like,
said-
hey, oh, no.
I remember my main point.
I
When
caught
heard
there,
about the
didn't you?
from what I remember about the C++ engine, what I've been able to read up on this,
That's not
and
an
what's
engine,
been
it's
reported
language.
a while ago.
But
Sorry, language.
Yeah.
Or their C++ based engine, I think would be a better wording.
Yep, because the language
There
is
were a
written
lot
in.
of problems. A lot of problems with developing it, and it was taking way too long, and I think that was one of the core reasons why I decided to pull it of, hey, you are migrating to the C++ based engine, and nothing's getting done. Meanwhile, you had this Java engine that everything was ready.
Yep, it's the big thing is they can put it out faster. I'm still not a big fan of Java though, because our studio has worked with it before, and oh my god, never again, never again. How it reads sprite maps is quite scary. Duh. But it's funny, Kibble, the vaunted game developer, doesn't know the difference between engine and programming language. Firstly, chat, I am a game developer, but I'm not a programmer. I'm a director and writer and mechanics designer. There is a massive difference. Like, I'm the first to say that Robin on our dev team, he is a fucking god. He knows programming shit. Me, dumber than a box of rocks. Me good at making stories and hurting characters in fun and interesting ways. Robin good at making magic. That's what he's good at. So of course I'm
Good at
fucking...
making magic.
That's basically what it is. Fucking magic. But yes, if Robin was here, he would be a better expert to talk about that. But Robin doesn't really have time for that because he's busy coding our game. Or well, he was. He was coding it this morning. Remember, his time is precious and he costs a lot of money. So I could either have him here giving me programming advice, or I could have him working on our game. So it's your choice, chat. Oh my god, Jeffish. Then our game will never be done. And we only got one programmer, chat, so we got to make sure we utilize him correctly. But yeah, you're right. It is a language, not an engine. I misspoke. Big stupid Gib there. But yeah, Java's not a language I like because every time we've tried to work with Java in the past, it usually amounted to some sort of massive headache and serious hurdles to run through. I forget what language we use now. I think you could ask Robin in his stream if he's still streaming. It's either C# or something. But whatever it is now, I don't hear as many of those fucking nightmarish hurdles where it's like, oh my god, we're going to have to do like several dozen steps just to get it to read the fucking sprites because the sprite sheets aren't being read for whatever reason. It's like, oh, cancer.
Yeah, he was doing an effect thing this morning.
Oh, he's working on spells again?
I guess.
Cool. I wonder what spell he's going to be working on. He's mostly going to be working on spells right now, so a lot of more fun stuff than what we're used to seeing, which was mostly compiler shader.
I popped in for a little bit and chatted with him before I had to get back to work.
I'll have to go check out the VOD and see what he's working on. Or I'll wait till the dev meeting when I'm steadier.
It'd probably be that one.
Yeah, probably imagine. Yeah, because usually when he's available to chat, he's like not available.
Yeah.
Because like I'm sick now, so I can't stay up super late. Also, as a reminder, chat, we're $69 towards tomorrow's goal. If we make tomorrow's goal today, you will get that H piece we talked about for the winner, which the winner was the Paladin-themed Aerith. Congratulations, Paladin-themed Aerith. Your stretch goal, you have until the end of today's stream to reach that. If you don't, no worries, the other art pieces will be produced. Just means there won't be the other version. I'm sure Robin doesn't know C++ as of yet. I mean, I don't even know why you would need C++. Your game didn't look memory intensive. I hope not. But to be frank with you, I remember when he did that was working on the shader, or was it the shader or the renderer? Our game's frame rate went from 200, 300 to like fucking 1. It was pretty bad. Something was critically wrong there. But then I think the compiler fixed it. I don't remember.
Chatfish, you do know that you want to see that Templar Aerith get defiled, right?
Yes, you could have Aerith get defiled if you so wish.
Sullied.
Seeded, if you will.
Brought down.
Yep.
Bread.
Converted, if you will. Just like, what the fuck is wrong with these guys? They're so goddamn degenerate. They are, aren't they?
They are.
Yeah.
You have to splash them with cold water on occasion in VC.
Did you ever get all thirsty?
They're down, boy.
Ooh. That's just enough of that.
Not to mention, Hugo Fugi he still has a max tier bounty, and doesn't Juan as well? I believe Juan does as well.
Pies are like, what the
Both
fuck?
top tier bounties.
Listen, we do this with our chat. You may be new here. This is
Yeah.
freaking D-Jets. I know, right? Those chatfish they're out of control.
Freaking Degens hides his stash.
That's so funny. Oh my god.
Can she just be happy? No.
I mean, you can pay for that if you make the goal and you reach it. Yeah, I'll let you decide. Winners decide.
Whoever makes it themselves could decide if it can be wholesome or very unwholesome.
Yeah, I don't care.
Yeah.
You just reach the daily goal,
Now,
keeping
Kev.
us fed. That's it. What?
You want something to laugh at? Look at the latest article I posted and laugh.
It better not be gay porn
Harlot sends a
again.
membership.
He's like, oh, sorry. All right, thank you for
And
the
it doesn't-
membership.
Land on anything. Oh, there we go. It took a second.
War's my destiny. That's an edgy name.
It's a very edgy name.
He's an edgy little chatfish. Did I miss something degenerate? Yes, chatfish were being degenerate. We were just merely telling them that they were degenerate.
I like how you say that as your waiting screen or your in-between screen you pull up.
Listen, my BRB screens are all fan made, so like, you know, my fans are degenerate. All right, that's how that works.
This is true. Plaka is.
Blake is our little D-Jed. One of our many D-Jeds. After 17 years, Ubisoft is hiring up for Beyond Good and Evil 2, a definitely real game that exists. Oh, because they're running out of money, so they needed something.
Yeah.
God, 17 years. I was a freshman in high school when this started.
God
Now
damn.
Fuzzy knows the pain of being a Star Citizen backer.
Oh my god.
Now he knows.
Now, this beat the McGinnis World Record, I believe, of longest game development. I think the top holder was Duke Nukem Forever at 15 years. And Star Citizen may beat both of those.
It will.
That's funny, but I can't laugh because it makes me cough. All right, so
Right.
just one more heave, and I reckon Sisyphus will finally get that rock to the top of the mountain.
Sisyphus, not Sisyphus, Sisyphus.
I can't pronounce these words, okay? Beyond Good and Evil 2, a video game that I first got excited for when I was 14 years old. I am now 32. Oh my god, he's a dinosaur. Inexplicably continues development. Not only that, but its team is hiring via Eurogamer. Wait, they're hiring people through Eurogamer or like...
No, that's the citation.
Okay. I was making sure because like that's how would hire games journals for game coding? Oh boy. If you have a lifelong dream of being technical sound designer on the sequel to Beyond Good and Evil, but were unfortunately a child when it was first revealed back in 2008, now's your chance. Ubi is looking for someone to work in Montpellier and provide technical solutions for integration and implementing audio systems to ensure that the audio assets created by the team work as intended, in the line with the audio director's vision. I read that weirdly, which I suppose no one's gotten around to in the last 17 years. Reading like this makes me cough less, I think. Beyond Good and Evil 2 is an action-adventure open-world game set in a captivating space opera universe, and the direct prequel to the 2003 cult classic Goes the Blurb. Based on a breakthrough of technology driven by the proprietary Voyager engine, Beyond Good and Evil 2 to offer a seamless experience of exploration and space piracy across the solar system full of exotic locations. Not mentioned the fact that it's one of the video games industry's most legendarily cursed projects, which only hasn't been cancelled because Yves Guillemot is subject to a witch's gay-ass. That's what I always want to say because that's how I pronounced it as a kid, but I got yelled at once. The posting for a technical sound designer popped up in the last day or two. But there are various other positions available, which have been open for a while. If audio's not your bag, Ubisoft is also in the hunt for a lead quest designer, a senior character artist, a VFX artist, and plenty else besides. Still, can they afford to pay them? God only knows. Though don't get it twisted, this isn't to say that they don't have money. Just keep adding words. Oh, no cough. Okay. Still, though don't get it twisted, this isn't to say the project hasn't had anyone in these roles up to now. It just means that they're fucking gone. That's what that means. That's what that means. And they did. That means that this game is probably in development hell based on what I'm hearing here. That's what
Yep.
that sounds like. It sounds
I
like
could give some insight on that.
yeah. Okay, go for it because I think we've deduced what we could deduce here.
It's very simple. Take friction between department heads and leadership, up that intensity, and then extend that for 17 years to such an extent that that Gilmont, I was just gonna say the CEO, had to step in and rectify the situation. And it's been trying to sort this out, this friction, and get something out for 17 years. And
That's
it
pretty
looks to
bad.
be only been recently that they found the leader of, okay, stop fighting, you immature children, and release I'm trying not to curse here, and release the product for Christ's sake.
Yep. Yeah,
It's really that simple. They
They
just
just-
couldn't agree on anything.
yep. They just need to pump it out. But the reality is, it basically looks like a Duke Nukem Forever situation. Like-
It literally is.
It's just one of those forever games. See, the issue with games like this, by the way, is that by the time it releases, unless it's either going to come out and it's going to have outdated things. Like Duke Nukem Forever released on 360, right? That era, the 7th gen, and it came out and it had like mechanics that were already old and cumbersome back then, that were not new. And the issue was that it came out years too late. Had it come out years prior, it might have been a quirky little game people would have liked. It still would have been flawed. But the issue is it came out too late. And because these games are stuck in development hell, they're stuck with the game design docs, or GDDs, of older designs, and they're not actually changing them. So they're stuck with trends that have been gone for like a decade, or have fallen out of main use because they're no longer popular, or worse, I mean genuinely worse, they've been improved upon by other games. And so when they release, it comes out and it's mediocre. That's what happened to Duke Nukem Forever. It came out, and games had already improved the formula so much of shooters that it was outclassed by games that had come out years prior. Because it should have come out ages prior before then.
Ollie donates $50. Just me spurging. The historian Ubislop hired as a consultant on Yasuke laundered his fan fiction by making Wikipedia articles and then making references to his own online articles in his written works to invent his own credibility. Hashtag Sanic, hashtag Sandwich.
Yep. That actually did happen. Yeah, so the big thing about Assassin's Creed Shadows is the Yasuke guy was real. He did exist. But he wasn't a samurai. He was
know that his name was Yasuke. I don't know.
I don't
what his actual
I don't know
name
if his
was.
name was that, but I do know because I did some research on this, is that he existed, but he was basically the Japanese people bought him, and they bought him basically down he was real. I mean, it could be one of those made up stories, but I could believe it because it's like, yeah, they would. It was like, oh, we're gonna buy this strong, tall black dude who's gonna intimidate other little Japanese people because they're a lot shorter, right? That makes sense. And so they give him like an honorary position, but not as a samurai. The issue is that even if he ended up getting sold back into slavery by Japan again later, if you're to believe the story. Which is like, okay, so, and then what is his military history? Well, I mean, he was a slave, so he wasn't very motivated to fight. Go figure. Slave troops genuinely run when in the first time of danger because they have no commitment, no skin in the game. And Yasuke, when confronted with an actual life-threatening situation, fled. And that him fleeing is basically what lost him what little, like, reason they had to keep him around. Because he was a coward. But at the same time, I don't really blame the guy. I ain't gonna die for somebody, who's my slave master. I don't really care. I don't really care.
Yeah, this is just the latest embarrassment by Ubisoft, and 17 years to solve a management dysfunction of this severity? This should have been identified within 1 or 2 years max.
Well, the issue is that by the time it's identified, it's already in the pipe. And even then, there's usually little will to change it because, remember, put yourself in their shoes. It's already been cooking for so long. All right, why would we want to change it? Like, we're going to lose the 4 years of progress we have right now. So let's stay the course and we'll make it there. We'll just bulldog through it. The issue with that thinking is they're not realizing the critical foundational issue. And so they're just steaming ahead while the ship is stuck in, it's backed into an iceberg already and it's sinking. Like, oh, the water line's getting closer, boss. I don't know what's happening. Oh, ship's splitting into two. I think we're not going to make it. And then they're in the water. And now they're fucking dead. If he was real,
Ye-
the closest evidence yes, Chet. It's one of those speculative historical things where there's claims that he was, there's claims that he wasn't. It's one of those things where there'll never be a definitive truth because, well, to be frank, there's certain historical things we don't know, right? I mean, look at cream soda, right? Or ice cream soda. We don't even know the origins of ice cream soda that well. It's theorized that a couple of places came up with it, but the problem is they all contest each other. Even in cuisine. Even the smash burger is up to debate as to who came up with it first. The problem is that there is no definitive proof of any of these things. There's only proof that
But,
people came up with it around the same time frame.
Yeah, with the whole Ubisoft thing, they're beyond a sinking ship. They've already sank.
Yeah, Ubisoft.
There's no salvaging anything. Like Beyond Good and Evil 2 will not be a good game. It doesn't matter who gets put in. It's too late.
Yeah.
Like it's too far gone.
The problem is that in order to fix this, they're going to have to do something they're not going to do. It would be to
Yeah, they're gonna-
shit can the entire thing and start from scratch.
Yes, they would have to radically clean house, and they're not going to do that.
They are. You're right. That's what that's what sucks.
So it's going to be another EA situation where they're sitting on a treasure trove of very valuable IPs.
But they're not doing anything with them. Or
They're
worse,
not doing
they'll
anything
make bad
with
stuff
them.
with them.
And then someone else is going to come along and try to buy them up and hoover it all up.
Yep. Chatfish just call him Ubi bad. I mean, I can't remember the last time I bought a Ubisoft game and I thought, like, oh, this is amazing. Like, World
I
of
thought Ubisoft
Conflict was
games-
nice.
I thought Ubisoft games were bad almost 2 decades ago, let alone now. Like, I never saw the appeal in it. Far Cry 2 was just okay. Far Cry 3 was okay. It wasn't great. 2 was better. Blood Dragon was better than 3.
See, their strategy game market, I think, was much stronger. Because they had Anno, they had fucking World of Conflict and Ground Control. And those games were actually awesome. But
So it might have
the
been
shooters aren't
stronger
very
for-
good.
Yeah, it might have been stronger for people that really like those games, but those are very niche, so those aren't big money makers.
Yep, it's also from the studio called Massive Entertainment, which is a studio,
Yeah.
mind you, that they basically overhauled to make slop games. So Massive
Mhm.
Entertainment can't even make what they used to make anymore. They used to be, really cool, pushing the bounds, making these really cool strategy games that were very theatrical and movie-esque. Now they're not.
Yep.
Tom Clancy's End War? Yeah, Tom Clancy's End War was good. Also, the Ghost Recon games were fun. The Tom Clancy games used to be kind of fun. But now they're not even related to Tom Clancy, because Tom Clancy's been, unfortunately, he passed away. And now they just
slap on the
use
name.
they just use his name, which is kind of sad because, like, damn, the dude's gone. Like, stop. Like, stop using his name like that. That's fucked up. You're not even basing it on his books anymore. Like, that's just mean. That's actually mean. That's actually... I feel bad for that guy.
Well, he's dead now, so I don't think he cares.
Well, yeah, he don't care anymore, but, like, that sucks. I mean, it sucks to have your legacy tarnished. You worked your whole
But,
life only for it to be, besmirched.
Tom Clancy's Terrestrial War win. Yeah,
Oh my fucking god. Right in the kib.
But yeah, I don't see them salvaging this at all. And I'm normally like a glass half full kind of guy, but Ubisoft has just hit failure after failure and done the wrong thing every time. So
Yeah,
I just
they've
don't
not
see them
done well.
changing ship. Like,
Yeah, the past 5 years, and even then, even during their high period, you could still see the signs of something is really not right with this company.
Oh, damn.
And now all of those bad decisions have been catching up to them, and they're doing their darnest. And honestly, you can accuse malice at this point that they're doing their darnest to wreck the company as much as possible for whatever plan they have, likely to try to take the company private, which could end up getting them sued.
Yeah.
and like I don't have any nostalgia for the original Beyond Good and Evil. I've never played it. But yeah, like Ghost says, it should never Beyond Good and Evil 2 should never come out. Yeah, I agree because it would just tarnish the name. Like it wouldn't be able to live up to it in the slightest. There's no
Yes,
point at this point.
I played the original. It was fun. To bring it to the AAA aspect, as Ubisoft wanted it did, this was, even especially for the time, some small niche but cult classic AA indie level title. To blow it up to this, obviously if you want to expand it to...
I mean, they weren't indie back in the
Possibly.
day. They had a publisher.
Yeah.
Remember, it's important
Well,
to note the
hence
differences
level.
because AAA try to use the indie tag all the time. It's like,
No,
no,
hence I said indie
bad
level. That's
AAA.
budget-wise.
When you have the resources of a AAA behind you, you don't get to claim indie.
Yeah, that'd be like claiming Cloud Imperium Games as indie. They're not.
It's like, motherfucker, you can't fucking be like, oh yeah, I'm an indie game, but you're published by EA. EA has fucking boatloads of cash. You fucking fuck up with that fucking bullshit. You had way more resources than I had. Don't you dare use my tag. Don't you dare.
Yeah, if this was a budget title, it was not supposed to be this size and to... I don't know why they just can it and do a tax write-off and just move on. That would be the best thing. You'd be saving yourself more money in the long run.
Taxter2706, welcome to the stream. He says, at least they've not been... Oh, he's disappeared. There he goes. At least they've not been puppeting him around as an AI ghoul like Stan Lee. Are they actually using Stan Lee as an AI? Oh my god.
Oh my god.
They're using him for ads. They're using his social media.
Jesus
All
Christ.
it's pretty gross.
The stuff they did to that poor old man, they genuinely fucking dragged that old man through hell. Now, I will say, Stan Lee ain't no saint either. He did fucking plagiarize and steal other people's comics and stuff. But I don't care who you are. There comes a point at which you should, like, fucking drag somebody's corpse around. Like, it's just fucked up.
That's honestly one of the most horrific parts of AI is doing that.
Yeah, imagine dying, right? And your life's work, and then only to be used, like, your memory is going to be a sad, pathetic echo of what it once was to promote, like, sodas and, like, fries and chips or whatever. Like, what the fuck? Your life amounted to being used by some hack? Fucking A. That's just terrible.
Cloud Imperium Games, a small company like Yub Nub and Riot. Yeah, small indie company.
Yeah, like Yub
Please
Nubs.
understand.
Yeah, Yub Nubs. Yeah. By the way, did I tell you guys, chat, that Yub Nubs basically sent me an email saying that I was promoting terrorism and that I was going to receive a warning? And I'm like, what? What are you talking about? Like, I guess maybe you could misconstrue something I say in a video game, like, oh, yeah, we're going to wipe out the Terminids, or, oh, you know, something like that. Because I'm trying to genuinely think, like, what the fuck? When did I ever promote terrorism?
We're talking about getting that. I was like, what?
And then they're like, we deleted your video. And so I checked the link, and the link's like, wait, this isn't even related to my channel. Why did I get an email for somebody else's video? That was so weird. Because the only thing I streamed that day was Black and White 2. But it's like, well, it was weird. Well, you did play Dustboard. Oh my god, don't remind me. That gave us so cringe.
That is a war crime in and of itself.
Who is Yubdubs? Oh, Pi, you're new. We call it YouTube Yubdubs. Yeah, don't worry. It's a meme. It started because in the Star Wars Return of the Jedi movie, right? At the end, the little Ewoks go Yub-dub, and then they say that. And then Squealy, I think it was Squealy, was like, oh, that's so dumb. And I'm going to use that as a dumb nickname for YouTube. I think it was him. I don't remember. And so we just started calling YouTube Yub-dubs. Because
It sounds like a Reguline thing.
We call YouTube Yub-dubs. We call Buddy Bud-buds. Like, we're kind of brain damaged here. So, like, we call things stupid. We call new people to the community lemons. Like, we've got a lot of these weird things going on. Yub-dub. Yes, yub-dub. Jab. Ooh. Ooh. But yeah, YouTube is Yub-dubs. Yub-dubs is a big corporation. They can't do no wrong. Except accuse me of terrorism. And then not actually do it. Accuse me of promoting terrorism.
So is it Yub-dub or Yub-nub? It's Yub-nub.
So is it Yub-dub or Yub-dubs? We call it Yub-nubs with an N. U-B-N-U-B. Or Y-U-B-U-N-B. Or fuck. Y-U-B-N-U-B. Oh my god, I don't know what this is.
A, B, C, G, E, F, G. There you go.
Hot Ioka Elemento Pay. I said the alphabet in German now. I'm cool. I'm multilingual. Look at me.
Somewhere Vulpus and Simper are reeing.
I mean, I did it right. Hot Ioka Elemento P. Elemento Pay? I can't remember. A, B, C, D, E, F, gay. I do like how G is just gay. This is so funny.
Well, we aren't as brain damaged as Reddit. True.
Not yet, but we're getting there. Gibbs has never been running high for a bit too long. I don't think I have a fever. I'm wearing a blanket, but I don't think I have a fever. I just have a really bad cough. And it's hard to breathe. Because it's like my lungs now. but I don't have any congestion in my nose area too much. I mean, I do a little, but like, it's just like, yeah, if I breathe deeply, like you could, I don't know if you could hear it. It's like tense there. I just need to not cough to prevent scarring because that happened last year, and then I started choking.
Yeah, just don't breathe. You'll be fine.
Because that started causing mucus buildup in the lungs because it kept being injured. And it was very bad. So we're just trying not to cough, and we try not to puke, because puking is bad. I haven't had anything to eat today, but I'm really not hungry. But I need to force myself to eat. But I can't go out to get takeout, so I gotta make something here. Against my will. We're gonna do I know what we're gonna do. We're gonna do chicken with ramen. Easy bake. Easy bake.
Yeah, you're gonna do Campbell's chicken noodle soup.
No. Motherfucker, I checked my cupboard to see if I had any more left, because I do buy I did. I was always wondering why the chicken. I was wondering why the chicken didn't taste so good. I'm like, the chicken used to be so much more flavorful. Now it tastes kind of fake. By the way, chat, Campbell's Chicken does vat-grown chicken for their chicken. Or their meats. They use vat-grown meat. Do not eat Campbell's soup. They use vat-grown meat, and it doesn't taste right. It doesn't taste right for a reason, Chad. It's
That's
not
what
right.
ultra-processed food is.
I want real meat. I want to eat a real chicken, damn it. If I pay fucking money, I expect there to be a real chicken inside that can when I open it, damn it. Fucking charge me like $6 for a can of soup and it only got 4 pieces of chicken. And you're telling me those 4 fucking pieces of chicken aren't even chicken. They're vat chickens.
Damn.
Oh my god.
Wait, we have vat-grown meat? Always have.
Yeah, the Campbell's soup cans for sure. Also, be careful with processed meat. That's why I buy if I make sandwiches, I buy meat from the butcher shop.
Polly donates $5. Says, a computer can never be held accountable. Therefore, a computer must always make a management decision. Every modern corporation, same tags.
Okay, you read that so fast that my brain didn't process. So I'm going to have to read it in my head. Oh, God. I'm like, what? A computer can never be held accountable. Therefore, a computer must always make management decisions. Every modern corporation. Yeah, that happens when you get the accountant types in charge, right? They don't see people, right? Like, when we had to make new budget cuts this year, I did everything in my power to save people. Because I don't want to fire any of my boys. All my boys and all my girls. They're all fantastic and they do great jobs. I don't like saying my girls. That sounds a bit creepy. Now I'm sad. I mean, now I sound like a freak. I'm upset. Damn it. But you know what I mean? We're just going to call my boys.
Executive.
Yeah, they're my boys. They're my boys. They're my dev team. They're my family. I'm in charge.
Or anything in the fridge.
No, oh my god, I'm not going to buy people's breast milk or drink it. What? Fucking Christ. That happened in Blizzard.
At Blizzard.
Yep.
Oh, don't remind me of that.
Somebody was like preparing breast milk to feed their young because they had a baby, right? Makes sense. Milk for baby. But somebody in Blizzard decided that milk for baby was milk for them and started drinking it.
Turns out a bunch of the nerds at Blizzard were a bunch of degenerates.
Because it's titty milk, and so they thought it was hot. And so it's like, okay, that's something you keep in your bedroom with your consenting partner. That's not something you do to some random person and drink their booby milk.
Don't encourage.
That's just creepy.
But unfortunately, I have to go handle something, so I must leave.
All right, take care, Babu. See you later.
Okay, now don't forget Chatfish. If we make tomorrow's goal, you get a hentai of Aerith, Templar Aerith, getting bread.
It can be positive or negative. I don't know what that means.
It can be pure, or she can be down in the dirt.
Down in the dirt. Damn.
Sullied. Decrepit.
The things we do to keep the art team fed. Fucking Christ.
Okay, goodbye.
Take care, buddy.
I have to head out for a bit also, so I'll be back.
All right, Fuzzy, take care. It's now me, Chatfish. You have me, and only me. Come here, little Chatfish. Like, no, don't touch us. Just start grabbing your little bodies and shaking you around like soda cans. Oh my god, I think I dislocated my thumb for a second. That hurt a lot. Okay, no, I didn't. Oh my god, I tried to bend my thumb and it hurts so bad. Oh my god. I was like, dude, I don't know how to relocate bones. Like, if I dislocate something, I'm fucked. I'll be like, fuck, what do I do? Just sit there and be like, ow. Like, I don't know. Do you, push it back in? What if you do it wrong? Is it easy? Okay, let's not think about this. Gotta get autism a bit. Gonna ask pregnant coworker tomorrow if I can have some for my coffee. Oh my fucking god, Stone Age. That's fucked up. If she says yes, what would you do? What would you do? Would you be like, oh, but like gag? Like I would. Oh my god. Like I've got this one artist friend who's really into lactation stuff, and I'm like, you know what? You know, each his own, right? But like, goddamn, just going up to a random person, like, can I have your milk? Like, are you fucking kidding me? That's so fucking. Got milk? Like, oh my god. Like, now I don't want to have chocolate milk. I've got eggnog and chocolate milk in the fridge, and now I just definitely don't want them. Oh, fucking A. What am I gonna drink? Do I even have anything to drink? I just drank a drink. I drank a drink. Oh my god. Cold going around, muscles stiff. Yeah, happens, buddy. What's the temperature outside, I wonder? I don't know. It's probably cold. Wait, hold up a second. I should bring my phone over here and charge it. I've been sick, so I leave my phone on my bed. To stay in tune with what Chatfish are doing. Because I mostly just look at that while laying there, so I need to bring that over here. I don't have my charger. Okay, where do I put my phone? God damn. Chatfishes. I want to have a pizza so bad. Like, you have no idea, guys. Like, a part of me's like, I should order a pizza after stream and go pick it up. But I'm way too sick to travel, and I'll just get everyone I touch contaminated. So, I've been resisting that urge to order a fucking steamy pizza. Oh my god. Oh. I'm so hungry right now. But I know it's not true hunger. Alright, because if I eat something, I'll feel nauseous again. Alright, to be honest, I would not be surprised, says Shadov. I don't know why I read it that way. That's retarded of me. Surprised if the person... Just breathe, slow down. I would not be surprised if the person just did a typical coworker fringe food stealing thing. But because of certain socio-political things, it got misrepresented. I mean, it might have. He might have literally just been trying to steal some milk and was like, bro, I'm just a little thirsty. I've got some milk. Who knows? I mean, it's still bad that he stole. Like, that doesn't change anything. But if he drank that and was like, and he's like imagine finding out later that it's breast milk. He's like, like, oh my god. It would be, oh my god. Oh, it's like that one time I saw a clip, like a short on YouTube, like a year ago or half a year ago, of somebody knew his coworker would steal his sandwiches, and so he put the most grossest shit possible in his sandwich, and he put a condom in there, and he filled it full of mayonnaise. It wasn't real, but he put it in there, and the guy, oh my god. Okay, that was too funny. Gotta calm down a bit. The guy bit into the sandwich, and like the condom like came out, right? But it wasn't used, it was clean. But like it had mayo in it, and then like it had mayo all around the sandwich, and the fucking dude just like that hurts so bad, dudes. Okay, it's not funny anymore. It was funny 5 seconds ago. Now I'm not finding it funny. It's not funny anymore. It hurts. Oh. Ooh. Okay. And so he took a bite of the sandwich, and oh my fucking god. He was like, ugh, and he started gagging and shit. And it was funny, but now it's not funny anymore. I was gonna laugh, but now I'm not gonna laugh. We're not gonna laugh about it. It's not funny. Don't laugh. So yeah, it was funny because it was karma. He kept stealing those coworkers' sandwich, and he got punished. You shouldn't steal your coworkers' food. That's just rude. I don't even know why people do that. Like, I just can't imagine that. Don't you respect your coworkers? Even if I don't like... Okay, so I've worked with people I don't like, but I wouldn't steal from them. They're still my team members. There's a certain level of camaraderie you gotta have. You should have. Shadam says... Oh, wait, no, I missed a donation, I think. Oh, I'm sorry, Oakview. He says... Just breathe. I opened an entire fuck-off tattoo parlor, so been busy. Oh, you opened a tattoo parlor? Congratulations. I hope it works out, buddy. I hope it works out. Okay, my throat's starting to hurt bad. I got these little fucking things I found in the cupboard that I bought when I was sick last time. They're supposedly herbal red thingies. They should help. I'm just gonna pull them out of my mouth now. Okay. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Just hang in there. We're almost there, Chad. Okay. If you have any suggested articles, put them in the Bickering Bunch discussions, and we'll continue the fireside chat. If you would like me to get my 2 cents on it and I get it wrong, so be it. Just let me know in the comments. Not like I've been wrong before. Remember, I'm only human, guys. I'm probably wrong about most shit. Except when I'm right. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Alright, so, what, you and I'm right? Damn, am I right? You know, isn't that right, chat? Alright. Oakview, thank you for the donation. Very generous. Just get this shit down my throat. This fucking herbal shit. It's like kind of burns a little. But like it's gotta be good for you. It's gotta make me better. What is it? It's called Ricolas. Melange de Baie. Melange? Am I having spice from Dune? Are my eyes gonna turn blue and shit? And I'm just gonna get powers of a god and be like, I can see into the future. Woo, woo, woo. That'd be pretty cool. I think it's helping my throat. Oh my god, why did I do this sooner? Maybe this is helping. Or maybe it's placebo. I don't know. I don't have medicine because I didn't buy any, but I got this, so this is a good job. Alright. Alright, where were we? Lots of my coworkers were heavily armed. Nut jobs. So was I. Okay, well that probably disincentivizes stealing from each other. Sun Cluster, did you apply to get your custom chatfishy? Don't forget. DM Rapier. Help keep our artists fed by getting a free chatfish. It costs you nothing. And it helps feed the art team. Please, Kim, don't die. Get paid tomorrow. Yes. I do remember we're slated to pay you tomorrow, buddy. Don't forget. You're all gonna get your mud buds. I swear he's like dealing with a child. What? What are you talking about? Me? We wouldn't be talking about me. I'm an adult. I'm bad. Yuck. You filled it with vegan mayo? What the fuck is Chapman talking about? Can't you just get it delivered? Tell them to drop it off outside the door? I live too far away for deliveries. Also, that's not... I shouldn't spend money on pizza. Chatfish give money to Kim, but Kim doesn't deserve pizza. We are behind financially. So we need to focus on getting back in the black. Luxury items like food, and I'm saying it out loud to remind myself, because my willpower can wane at a whim when I'm sick, because I find that I'm very impressionable. I do not need a pizza. We can make ramen noodles. We have ramen noodles for a reason. Ramen noodles with chicken. That's what we're going to eat. Ramen noodles with chicken and maybe some cheese. We're not going to get a pizza. We're not getting takeout because it's expensive and we don't need it. We're sick. We stay home. Why should I have to reiterate that fucking to myself? But Chatfish are making me second guess myself. They're like, pizza. I mean, you little fatties. All right, so let's see. Is there any articles Chatfish have grabbed and put in the discussions? We shall discover very soon. Okay, Ragnarok dropped some links. Oh yeah, there's a couple. There's quite a couple in here. There's one there from Polly. I think that's it. 2? That's it? What, Chatfish? You can do better than that, you goobers. Like, Chatfish, we can't. We just kind of chubby, Kib. We're just chubby little guys, and we can't do it. Well, that is cool. I should spotlight that. I'm not gonna watch like the thing, but like I do want to show that off. It's pretty cool. Oh, stop playing it. There's a really cool fan animation that came out by a couple of dudes. Well, actually, I think it was more than a couple. There's Miku Cardu's Yurikar. Micron ends crucial consumer SSD and RAM line. Shifts focus to AI and enterprise. I don't like the way that sounds, but let's find out. Micron has announced that it will exit the crucial consumer business, ending retail and distribution sales of crucial branded memory and storage worldwide by the end of the fiscal second quarter, which Closed in February 2026, Crucial SSDs and DRAM kits will continue to ship through consumer channels until then. And Micron says warranty services and support remain in place for existing products. For consumers and PC builders, this is a clear loss. Crucial has been one of the best-known retail memory and SSD brands for almost 3 decades, often serving as a default choice for mainstream RAM upgrades and entry-level NVMe drives. Micron will keep selling Micron-branded enterprise products throughout commercial channels, but the Crucial logo will disappear from retail shelves once remaining inventory dries up. Micron frames the moves as capacity and priority shift driven by AI. So that is bad. Like I said, and like Bucky has said, be careful with buying PC parts because things are going to continue to inflate PC part wise. So those who bought PC parts earlier, you're pretty good, but like things are going to get a little bit expensive. Micron has made the difficult decision to exit the Crucial consumer business to improve supply for our larger strategic customers. Yeah, I'm sure. Said Summit Sadada, EVP and Chief Business Officer at Micron Technology. The company is steering resources towards faster growing segments such as data centers, and high bandwidth memory where AI servers are now soaking up a large share of global DRAM output. Yeah, it's going to hit the market. Micron also notes that it aims to redeploy affected staff into open roles and calls the decision part of its portfolio transformation towards more profitable segments for PC users. Though the message is simple, one of the few widely trusted memories and SSD brands is being retired to make room for AI and enterprise demand. The future choice in the consumer memory market will lean even more on remaining players. I'm actually really pissed I have been priced out of upgrades to my rig like 3 times now. I'm sorry, dude. I'm very lucky Chatfish bought my PC when they did. Otherwise, we'd be fucked. But yeah. Hopefully this is only temporary. But this is the AI bubble yet again. AI has been an absolute disaster. As I've said the first time I was ever brought onto a podcast. AI is going to be bad. And it will remain bad because of what it's being used for. The problem is with AI is that it's not actually AI. All right, like it's just not. We already know that. The technology is a useful tool. Yeah, possibly. But the big problem is that the big problem with this fucking stuff is that it's consuming all the parts on the market, basically snuffing out the free market entirely. And a lot of these AI firms and big corporations are usually government backed. So the government's basically getting involved and fucking stuffing the air out of the room when it comes to being PC people be able to buy any sort of parts for anything. Everything's just fucking bloated. Kevin says, man, I'm going to start marking some of this stuff as lost or damaged and just take it home. I mean, you'll be fucking super fucking wealthy. Some of those PC parts are fucking becoming gold. I used to dumpster dive at GameStop. They had overflow and had to use non-secure dumpsters late in the month. That's alright. I mean, odds are you could probably find something of value in there. Another man's trash, another man's treasure, as they say. The big problem is that I can't play my Vigia, says Stone Age. Yeah, that is a problem. I mean, well, it's not just that. It's a myriad of things. Like, it's going to affect the games market, which is our primary focus of our podcast, right? And what we cover. But it's also going to affect everything else. It's just one of those things where this AI stuff really needs to be toned down. And corporations they're not realizing that it's a dead end. It's been a dead end technology. It's not going to replace people. Like, I love how quickly the mask slipped the minute they had the opportunity, by the way. The minute that they wait, we can replace people with this? Like how quickly they fired everyone with talent and skill. The people that lost their jobs were the people that were the good people producing good content for the most part. Anybody who's talented or skilled has nothing to fear from AI realistically, right? AI can't compete with me. Never could. I'm just simply unstoppable compared to it. I write better, I work better, and I simply have a vision that it never could possess. However, the issue is that people like me working for other companies don't have the protection of being independent. I am independent, and it'll be only beholden to Chatfish. That's what makes me powerful, is the fact that truth and honesty has always been my platform. Corporations, well, yeah, they don't really lean on truth and honesty, do they? They often don't at all. And because of that, lies, dishonesty, distrust, schisms, everything you can think of continues to happen to these larger corporations. And it's only compounded further by AI. Now it feels like, you didn't think the mega corporation cared about you now, Dave? Oh boy, Dave. Now they have AI. They're going to be firing as many of you as they possibly can. They don't care about your skill, your reputation, you as a human being. You're just a number. And if you can be replaced, by God, they'll do it. And that's the problem. They don't care about Dave or his family. There is no communal sense of working, right? My family owns a lot of family-owned businesses, right? I worked for my family's construction company. I worked for the septic tank maintenance thing, and I also did home theater installment for a while. And I can tell you that my family cared about the workers we had, the employees we had. They were part of the family. We cared about them because we're family businesses. And so anybody that works for us is part of the family by extension. They're part of the family because they help to put bread on the table for everybody. So you care about them when they're sick, when they're not sick. Just like I care about my dev team members. If they're not doing well, I'm sad. If they can't produce work, I work to try to help them improve their mood so they can. Because I'm not going to fire them if I can help it. That's the last fucking thing I want to do. Fire anyone. I will work my ass off to save every last one of them if I can. And do what I can to protect them. Because they matter to me. They're the people who had faith in me to lead them as a director and work on the project we're working on together. I care about them. Nepotism has its downsides. That is true, Shadov. But nepotism isn't just a purely evil thing. No, nepotism is bad. Giving somebody a promotion just because they're your friend is not a good thing. Hence why I demodded people, even though they were my friends. Because the reality is, they may be my friends, but they're not cut out to be a moderator or manage the community. You have to recognize these things. It takes restraint. You must have power and understand the power you have in the sphere you have, but have the restraint to use it only when necessary. Hence why banning is usually considered the last resort in our community. I genuinely don't want to ban people, but I will gatekeep our community to keep it, good, to keep it, Chatfish based. Oops, excuse me, got a burp. I wasn't saying bad in this case. Yeah, no, don't worry. But it can be bad. Nepotism, by an extent, can be bad. Just because nepotism can be used for good, like any good tool, it can be used for bad. But I usually use nepotism in the sense of I hire from our fans. Like most of our art team is based on fans from the channel. They're people who were hobbyists drawing fan art. And then I hired them when they got good enough. And I tell people that. If you get good enough at anything, I'll hire from the community first. Because why the fuck am I going to hire some random schmuck? I mean, no fucking offense. But you got no skin in the game. If you've been here and you've been a part of this community, you've got skin in the game. So I trust you guys. You guys have had my back for years. And I've had your back for years as well. We keep each other afloat. I trust my audience. We may not always make every daily goal on time. We may not reach the stretch goals or something sometimes. But I know you guys are there for me. And it's what keeps me going. Mino's still balding about Zootopia 2. Zootopia 2 was written by AI and boardroom directives law. I mean, it is relevant to the topic. And him balding about it, yeah, he's upset because he's a big Zootopia fan. It's one of the reasons what got Mino into becoming an artist. He was inspired by Zootopia. And that, whether, cursed or not, however you want to view it, is what motivated him. And that's how we met Mino, because he became an artist for us. It sucks. It sucks when AI takes over things because it becomes very sloppy, It just doesn't have soul. Everything should be handcrafted. Like, if I have the choice, chat, if I have this choice in a hypothetical society, I like how the writing and the lore I did actually tackles this very question. If given the choice, would you want a burger made by a machine or a burger made by somebody who cares about making burgers? Which would you choose? And that's an interesting question. Some people might choose the machine because the person might spit in it. The person might, if you're allergic to bacon, might rub bacon all over it. You don't know. But I will still take the burger made by human hands over a machine. And the reason why I would take that is because a person is somebody I can get behind. Something that's made with human hands always has a human touch. And that's something that's interesting about it. Especially when you go to restaurants, you can sense that. Different chefs in different locations. Yes, there are some that are bad, of course. But when I have some foods from certain restaurants, like restaurants I trust, I'm like, oh my God, the food here is really good. The chefs know what they're doing. Like, they know exactly the kind of food I'm itching for when I come here. I'm going to go to them every time because I care about people more than I care about a machine. A machine is a tool. A person has a family and lives to feed. That's why I'm not going to go get pizza even though I'm sick, even though I really want it, right? Because I may be sick and delirious at points, and it comes and goes, but I don't want to hurt anybody. I just want people to be, happy at the holidays. And if I'm sick, I don't want to spread the illness and make more people sick. Some people will. And yeah, you're probably right, chat. One sick person will go and do it and will spread the illness anyways. But you know what? It won't be me. I won't have done it. And so I will have a clear conscience that I didn't succumb to my petty desires for pizza. Oh, but it's there, chat. It's there. Maybe when we get better, we'll have a pizza fund. And we'll get a big, big pizza. Thick pizza. With extra cheese. Yeah. AI continues to make the world worse more at 11. I mean, there are funny things made with AI. Not everything's a complete wash. Here, I'll show you something that AI can do. I don't like AI, by the way. I also don't think you should be able to monetize AI. But I do think that people should be allowed to use it. Oh, we have another bot in the server. Interesting. Good catch. Sometimes bots slip in. Also, if your account gets hacked, let the moderation team know immediately. And if you get banned because you were hacked, just contact me on YouTube or in DMs on Twitter by adding me and posting an @tweet. And then as soon as I can, I will try to get back to you and unban you. It has happened sometimes where some people get hacked and they lose their accounts. And then we ban them because they're promoting a bunch of crap. Just let us know. We'll get you taken care of. Okay, what was I doing? Something about chicken noodle soup. I can't remember. Chat, what was I talking about? I need your help. What was I saying? Something about pizza, but it doesn't really make sense when I was looking up. Oh, yes, the clip of how AI can be used as a shitpost. As a shitpost, I think it's actually okay. That's what I was going to grab. I found this, and I had sent this to my old man because I thought he would find it funny. I don't think he did. He would just comment on the fact that he's like, holy crap, you sound like you're dying. And that's what he said to me. Just breathe. I've been tagged to the developer server, but what for? Banjo-Kazooie thumbnail. Well, that's good that that's getting done. Okay, let's get those links. Okay, so I saw this and I thought it was kind of funny. But I don't know. Humor comes to everybody. I'm also sick and I have a fever. I about shat myself when I was in bed watching this because I couldn't fall asleep. And I rolled around in my bed laughing and coughing. And by the end of it, I hated this video. It's just an AI-generated bullshit thing, but somebody made a shit post out of it. So take a look.
Get on the ground, Santa! You've entered the United States illegally! Look, evidence! He's smuggling packages across the border! They're presents for children! It's Christmas! This thing has no registration! Call in the tow truck! What the hell did he do to these deer? The psycho glued a light bulb to his nose! You don't understand! Shut the door! You can't do this! Ah! Nice disguise, Cartel Santa. Ow! That's real, you pricks! Let's go. You can't deport me! I have delivery! You can't do this! I'm a sovereign citizen! I have the right to travel! Into the line, jolly old illegal! Time to go back where you came from! Oh, holy spirit of Christmas! I'm alive! Woo! No, get off me!
I thought this was funny. I still do. I try not to laugh, though, because it hurts. But yeah, you can see how bad it is. Like, don't. That polar bear has 2 heads. His head back there, and his head's also stretched like a mute. Like, it's actually like some eldritch horror. Because there's its ears and head, but its head's down here. But yeah, as a shitpost thing, I thought that was funny. I saw that on Twitter, and it was just like, that was fucking stupid. And I thought it was funny that Santa got deported and then mauled to death by polar bears. I don't know why I thought that was so funny, but I thought it was the funniest goddamn thing I'd ever seen in my life. And so I retweeted it so that everyone's timeline is cursed with it. You're welcome. Don't cough. But yeah, I think AI can do things that are interesting, but I just don't want to pay for it, you know? I don't want to pay for it. Like, if you didn't put in the elbow grease, I don't want to give you money. Like, I work my ass off every single day of my life. You think I'm going to fucking give money to some fucker who doesn't work? Who types in a prompt? Are you shitting me? Motherfucker, I write lore for a living. Do you have any idea how much work that is to check plot lines and threads and characters? And every day I always worry if I miss something. Like, what's a dividend light frigate? Like, do you know what a dividend light frigate is? I know what a dividend light frigate is. You know, what is Arub? Do you know what Arub is? I do what it is. Do you know what Valletta is? Do you know what Basark is, or Arafar, or Ephemera? These are all names of places that have different importances. I always worry that I'm going to mess one of these things up, even though I work on it. It's like this little paranoid avoidance in my head. I'm like, I'm going to fuck something up. But yeah, an AI ain't going to remember all those things. It's going to forget that shit. Key plot threads, key characters, key year dates, and stuff like that. It's important to mark things down. It's always bear. Punish bears watch. I know, I'm absolutely terrified of bears in real life. There's one animal that scares the ever-living Christ out of me, besides like bugs, is bears. Bears terrify me. Like, I think bears are funny to look at from afar because they look like potato sacks, but when they get close, they're scary. Bears are terrifying, and so I've got a perpetual fear of bears. Check, teddy bears are evil. I'm surprised the bears did not tear us apart in 2 seconds. Well, that's because it's AI. It doesn't actually have that animated. Because realistically, it would have ripped his face off, and then, yeah. It would have been less funny if it became gory. Others spent 8 hours last day grilling Google's AI about it. And that's what it told me, despite repeatedly saying it's not supposed to tell me half of that. Yeah, so I also tried using AI because I was conducting a research thing for a stream that we have yet to do. But basically, I used AI to do research and to see how it would perform compared to natural research. And I found that AI almost universally wasn't useful. That's the scary part. It wasn't useful. It was actually far more effective to just research it manually than to use AI for research, even setting up parameters for specific articles of interest. Like, I was far better off just going and looking myself than having a third party do it. And of course it's going to be better if you do it yourself. It's like, you know, Chatfish. You want a cheeseburger? Do you want to go to McDonald's to get a cheeseburger? Or if you want to spend some time, we can make a cheeseburger at home together. Wouldn't that be more fun? The cheeseburger at home is going to taste a lot better than the cheeseburger from McDonald's. Sure, it's a convenience thing, but the quality of food is going to be a lot better if we make it ourselves. Like, if you go and get a takeout taco, it's going to be a takeout taco. Might be okay, but if you made it yourself, you can have the exact ingredients of what you want the perfect way you like it. Because only you know what you absolutely love. Making food comparisons because I'm hungry again. We're at that stage. But I'm not. If I eat, I'll fucking feel like puking. I managed to not use that bucket for the last 2 days, and by God, I'm going to go a third day without using that bucket. We just gotta hang in there, Chad. 3D space exploration game set and the Builder Empire win. Oh my God. You would fucking kill yourself. It would be so amazing. It would appeal to you. Just wait till you learn the lore about Enclave space. It's like, what's Enclave space? You'll figure it out later. I can't wait to work on it more. So yes, I work on the lore while being sick? Yes, before anybody gets mad at me. I did. I was writing last night. But I couldn't sleep, and I wanted to work on it. So I started writing stuff. And I wrote a message on Twitter to let Chatfish know what I was doing. And I said, yeah, I think I'm writing fire, but I'm not sure if it's the fever or if it actually is fire. And I think, from my memory of what I wrote, it felt like it was really good. I'm not entirely sure, though. It might be ass. I have to read it later when I feel better. Because I'm going to still try to make progress on that second episode because the second episode has got about 40 minutes long. It's a long fucking thing. I'm making a TV show here. It's fucking expensive. The Beto misspelled space again. Enclave with an O because he's stupid. Enclave is spelled with an E. E-N-C-L-V-A or E-N-C-L-A-V-E. Use builders confirmed. Oh no, the Genghis fanfic. There's unfortunately a race that bears a annoying similarity. Which I will retcon, mark my words. I will retcon the shit out of it. Just no. They're not annoying though. They're just gross and icky. Honestly, I actually got some good use out of Google AI that day. He says, I initially wanted to research some stuff for a game. As long as you force it to quadruple check itself at least 4 times, it can get decent results. I know. But if you start building up habits where you rely on these things as crutches, you're going to lose your natural ability to deduce things. Remember, close your eyes and imagine yourself, right? You're a little chatfish, okay? You got your little yellow ball, little yellow mouth, little bulgy eyes, and your little tiny fins. You have stats. These stats are how good you are doing something. If you get too much takeout, you get really lazy and your cooking skill stat starts to go down. You have to actively work these muscles and exercise them to maintain a good skill level. Like, I'm getting better and better at cooking since we started doing the cooking videos. Like, my cooking skills really fucking starting to improve. The onion rings I made, surprisingly, turned out pretty good. But I guarantee you when I do them again, they'll be even better. So it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, you learn, right? Like, one thing I learned from doing it is I learned that, okay, you put, to make onion rings, you slice an onion, and then you make 3 bowls. 1 with egg and milk, 1 with flour, and 1 with the crunchy breadcrumbs to put onto the onion ring, right? And so what I did is I made 3 small bowls of each of those things. You dip the onion ring in the milk and the onion or the egg, and then you dip it into the flour, and then you dip it into the breadcrumbs one, in that order. But the issue is that those containers I made were too small, and the onions were too big. And so I had to, like, wiggle them around manually, which took a lot longer to make those onion rings, and they weren't covered as well as they could have been. What I learned is that I need to use 3 larger containers, cover them with a lid, then shake the onions in there, all the onions at the same time, so that I can mass produce them faster. And I learned that as I did stuff, because I grew and learned. That's wrong, Shadab. You do have skills. I believe you do. I know you do. They may not be well honed or well, refined, but I know that you guys can do it. I have faith in all of you. You guys can draw. You guys can make music. You guys can produce art. All of you can. And there's absolutely no reason none of you can. You all can cook. You can all drive. You can all do that. Sure, there are some of you that have impairments that prevent you from, you can't run, but that's that aside. I know you guys are talented. I know you guys are smart. You're my chatfish. My chatfish are better. You are better than everyone else's audience. You are stronger, smarter, faster. Your fins are sleek and elegant. Your yellow bodies are curved with such perfection. Chatfish are perfect. They may be flawed, but you're my chatfish. And by God, my chatfish are awesome. They do things I wouldn't even dream of doing. Like Kevin. He fucking cave dives and shit. You ain't catching me in a cave, motherfucker. I ain't going in there. I'm gonna get stuck and I'm gonna die in a corner somewhere. I know better. I ain't doing that. I ain't doing that. But chatfish can. Chatfish know how to do it. You know what I'm saying, chatfishes? Ugh. Tired of being sick, man. Tired of this fucking headache. I want to just work on stuff. Okay, I've been tagged multiple times. Yes, Speedo. Make sure you consult with our accountant, Rapier, for payments. And making sure payment times are adequate when it's timed. If you need an expedited payment, though, yes, you may let us know. Because if it comes to it, I will expedite your guys' payments if you guys are in a penny pinch to help you out. You just gotta let me know, and you gotta let Rapier know, because I let Rapier handle the budgeting now. To make sure that we're in the black and that we're not overspending. Ugh. Breathing is hard. Master Morty says, if I can go from being a shut-in neat using bottles for urine, then anyone else can develop skill. That's true. Mabu has told us many times he used to be a shut-in neat. And for what I've seen, he's actually turned out to be a really good cook. He did a good job on the recipes. Don't forget, chat, there's going to be a poll to vote on the upcoming Chatfish cook-off to see which Chatfish performed the best adaptation of the recipe. It doesn't have to be to the letter, just by visual optics is what we'll be rating it by. And then the winner will receive a little hat for their chatfish. It'll be painted by show. It'll be a little chef hat with a little chatfish symbol on it. Then you can put it on your profile. It'll be nice. It'll be a way to show off people who won the things. And then as you collect more, you'll collect them as basically trophies. And at the end of the year, next year, by the way, we'll produce a cooking art off piece where it'll show the trophies of the top, like, 5 or whatever chatfish who participated. And then honorable mentions, where we just paste their chatfish onto a little podium. Okay, it's not extra payment. I just remind you because I didn't know it was Rapier's job. Yeah, Rapier's got it cataloged. So your payment is logged now onto what dates we have logged it to. If you need to expedite it because of an emergency, you just let me know, buddy. Because if you guys actually need help and you're in trouble, you need to let me know immediately. Because then we can start emergency funds. We have one emergency fund for Indio right now, because Indio needs help. So for those who would like to donate towards that, it would help us tremendously in helping Indio out of a pickle he's in. If not, don't worry about it. We'll keep doing these emergency fundraisings until we make the adequate amount of money to help him recuperate. Once we've done with that, then we'll set stretch goals back to normal, and stretch goals will just be for profits for the studio bank. You know the drill. You guys have been here a while. Ah, it's okay. Not extra pay. Yeah, okay, I read that. I'm learning things. I would spend weeks without getting out of bed, Shadav. Yeah, no, he was in a bad way. Remember, chat, if you're listening and you are in a bad way, just remember that we do care about you. You do matter. You're part of my community. And it's okay to feel bad some days. We all do, dudes. Like I do sometimes as well. But just remember that you are valued and you are cherished. You always will be. And if you decide to leave or, you know, things change because you got to do what you got to do for your own health, then so be it. You know, I'll be sad that you'll be gone, but I'll understand and we'll be here if you ever decide to come back. The door is always open here. So long as I'm alive. Unless I'm dead. Then I can't really vouch for anything because I don't know what's going to happen because I'll be a corpsicle. Because it's winter right now, so I'll definitely turn into a corpsicle. I would spend weeks without getting out of bed. Yeah, that's not good. And Babu does get out of bed now, which is very good. Floor is lava? Floor is lava. That was a game. That was a game to play as a kid. I remember. It was a fun game, goddammit. A messy game. A game where things were often damaged. I have something really cool to show you guys. So this is from a fan animation thing. I haven't hit the like button on it, probably because I was sick at the time. But it's done by a channel called Sodaz. Follow Operation Sunburst. Released the full movie version of their animation. I am not going to play... What? Why is it in Japanese? I'm not going to play it because I do not want to harm this video's algorithm because it'd be parasitic. But I'll show you some snapshots. It's basically the story that takes place before Fallout New Vegas, where the Brotherhood of Steel are fighting the New California Republic in the battle for Helios 1. It's entirely fan animation, and it's only about 47 minutes. But it is very good. It's called Fallout Operation Sunburst. And it's a really, really awesome fan movie that I really, really like. It's really cool. It's really cool. And I recommend you check it out when you get some time. Don't want to play it though, because I don't want to be a parasite. Don't want to leech their views, because I know what it's like to live paycheck to paycheck. All content creators understand this. At least I hope so. Gibbs is Korean confirmed? No, I have no idea why that was set to Korean. I could go for a Korean barbecue though. But honestly, I'm so hungry, I feel like I could eat anything right now. But a part of me feels like if I eat something, I might puke. So I don't really know. I'm kind of in that weird middle ground where I'm like, I want to eat food really badly, but I'm terrified to eat food. You know what I mean? Like, I'm scared. I'm scared because I really don't want to throw up, you know? You know what it's like. You guys know what I'm talking about. Just exhale. Remember when you're sick, Chatfish. If you have a job and a steady paying job, take sick days. Don't do what I do. I know I preach a lot about how you should take care of your little fishy selves, but like, don't live by my example. What I do to myself I know isn't smart. But I do it because I have a dream and I'm stupid. Alright, eat some onion soup, says Oakview. Man, I wish I could make soup so bad, guys. Sadly, I was underprepared when I became sick. I only bought stuff to make smash burgers and onion rings. And so that's all I have. I can just have smash burgers and onion rings. But I'm so sick right now, I just don't want to cook. So I did buy a rotisserie chicken, fortunately, as a secondary meal to keep things fresh. And I have ramen in the fridge. Alright, it's in the cupboard, not the fridge. I can mix the ramen with the chicken to make something fast, because the rotisserie chicken's already cooked. It just needs to be microwaved. And then that with the ramen should be enough protein and calories there to fulfill what I need for the day. Oh yes, because it's time for me to ask for help from Chatfish. If you could find it in yourself to like the stream, I'd be greatly obliged. If not, no worries. Kim streams are wild to walk back into. If you guys need help, you need to let me know. Yeah, the dev team does need to let me know. They're my family. If there's something wrong with Robin, or there's something wrong with Indio, or Beto, or whoever on the dev team, let me know immediately. Because my dev team members, they need to know that I got their backs. I worry because the little chuckle fucks sometimes like to conceal things. Because they're like, oh, I don't want to stress the studio out. Well, the reality is, if you're stressed out, it's going to affect the work we do. So let me know, and we'll figure out a solution together. We'll figure it out, it's okay. And then once we figure out how to deal with it, we'll work on a solution. It might not be instant, but it will be done. Eat plain bread and should make you vomit. I do have bread, but I think the bread has gone bad, sadly. I think it might be moldy. Well, let's not get rid of the risk. Listen, I'll eat noodles. Noodles will be fine. Noodles will be easy, Chatfish. You'll see. We don't see. Our eyes are closed. Okay, so yeah, I showed you that. Last Epoch players turned on the action RPG for announcing a paid DLC class taking its Steam review. Go play Path of Exile instead. Or maybe Grim Dawn, says Jody McGregor. When you purchase through links on blah 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 blah. Since it was bought by Crafted in July, players have been looking at Last Epoch's developer 11th Hour Games with a worried expression. Will the formerly independent studio pivot to AI or be gutted like Subnautica developer Unknown Worlds was? No, said founder Jude Cobbler, and it won't be charging money for Last Epoch's upcoming expansion, Oribus, either. So don't you worry about that. It will, however, be charging money for the first of several new Paradox classes coming out alongside it. Paradox classes, huh? Alright. This is despite the fact that when it was kickstarted, Last Epoch promised the only form of money, real money, microtransactions Last Epoch will ever have are cosmetic. The issue is when you open up the door to microtransactions, it's a slippery slope. Because once you allow one, I think it's going to just be easy to be like, just move the goalposts a little bit. Have you ever taken meds, or are you just toughing it out? I usually would take medications back when I had like medical insurance and stuff, but I don't have medical insurance anymore. I also don't have a lot of money right now, even though we make a lot, but it's all spoken for the studio. So I don't feel like spending on medication for myself. I just have to tough it out a little bit. It's not like I can't do it. I'm a guy. Men are tough. We're built different. So being sick is whatever. We'll just get through it together. It was hard last year. Last year was very hard. But this year's much easier than last year. Last year was bad. This is despite the fact when it was kickstarted, Last Epoch promised the only form of real money microtransactions. Last Epoch will ever have our cosmetics. Okay, I misread that. And a one-time payment will be all that a player will have to spend to have the complete no cough. Last Epoch experience and be on the same footing as other players. Last Epoch's overall Steam ratings were very positive. It now stands in marked contrast to its mixed rating based on recent reviews. Only 42%, which have been positive, as well as the broken promise of the Kickstarter and concerns the new class will be overpowered to encourage people to buy it. Yeah, that's a legitimate grievance to have. Honestly, I shake my head at the Epoch devs going, why did you do that? It's a bit fucking stupid. Honestly, that's just ridiculous. You went back on your word and you lied to your consumer base. You need to trust them and you need to give them your trust. You need to earn that trust too. It'd be like if I went back on my word, Chatfish, and was like, oh yes, by the way, I'm not actually putting any of the money to my game. I'm just using it on, I don't know, potatoes. Lots of copious bags of potatoes. Yep. And I've been stockpiling copious bags of potatoes to start my copious bags of potatoes factory or something. I don't know. I couldn't think of anything. I have a plate of potatoes that weren't eaten there, so I thought about potatoes. Blake, sad news. Dead or Alive 6 is 85% off anymore. You little gooner. Oh, by the way, I'm like 5 minutes behind because I forgot to press pause when I left. I pressed pause when I left. That's okay. You'll catch up when you press the live button. Last epoch. Thank you for hanging out with me, guys, even though I'm sick. I know I must be really annoying to listen to, but I really appreciate it. Means a great deal to me. Last Epoch's overall Steam ratings are very positive. Now stands. I read that. Read that. Where are we? Players raise an ongoing issue with Last Epoch that have yet to be addressed. Half-baked skills and items for the existing classes have never been fixed. Tooltips literally lie to you in some cases. Oof, that's not good. Says one player, who goes on to complain the campaign still is half finished and leaves quite a bad taste in my mouth where it ends off. Okay, so they ended on a bad note too, and it's not even finished. I mean, that's not the end of the world. The campaign's in development, but this raising additional finances this way is very sketchy. Now, if you're running into financial troubles, as a studio, there's a lot you can do, right? And I would say there's a lot of stuff you could do to do stuff right. So one thing you could do if you're running into financial troubles as a studio is just be honest. Hey, guys, we're running into troubles. There's some rocky roads up ahead. We're going to release some stuff to raise some additional finances or like a fun thing, and you can help support the studio and help keep us alive because we're running into some troubles. And be honest with what's going on. Just tell them because their players are there to support you. Look at the Hypixel fans. They swooped back to Hytale's defense. And not only swooped to its defense, but championed it to be resurrected with such a booming roar that it caused a multi-millionaire to invest money into it. Again, be vocal and be honest. That's all you can do. And if things don't pan out, then they don't pan out. But you've done everything the right way. And you'll have done it with actual merit to it. Because the thing is, regardless of whatever happens with this game, right? Regardless of whether it succeeds or fails, your reputation as a developer hinges on the fact that either this game will have redeemed itself, or at least they honored everything they were honest all the way through, and then people will look at whatever game you make and they will know that they can trust you. Because while things may not have panned out, you told them the truth when it mattered. And that's the most important thing. That's why when I look at developers for studios, it hurts when they lie, like when Arrowhead lied. Because I trusted them. They went back on their word and they hid the patch note thingies. Now, I do think Helldivers 2 is still fun. It's still my favorite game. But that scar will never go away. You lied to me once. No matter what you do, the fact that you did it once means you might do it again. And all I ask is that you be honest. Like, if you're going to nerf something, say why. Just be honest with it. We could talk about the disagreements about the game design choices then. But when you lie, you betray my trust, you betray the audience's trust, the player's trust, right? You betray everybody. Welcome to stream, Bucky. He says Kim sells his body to raise funds. Who said Eller's body? It's very lucrative. She's got a great body. Chad's like, what the fuck? Oh my god. It's the fence, scatter and run. Also, it's Aerith who sells her body if chat doesn't make the daily goal. That's true. We did make the daily goal. We're currently working on the stretch goal, which is to make tomorrow's goal. If we make tomorrow's goal, we'll fund an additional art piece. If not, no worries. We already made the other stretch goals. Just if you can, we appreciate it. My brain just now realized the on-screen chat scroll Kibble has is upside down. What? It's not upside down. What are you talking about? Oh, it comes in from the top. Yeah, it always comes in from the top. Not from the bottom. Why would I have it coming from the bottom? That'd be weird. You read left to right. and left to right down, not left to right up. Who reads that? That's a backwards way of reading. I made it work like a book because, you know, you guys read books, right? Right? Just like, Chatfish, I wish I had time to read books. Books are my favorite. H's pendant for shadow changes is terrible. It's incompetence at best and malicious at worst. Absolutely, Thunderhead. It's why I'm cautiously optimistic about them being more honest now. But I'm still skeptical. And I'm going to remain skeptical going forward. Because right now they need to earn my trust back. Because if they don't, well, then that's that. Upside down was in quote marks, Kibbles, you silly gooba. Oh, I get you. Left to right is manga in several Eastern languages. What? But I don't care about that. I read books. Left to right, no, I can't read. Oh my god. Yes, I thought you were. Yeah, take that. He's like, demon, I'm retarded. Good. But yeah, so back to the Path of Exile thing, because we got sideways on a tangent. But no, not necessarily. The tangent's actually connected. I'm surprised. Wow. That doesn't happen every day. Ooh, that looks kind of cute. Let's open that up on a different page. I like the rustic look of that. I don't know, I just impulse clicked on that. Is there anything cute here? Okay, no. Oh, I mean, Finest Hour. All Arbs is actually kind of cool. Alright, what's the name of this game again? Path of Exile? No, Last Epoch. Last Epoch is $35. Holy shit. Yeah, that's pretty bad. It's been a lot worse. It's dropped down to mostly negative from recent reviews. 20% only positive. 1,599 reviews. But they think it's suppression going on. Is that suppression recent or is it past? Nope, it's in the past. There was a big point here. It caused a lot of controversy as well. Damn, that's not good. That's really bad. Just breathe. All right. So yeah, that's pretty critical. 11th Hour Games has lost a lot of trust here. And again, just because you fucked up doesn't mean you can't do the right thing. I do believe in second chances. I do believe in people being able to set things right. What you need to do, 11th Hour Game, is make changes. Make those classes available to everybody. Issue a formal apology. Then, come clean. Why? Why did you do it? Was it because you're in a financial pinch? You're really interested to get that... You don't have enough money to finish the game's development? Is that it? Like, it probably is. But maybe the reality is that you need to look at different ways. Like, hey, we need help finding the project of the game and selling it or whatever. And so we're going to be doing this fundraiser to help finish up the thing. Yeah, it is one of those Diablo games. It was made with the promise of being a one-time purchase and it's got everything you want. Our coder, Robin, actually really enjoyed this game for a while. But then it also fell off with him and a bunch of others. Yep. You gotta be honest. You gotta be honest. Second chances, you say. Look, he looks at CIG. Yeah, the big thing is that I do believe people can recover. But if you double down on this, your reputation will be forever in the gutter. You have one opportunity to set things right after you make a mistake. Don't waste it. Do the right thing. Do what needs to be done. Issue an apology. And if people are still mad about it, then those people can go to hell because those people are just drama baiting. Ignore them. Issue an apology. The people who give a damn will care. And then the people who are mad about it can go fuck off. And yeah, just fucking get back on course. Make what people want you to make. Do what you were doing that people liked. Pray Titan Quest 2 remains pure. Titan Quest 2, I played the shit out of that. That's actually pretty good. So while that Titan Quest, Last Epoch may not be doing well, Titan Quest 2 has been doing pretty damn good. I really enjoyed this game. It's actually one of my favorite Diablo-esque games that's come out in a long while. It was genuinely a lot of fun. And the Greek flavor and theme really does carry it because, well, what can I say? I've got a soft spot for Greek antiquity. But yes, Titan Quest 2 so far is doing a good job. So far, as of 12/3/2025, it's currently on point. Gregor's gifts a membership. Thank you for the gift of membership. Very generous. Ooh, just gotta keep breathing. Keep hanging in there. But yeah, Titan Quest 2, this game I do recommend checking out. It's early access, so I recommend checking it out. I don't necessarily recommend jumping the boat just yet. They just released the next chapter. The game's quite long, and I put about, how many hours? I've got about 13.9 hours logged. Robin was not a fan, though I'm going to show you my programmer's criticisms, because my programmer and I, we designed our game, but we actually have a lot of differences in opinion on certain things. It's actually interesting. So let's see. Robin didn't care for this game. He says the areas are way too sprawling for no reason. The game is extremely directionless, and you're just stuck running around doing really awful MMO fetch quests, which, once you're finally past, you're too annoyed to pay attention to the story. The game is just extremely boring despite the combat being passable, although not really that interesting either. Lots of basic attacks. Also, the performance is absolutely horrible. I can't attest to the performance, but I could see that being an issue. It is early access. But yes, that's, I think, fair criticism. They have these large sprawling areas, and it kind of plays like an MMO a little bit. I find that part endearing, and I like that. But some people might not. He wants to get straight to the action, to the point, what ARPGs are actually about. I don't mind the sort of MMO sort of style that Titan Quest goes for with the quests and stuff. Yeah, they're fetch questy, but I find them chill. But it is worth noting that those exist, because Robin was turned off by them severely, whereas I don't mind them. By the way, there will be no fetch quests in our game. I've got a vehement hatred for RPGs that have them as like a core design. The only reason why I enjoyed Last Epoch is because I just enjoy killing shit. I remember a friend being super excited for Last Epoch years ago when it was first coming out. All this makes me glad I never got into it myself. Yep, and that's the same with Titan Quest 2. It's only launched in early access on August 1st, 2025, and it isn't even out yet. They are still dropping updates, and they're making progress. They're chiseling away. It seems good, but remember, it's not done yet. What about best kind of quest? Escort missions. I mean, also, you gotta understand, boys. Like, Robin and I played a lot of video games, but Robin is actually the only person I know who's eclipsed me. I don't know if any of you have played as many video games as I have, and it's not really saying it as a boast thing. It's once you play enough games, you reach a point in your life where you're like, you can see through the game and what it's doing. And that's why when games don't take risks, I find it really annoying. Because I want my games to be experimental. I want my games to take risks. I don't really like it when it's just like, oh, this is just Minecraft again, but with no risks being taken. They're not trying to push the envelope of the genre. And I know this because there's one genre in particular, I recognize this. Now, Robin is a hardcore ARPG and JRPG enjoyer. I love CRPGs and, art strategy games and tactics games. That's my area of focus. So when I play a real-time strategy game and I look at Tempest Rising, yeah, it's okay, but like it sadly just doesn't do anything that the base Command & Conquer's did. And because it doesn't take risks or doesn't do the bare minimum of trying to be a good successor, like no garrisonable buildings, no destructible bridges, these little tiny things that add up. I end up looking at Tempest Rising and going like, yeah, it's just not really. It's one of those strategy games that came out. It's fun. It's not bad, but it's also not gonna be a proper successor. It doesn't have the core mechanics of what really sets other successors apart, right? And that's the issue. That's one of the issues. If you're gonna be a successor, you need to, do what CNC did, but then kick it up another notch, right? But no garrisonable buildings, limited pop cap, no destructible bridges, like oof. And not even 4v4s, like it's only 3v3s, unless they change that. Like, there's just too many strikes against it. It's not even able to imitate the Command & Conquer properly. This is why I'm very critical of Dawn of War 4. I'm on their fucking server or whatever, but I don't know if they'll give me access. See, I keep applying for it. Or not keep applying, I'm in queue for it. But I'm going to be under NDA if I do get access, so I won't be able to talk about it. But I'm going to say my opinion, honestly, if I do get access. There are some things I'm very worried about with this game. I want Dawn of War 4 to be good, but I'm very worried it's going to be bad. And that comes from the fact that there's, again, certain things like, there's literally, how do I put it? They've got 3v3s only, like no 4v4s. Like, why? Why are RTS games getting smaller with their matchmaking sizes? 4v4 is like the minimum standard of your PvP head-to-head brawly maps, or your PvE for 4v4 cop stop with friends, you know, from Dawn of War 1, classic. And so it really concerns me. And so, yeah, I'm going to be critical and I'm going to voice my concerns not because I want to be a rage baiter, but because I want Dawn of War 4 to be good. I don't want it to be Dawn of War 3. You know? I want games to be fun. Seki Jokes donates £5, says, if you ain't heard, Kimbos, the Fallout fan animation Operation Sunburst by Sodas is complete. Oh yes, I saw it. I sent it to my old man, because I know he'd appreciate it. Forever better than the Pig Slop Fallout show by Amazon. Absolutely. Yeah, I showed chat that. I'm not going to show you it on stream, because I do not want to leech views, because I'm not a parasite. But you could check out Soda's channel or type in Fallout Sunburst and check out a 40-minute long badass fucking fanimation of Fallout, where it's set in the Battle of Helios 1 between the Brotherhood of Steel defending against the oncoming, God damn it, I keep wanting to say bear people, but it's not. It's the New California Republic. It's because their flag has a bear on it. But yeah, so that's pretty good. Like, it's really good. Like, it's genuinely very faithful to the lore. It's got a great ending. I'm not going to spoil it. Just check it out. It's fucking awesome. And be sure to drop them a like. Because you know what? Every content creator needs help out here. The times are tough. After Kim stream, naturally. Yes, I mean, if you could. But if you don't want to, you know, their video isn't a stream, so it's just sitting there. It's going to be sitting there forever. But if you want, you can go and do it. God damn it. Just don't cough. We just need to not cough. Coughing is bad. Coughing will lead to problems down the road. Okay, all better. Never mind. Oh, God. Okay, we need a drink. I'll be right back. 1 second. Fuck. All right. Come on, Chatfish. Come on. Oh, my God. Damn it. Don't. We're almost back. Oh my God. I don't know. Oh, that was a very dangerous journey. I almost didn't make it. Oh. Oh. Okay. That was rough. Oh, God damn. We need another cough drop. Ooh, just breathe, little fishies. We got cold drink, and we got cough drop. We're just gonna open this bad boy up and just take another one. I'm just gonna go get the bag. Did you use cough or vomit? I almost did, but I didn't. Remember, when you're coughing, don't swallow. Spit. Just spit that crap out, man. Otherwise, you could choke on it. Alright, I'm gonna go grab more cough drops. 1 sec. That's interesting. Oh, I got more cough drops here. Okay, I'm coming back. I got a second bag of cough drops I didn't even know I had. 2 bags of colas. Last time I was sick, I put those bags there and never remembered they were there. Goddamn. What file huge? I hate Discord file size limit. Yeah, me too, buddy. Alright. Just breathe. Just take it slow for a second, chat. Don't continue talking in a second. We're almost better. As soon as I'm better, I'm taking my mom up on her offer to meet up and have a little bit of a, food. Because, you know what? Free food from a takeout place with me ma, I'm definitely doing that. First goddamn thing as soon as I'm better. We're gonna go someplace, we're gonna get some Culvers, I don't care what, I don't even know. Some fucking Jimmy John's or some shit, I don't care. And we're just gonna enjoy food. It's gonna be nice. And I'm not gonna be sick. Oh, the cough drop is helping. Oh my god, we need to use more of these. Oh, my ribs hurt so bad. Oh. It's one of those, like, the mucus is deep in my lungs kind of situation. And coughing is so painful. Because you cough really hard. You just gotta... If you're gonna cough hard. Get that shit out of there. So that way you're not keep doing it. And just cough as hard as you can. It's gonna hurt like a bitch, because it does. But that way that shit gets out, that you spit that crap out of the garbage. Oh my god. This is the last time I'm sick without drugs though. Chatfish, if we continue to overbake the weekly, I am going to go to the pharmacy and get drugs and have them in my cupboard for next year. Because every year I get sick once. And next year we'll be prepared. Because if we're prepared, no more being super in pain anymore. Yeah, stew or soup, you need the water. I got some liquids right next to me. Right here. Yeah, I'm drinking. Don't you worry, buddy. Tonight I'm just gonna make like a ton of ramen. Fuck! There goes the bottle cap. Whatever. Pick it up now. Don't fucking wait. You're gonna forget, and then it's gonna be there, you're gonna step on it, you're gonna hurt your foot. What was he talking about, chat? I need you to remind me. That coughing fit was really painful, and I kind of forgot everything. It sort of like shook the brain right out of my brain. We were talking about Dawn of War 4. And how I want this game to be awesome. So bad. That is totally a rip-off StarCraft bunker, though. Oh my god. Oh my god, that is literally plagiarism. Oh my fucking... GW, you can't keep getting away with it. I want a new strategy game, like a big budget blockbuster RTS. That genuinely just like, it just fucking is the bomb. I think oh no. Not again. I think my fever is coming back. What the fuck? Or maybe maybe it's from the coughing. I think my face is just warm from the coughing. I'm overthinking it. I'm not getting a fever again. I've already went through like several of those yesterday. We were talking about how you want to play Dawn of War 3 again, Kips. No! Oh, God. No. I did that once, and chat didn't pay for it, and I'm never doing that again. Chat's paying double. Oh, my God. Oh, that was terrible. That was genuinely ass. Dawn of War 3 was not good. It's not the worst RTS ever made, but it's up there. Command & Conquer 4 Twilight still takes the crowd. Oh, my God. I would show you the developer server, but I can't. For Dawn of War 4. Because it would be against what I agreed upon. At least I think I agreed upon not showing them stuff. I'm not going to. But there's like one thing in there that sets up a red flag. We'll see once the NDA stuff expires, and then I'll post about it. We'll see. But I see a red flag, and it concerns me deeply. Don't have fever? Bro, I can't. I gotta keep streaming. Remember, our goal is to stream a long time for good algorithm for the channel. Also, there's still more stuff to talk about. There are only 2 Dawn of War games? No. Never let them forget what they made. Never let them forget that they made Dawn of War 3. Never let them forget what they did. lest we forget the past and to repeat it. We must remember the sins of our fathers. That's funny. That's like Japan memory holding all the war crimes they did in World War II. Like, from their Japanese school perspective, they're like, bro, I was just like, you know, Japan was attacked and nuked. We feel bad. Don't you guys feel bad for us? And like, Philippines are looking at them. The Koreans are looking at them. The Chinese are looking at them. You know, they're all fucking side-eyeing them like, bro, for fucking real? Like, dude. Dude. Okay. Now, my big concern is, again, KeyGuard's the developer, but I've already voiced my concerns about that. I can't stress enough, Chatfish, that I think my hope is entirely reliant on a couple of indie titles. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen the dwarf footage, but this shit looks like fucking awesome. I'm hopeful for Dwarf and Dustfront. I think those are the two big RTSs, and I know not all of you super interested in RTSs, but like, this one's really fucking scratching that Command and Conquer vibe real good for the looks of it. It's also got that crunchiness feel. Yeah, it is the Iron Harvest devs. I don't trust them worth a damn. Because Iron Harvest sucked ass. It's not how many Relic devs is out there. It's usually how many Westwood devs are out there. Alright, good luck with your walk, Kevin. But yeah, look at like the resource gathering of this, and the overall sprite work is pretty good. It's granted, they aren't just 3D images of 3D models flattened to create a sprite look. But this genuinely looks like an RTS that I really want to try. And I'm actually really hopeful for this one. Because, yeah, it's the old school style making sprites. You make a 3D model, relatively high res for the era, and then you flatten it into a 2D image. And then take different pictures of different angles to create a sprite map. And then the game reads that sprite map and then moves the sprites around. Welcome to stream, Little Midnight Ninja. It reminded me of the Terminator army from Terminator 2. Yeah, some of the vehicles seemed like they were inspired by that. The other game I want you guys to keep an eye on is this one, too. This one I got a lot of hope for. It looks like a Dawn of War Dark Crusade-like. I cannot stress how much I love this game. Like, I know Chatfish are like, it's gray. It may look gray, but, like, it's genuinely rich. It's a solo dev. Also, a war-torn hellhole. Man, I really like the look of this game quite a bit. If you're dying, go to bed. Rest your voice. No, I can't. I have to make as much money as possible before sleep. To basically put us in the positive. Remember, chat, what I said at the beginning of the week? We're trying to raise extra money this week so that we can help Indio out. Because Indio had to make a big expense due to his tablet dying. So we're trying to raise extra money so we can give him some extra money to help him out. We just have to keep overshooting the weeklies and we'll be perfect. We already overshot today by $136, so we still have that lead, though we lost the lead we had yesterday a little bit. But no sleeping. Dev team comes first. I can stream through being sick because I've got the strength to do it. I've got the passion to do it. Doesn't this look cool, though? I think it looks pretty cool. I think it's pretty cute. I don't know, maybe it's just me. Those are like the two big ones that I've been keeping an eye on that I think have the most potential. Now, what was that thing I saw that looked kind of adorable? Called Motra. Motra is a non-linear FPS adventure through strange and otherworldly explored vast sections, unique puzzle, unique environment, numerous cast of creatures, and upgrade your arsenal for multifaceted weapons. So some sort of like retro style RPG. Oh yeah, they're trying to emulate that PS1 fucking wibble wobble effect. Nice. titties. Welcome to Stream Dragon Lord. We're doing. This looks cute. Maybe I might try this someday. Tired of being sick though. Let's stop it. Very, very quirky. Very otherworldly. Ah. It's a game that seems to have a vision. Oh my fucking god. It's a weeb game. I just realized. That's funny. Looks kind of quaint. What was the last RTS called? It was called Dust Front. Dust Front. 2 words. That thing had big tits. Welcome to Stream, Billy Donuts. There's a little chibi thing that clings to his armor. Try to hang in there, chat bros. We'll try it. Ooh. Don't forget, if you have any articles that you want me to check out, drop them in the Bickering Bunch discussions. That looks kind of cute, doesn't it? I think we'll wishlist it. Nice. Okay, where was I? Checking to see if Chatfish found any more articles for me. Only one. And it's here to upset me. That's what it's here for. Mech Warrior 5 clans. Oh yeah. Comm guards and army glorified garrison units. God Bjorn Jorgensen. About to regret those words. So, they're doing a new expansion or whatever for Mech Warrior 5 clans. Honestly, I fucking hate Mech Warrior 5 clans so much. Because it's so, like, lazy. Like, it should just be baked into Mercenaries. Like, charging 2 separate games is really just scamming the fuck out of us. Okay. Let's take a look at this trailer.
I offer you a patrol to decide the fate of Terra. I have chosen the world.
Oh my god, Falk looks like a weirdo.
Proxy battleground.
I think that's Falk.
The Calm Guard will defend this world, supported by the appropriate air, artillery, armor, and battle mech regiments.
Calm Guards are an army of glorified garrison units. We would be cowards to refuse.
Whose side are you on?
Melodrama.
The wolves await your decision.
Yeah, they still got that fan animator doing their stuff, and I'll be real, like, no shade meant, but like he's not very good.
Crusaders have had it out for the wolves since the start of this invasion.
They look very Play-Doh and stiff.
Find us a way out of this trap.
Oh my god, they fucking added a boat finally. Wow! They're doing the thing I said they should do fucking ages ago.
Bring this damned invasion to an end. Must be painful, witnessing him poison Rana's mind with his spheroid ways.
You all come to us somewhat feral.
Oh my god, their fucking animations are so bad.
We're all united in our mission to return from exile and re-take Terra. Rana? She is one of our finest warriors.
We are fighting to end this. Once and for all.
This planet was a death trap, and we walked right into it.
This has become
Very generic.
survival of our clan. That is a battle we cannot afford to lose.
The Primus and I await your response.
I don't know, chat bros. I don't know. Like, people are gonna go like, boom bills, blah, 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 but like, I don't know. Like, they fucking lied. Like, I can never get that over with. And I'm never gonna let that go that they lied until they actually set things right. The studio hasn't. Piranha Games Interactive lied to the players and lied to the supporters and lied to me, who supported them as well, and everyone else, like so many times. They basically stole our money, is what they tried to do. They literally tried to steal our fucking money. I don't really have any sort of feeling for this game as somebody who likes fucking MechWarrior, because they literally just pissed all over us. And all this is just a rewashed, like recolored, retextured fucking MechWarrior 5. It's not very good. MechWarrior 5 Clan sucks massive fucking ass. It's bad. It's genuinely ass. This game is trash. And are they selling that as a separate thing? Wolves of Tukian? I swear to God, if they do, oh my fucking God. No! It's gonna be an expansion. But it's an expansion for clans, which again, clans is so ass. It's so fucking bad. Like, seriously. Fucking 6 new mechs, some new missions, and that's it. Like, you didn't add anything to the sandbox. Like, if it's not for MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries, I don't care. Like, that ship thing should be MechWarrior 5 Mercs. The only MechWarrior game that's slightly passable is this game. And I mean slightly passable with mods. And even then, this game has taken an absolute fucking... just not really good. BGI lied to their backers, under-delivered. And even then, it's still a steaming mess. And it still is today! Oh my God. This game sucks, dudes. I don't like this game. They lied to us, and then they thought they got away with it. And I've 153 hours of this game, and I have zero motivation to play it. At least as it stands right now, unless some amazing mod comes out that's going to take my mind. But I don't think so. But they want to double dip, releasing a clan side game, and then continue MechWarrior 5 Mercy. Yeah, they're trying to get you to buy MechWarrior 5 Clans with their shitty story DLC, which sucks, by the way. Their missions are bad. They're just tunnels. They're just walk down tunnel and shoot a billion enemies. They're just very badly designed missions. Oh my God. MechWarrior 5 Merc suffers from the Bethesda curse. Updates on the existing to break mods. Yes. And they're not really building any core mechanics or features. MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries needs more mechanics features. You need to actually be able to upgrade your jump ship. You need to actually be able to get a jump ship. Or not a jump ship, but like a spheroid drop pod. You need to be able to upgrade your mercenary company into a mercenary army. There's so much this game needs. But you're forever stuck with a 4-lance mech thing and a leopard dropship forever. Forever. You get no support attachments, no support vehicles, no aircraft or aerospace air coverage. Like nothing. No artillery for support vehicles or support call-ins. Like from like your own forces. You don't have it. You just have 4 mechs. Forever. You never build a mercenary company. You're just a single fucking lance. Forever, and I hate it. Okay. We're hanging in there, chat. Okay. But yeah, that's my opinion of MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries. Or clans. Mercenaries is the only one worth getting, and even then, like, fuck it, dude. Like, it's just not worth it. Like, the amount of mods you need just to make it passable, it's just passable. It's not even good. The only reason why this game sells is not because it's a good game. It's literally because its paint job carries it. If it weren't for the paint job, no one would play this game. And that's telling. A game should be carried by its mechanics and systems. A game should be able to stand on its own 2 feet. It should not require loads of mods to be even remotely passable. Yeah, it's only worth buying on like super discount. Because they fucking, oh, such a hogwash game. Man, I'm so mad about Mech Warrior 5 still. I'm still not over it. I really wanted to love that game. And the game really did want me to love it. Ooh. Ooh, just keep hanging in there, Chatfishes. Just keep hanging in there. Oh my god. Ooh, don't do it. Don't do it. Okay. I got something to show Chatfish. A thumbnail was completed by Indio for March of Giants, which is the only Amazon game that looks remotely promising. Watch them kill it in 5 seconds. Like, seriously, March of Giants is kind of interesting, but I guarantee you it's going to launch terribly. This thumbnail is very well done. My favorite part is the Chatfish's little faces as they look up at Aerith big boobs. Look at that. Look at him. He's like, ooh. Ooh, ooh. Big booba. Very well done, Indio. You even got the R-Maid with the fucking Ryan Gosling over there. R-Maid is so cute. Absolutely fantastic. How does that make you feel, chat? This is the artist we're trying to help out by reaching stretch goals this week, by the way. Indio needs help. He needs you, Chatfish. The Chatfish looks so goddamn chubby. Oh my god. I think I'm starting to feel maybe better. I feel like a moment of like peace and zen. A moment that won't last forever, mind you, but a moment I'm going to enjoy while it does. I mean, giantess are kind of a fetish. Okay, yeah, you're probably right. Not a booba for you in real life? Oh my fucking god. Goddamn. Goddamn. That's one thirsty Chatfish right there. Big tablet for big boobs, says Bindio. I mean, Aerith's tits have gotten remarkably more mature as she's gotten older. Like, look, she's fertile and she's ready for baby making. She's like, what the fuck? Baby making? Oh my god. That's some big boobs. Look at that hip. Jesus. Indio did a good job on these. I like that former ghosted, like, grunch a bunch of, like, and then fucking got Indio mad at Semper. X to doubt. This thumbnail for the fireside chats is really good, by the way. I like it. You did a good job, Indio. It's just perfect. I like the touch where it says late 30 minutes in the top left. I'm not a big fan of boo when it's twice the size of a woman's head. That's fair. Sometimes if it's too big, it might have its own gravitational pull. It's like, just gets sucked in. Or bigger. Oh my god. I think Aerith's booba here is within acceptable parameters for me. This is about as big as I think I would like my booba to be. Big, but not to the point where it's going to sag to the absolute, floor when we get older. Because remember, when you're scouting for women, chat, you need to think about the booba and how the booba is going to maintain its size, right, as they age, right? When you're young, you're going to be, nice and perky. But as you get older, you're going to get saggier and sad. So from your 20s to your 30s and 40s and your 50s droopies. And if you choose the biggest booba, you're going to be, tripping over those damn things. Like, whoa, falling over and shit. She's like, what the fuck are we talking about? Oh my god. No, I mean individual booba being that big, not the whole package. Yeah, I heard you. The video for a job well done. Yeah, Indio did a good job on these pieces. Also, the pen and paper Call of Cthulhu campaign paper thumbnail is ready. We're just waiting on the date, which is set for December 13th, unless something happens. But our Call of Cthulhu campaign begins then. It will be fun, chat. It'll be Indio's first campaign, by the way. He's gonna be so bad. It'll be so funny. He's like, what the fuck? This'll be good. And then we're gonna see how badly Bucky metagames. Oh my god. I know you're gonna metagame, you squirrel fuck. I saw you build your character. You didn't build it with roleplay in mind. You just metagame. See, we should build characters where we just, you know, don't know what's gonna happen. Yep, the thumbnails lately, we've been turning out pretty good. I was gonna do the Lost Planet stream this week. Salah finished this one. But unfortunately, I don't want to stream paid requests while I'm sick. So Lost Planet's delayed till next week when I feel better. This was pretty good. Salah's getting much better at these fast, sort of like oil painting styles. Like how Semper Tantrums fucking die here. Ooh, just keep breathing. Ooh. Ooh. What are you talking about? We never went 3D with Aerith. Aerith is 2D. The model you're looking at is 2D. We stuck with 2D because when we talked with my modeler, 2D just looks better and 3D just looks janky and ugly. Anime doesn't look good at the half... What do you call it? Half expression where you turn your head on a 90 degree. Looks goofy because the nose turns into like a little iceberg. This one model works because maximum turn distance is not in a way that it can turn faster than his face, or turn his face to make the face look weird. The Warcraft 3 thumbnail and the birthday thumbnail. Those are coming in the near future, Chatfish. Nope, this model's completely 2D. There's no 3D aspects to it, not even the bell. That's how talented little Bonobo is when she made this. She did a good job, didn't she? Nope, completely 2D. Crazy, I know. It's all illusions of the eye. That's why you know we got good artists. Oh yeah, the Harry Potter drug stream was supposed to be this week too. It got delayed. Holy crap, Bod. You gave Aerith the biggest tits I've ever seen. Holy shit. Yeah, the Harry Potter drug stream will be when I feel better. So sadly, it will be this week. It got delayed. Unfortunately. Good old Red Alert 2. Ugh. Just don't do it, shit. If loving tomboys is gay, then by God and golly, I will gladly hand back my straight card. I mean, Aerith is the tomboy we all need and deserve. And if loving this fine piece of woman is too much, then so be it. It's like, what the f- oh my God, he's gooned! He's gooned on stream! You know, just don't do it. Don't do the little tummy wrench thing. No, Retchy. My tummy muscles hurt already from doing the little Retchy thing it does. Oh, just don't do it. Just be a relaxed tummy. A happy tummy. A happy tummy. Okay. I think we got through all the articles. Let me check Bickering Bunch discussion one more time. We'll wrap this bad boy up. This is a good fireside stream. Very good. One of the best ones ever. Just kidding. I was sick, so it kind of lowers its rating a little bit. But that is what it is. Yep, I think we got through all the articles. I even recommended the Sunburst thing. Yep. Shouting out fellow indies because I'm cool. I'm a cool kid. Chick, you're such a cool kid. Oh my fucking God. I really am, aren't I? I'm just the coolest. He's like, oh my God, tell us how cool he is again. Ooh, don't do it. No coughing. Okay. I'm going to do a little baby stream after this one, where we're going to continue to show off the Helldivers 2 Maxagun a little bit, because I want to play it. I want to play a video game really badly. It's my only time to do it. I don't get to play video games outside of stream, because I have to work. Well, sometimes I do. When I'm sick, I made the excuse to play some Battlestar, which was fun. But, like, that's about it. Okay. Just a pinch. Just a pinch, Chick. Just a pinch. Just a pinch, Chatfish. A little pinch. Okay. We're going to play some Helldivers 2, because the new expansion or update added the max gun, and I really am enjoying the game again, which is happy. So I'm going to savor this moment while it lasts. I'm going to set the stream to 6 or 5:30ish. I think I can make Robin real quick. But then, sorry, I'm trying to not cough. Okay. Sorry, I know that's probably annoying. Thank you for putting up with it. Oh, those little cringy bouts of, like, about to cough are just terrible. I need to have another Actually, no, if I'm going to eat, don't eat another one of those things. Then we'll have those. Make ramen and chicken, so I'll eat. Oh, God, I might throw up in the next stream. Okay, the next stream, we might puke. And I'm sorry in advance if I do, okay? Because I'm going to have eaten. And I don't know if my tummy's going to like that. Because it's not been doing, like, drinking this little bit of, like, bubbly soda to make myself feel a little bit better. Because the burping makes me feel better. Like, I don't know what's going to happen, chat. We might not make it. Alright, so, like, just remember me for who I was. Not what I became. Make sense? Yeah, I think so. Either way, thanks, Chatfish, for hanging out with me. I hope you have a fantastic day. If I don't see you in the next stream, I'll see you tomorrow, okay, buds? Take care and have a good one. Goodbye, little fishies.